Chapter 50. Behemoth Forest. Back when Wu Yen left the place where he entered the dungeon, the bonfire was still glowing red. There were still some sparks in it that were not completely extinguished. No demons came here either. It was still the same as before Wu Yen entered the dungeon. Of course. Although Wu Yen had stayed in Butler Whirlwind's dungeon for a month, under the 100:1 ratio, not even a day had passed in the Spalier world. Wu Yen chose to return. Naturally, he returned to his original place. Two figures appeared out of thin air beside the bonfire. There was no warning at all. Wu Yen patted his clothes calmly and stepped on the bonfire to extinguish it. It was as if he had been here all along and had never left. Mikoto looked around curiously. She looked left and right as if she wanted to find out what was different about this place. However, it was obvious that she was disappointed. Putting aside the demons, Behemoth Forest was just a huge forest. It was no different from a normal forest. Mikoto turned her head away and said disappointedly, "What? Isn't it just a normal forest? I thought there was something different about it." Wu Yen tilted his head and laughed. "So that's what you thought? Then I'll give you a surprise later." Mikoto looked at him without saying anything. Lightning flashed across her forehead. She humphed and said, "Then I'm really looking forward to it." Waving his hands, he decided to ignore her. This girl is still holding a grudge against him for what happened this morning. She clearly punched him in the face. Seriously, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and summon Chuju. Mikoto couldn't help but give him a big slap on the back when she saw him trying to act like he's deep in thought. This girl is definitely doing it on purpose. Wu Yen almost fell to the ground from Sis Cannon's slap. He touched his empty chest and rolled his eyes at her. Unfortunately, Sis Cannon ignored him. Pulling open the system list, Wu Yen directly tapped on the summon option. After casually stretching it a few times, Wu Yen quickly found the option for Chuju. Good Chuju, a character from Butler Whirlwind, the student council president of the White Emperor College. 5,000 summoning points. That's right. 5,000 points. The guild leader was just that cheap. Even if she had a lot of love, she was only level 18 at the end of the day. Of course it wouldn't be that expensive. Summoning Chuju was a piece of cake for Wu Yen. Even after summoning Mikoto, he only had 11,000 summoning points left. Wu Yen solemnly tapped on the summon option. Soon, the scene of him summoning Mikoto appeared in front of him. A ray of light flashed. Wu Yen and Mikoto couldn't help but raise their hands to shield their eyes. Chuju was drawn in the light. It was as if the light was a piece of paper and an invisible pen was drawing something on it. Chuju was slowly drawn, just like that. When Chuju fully appeared in front of Wu Yen and Mikoto, the light disappeared. A very small but beautiful ray of light shot out from Chuju's body and connected to Wu Yan's body. After experiencing it once, Wu Yen wasn't as scared as before. He stood in place and looked at Chuju. Mikoto, on the other hand, looked at everything strangely. When she was first summoned, she hadn't woken up yet, just like how Chuju was now. Soon, Wu Yan's heartbeat was synchronized with Chuju's. Then, the ray of light broke and gathered into a ball of light that merged into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yen reflexively looked at his own body. He was puzzled. Although it was called life fusion, Wu Yen could feel the feeling of two people sharing one life. But he didn't know how to describe it. Chuju! Mikoto's voice drew Wu Yan's attention away from his own body. After completing the life fusion, Chuju had already woken up. She was together with Mikoto, looking around in surprise. From Chuju's point of view, Wu Yen and Mikoto had just said goodbye to her and disappeared into nothingness. Then she felt dizzy. Memories of the system, summoning, and basic information about Wu Yen suddenly appeared in her mind. When she finished digesting these memories, she opened her eyes and found herself in this forest. When Mikoto told her that this was a different world, Chuju was stunned. In the blink of an eye, something happened that she couldn't understand. This made Chuju sigh at the wonders of the system. Has the summoning ended? Didn't you say life fusion? Why don't I feel any changes? Chuju looked at her body strangely and asked Mikoto. I don't know either. Mikoto rubbed her chin and blinked. When I was summoned, I didn't feel any changes either. I just felt a sense of familiarity from Yen. Mikoto felt a little embarrassed towards the end, so she spoke very softly so that only Hinagiku could hear. That's true. Chuju looked at Wu Yen, who was standing in front of her with a head full of question marks. She felt a sense of familiarity from him and blushed a little. But then, Chuju clasped her hands together and put them in front of her chest and smiled. Life fusion? The two girls in front of him whispered to each other. Wu Yen felt bored. A winner in life should be ostracized. Wu Yen already knew this. As long as he didn't get burned, anything would be fine. Clapping his hands to attract Mikoto and Chuju's attention, Wu Yen said, "Okay, let's talk later. Let's talk about what to do next." What to do next? The two girls looked at Wu Yen in confusion. Wu Yen found a place to sit down and said to the two girls, "Do we stay here? Or do we go out? What should we do if we stay here? Where do we go after we go out? Don't you think we should discuss this? Even if you say so." The two girls looked at each other and sat down in front of Wu Yen. "We don't know what to do. That's why we need to discuss it." Wu Yen looked at them helplessly. Aren't they usually smart? One from White Emperor College and the other from Tokuwadai High. They are both noble schools. Originally, he wanted to rely on them to give him some ideas. But the problem is we aren't familiar with this world. Mikoto stroked the tea-colored hair on her forehead and wrinkled her nose. If we have a map or something, we can study it. But right now, we don't know anything. How can we plan? Didn't you say it before? You've been in this world for 3 months. Then, you should be more familiar with this world than us, right? Don't tell me you didn't plan it. Hinagiku seems to be a bit resistant to sitting on the empty ground. She kept fidgeting around restlessly as she told Wu Yen without a care in the world. But I haven't been to any place. Wu Yen smiled brightly. Although he has been in this world for 3 months, other than the behemoth forest and the supply town, Wu Yen hasn't been to any other place. As for a map or something, well, the system should have it. Wu Yen remembered that the system once asked him if he wanted to exchange for a map of the behemoth forest. When he first came to this world, the price was 3,000 item points. What a shameless system. You've been in this world for 3 months and you haven't left this forest. Mikoto looked at Wu Yen strangely. It's as if she's looking at a primitive barbarian, causing him to feel all sorts of irritation. I'm sorry if I don't know anything. Wu Yen pursed his lips and decided to ignore Mikoto's disdainful gaze. So Wu Yen looked at Chuju and asked, "Chuju, what do you think?" Both of them looked at Chuju at the same time. Chuju pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Yen, you said that people who are fused with your life can increase their strength through fighting monsters in the game, right?" Hearing Chuju's question, Wu Yen paused for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, to be exact, it should be to increase your level. As long as you keep fighting and defeating enemies, you can gain experience and level up." Hearing Wu Yen's words, Chuju smiled and looked at Wu Yen and Mikoto. She said seriously, "Then, Yen, Mikoto, I want to level up." "You want to level up?" Wu Yen and Mikoto were surprised. But after a while, Mikoto understood. Wu Yen was a bit confused. In Wu Yen's mind, Kaisha-sama wasn't someone who cared about strength. Although she was a bit competitive, she always had a vague attitude towards strength. Her usual exercise was just purely because she liked to exercise. In the original work, after meeting the main character, she hated herself for being strong. She thought that she wasn't like a girl. So, when Kaisha-sama said that she wanted to level up, Wu Yen felt that it was a bit of a trap. "Why do you want to level up?" Wu Yen looked at Chuju curiously and asked. Chuju's eyes started to wander. She stuttered and didn't know what to say. In the end, she turned her head and said in a bad mood, "Just think of it as because my ego is too strong." For some reason, Wu Yen heard a hint of complaint in Kaisha-sama's tone. Wu Yen laughed dryly and waved his hand. "If that's the case, then let's level up Chuju first." Of course, this was also what Wu Yen wanted. After all, Kaisha-sama's level was a bit low. It was better to raise her level first. Raise her level? Alright. Mikoto stood up and cracked her fingers. She smiled. "Let's see what the demons that Yen mentioned look like and how strong they are." Hey, you're a girl. Don't crack your fingers. It's easy to scare kids. Are you a female pervert? Do you need to be so excited? Wu Yan looked at Mikoto in embarrassment. Didn't they say that Sis Canon would often show her shy and arrogant side? How come I'm a violent person? Baidu, you're a scammer? Of course. Mikoto said without turning her head. I've never seen a demons before. It's my first time fighting one too. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto speechlessly. He stood up and said to the two girls. Then it's decided. I remember that there's a level 20 bear around here. Your first time will be on it. What do you mean? Mikoto's smile froze. She looked at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression. The electric current on her forehead jumped happily. If Wu Yan said it again, it would jump on Wu Yan's body. Mama. With the same ability as Mikoto, Wu Yan was no longer afraid of Mikoto's electric shock. So, teasing her was a surprise? Beep. You bastard. Mikoto gritted her teeth and looked at Wu Yan. She wanted to bite him. What happened in the morning also appeared in her mind. Her delicate little face blushed. Looking at the two who were at each other's throats, Chuju sighed helplessly. The cat. Chapter 51. Is this the little bear you were talking about? Mikoto clenched her fists as she allowed the 3-meter-tall little bear to bare its fangs and brandish its claws at her. Her brown eyes weren't looking at the bear but at Wu Yan instead. Her forehead was pulsing with a dangerous bluish-white light. Chuju also had an embarrassed expression as she looked at the little bear Wu Yan was talking about. Her white cherry blossom was frozen in place. Isn't this a little bear? Wu Yan said with a matter-of-fact expression. Compared to the other monsters in the behemoth forest, this 3-meter-tall bear wasn't tall at all. It could only be considered small. When Wu Yan first arrived in this world, he met a level 10 wind snake. Even though it was only level 10, it was still close to 4 meters tall. Even one monsters were around that size. This level 20 bear really wasn't that big. Mikoto took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in her heart. She opened her hand and shot an electric bolt at the bear. She vented all her anger on the bear. At this moment, it was as if she was possessed by a demon. Her opponent was only a level 20 monster, but she used all her strength to torture this bear. Listening to the continuous roars of the bear, or more accurately, the cries of agony, Wu Yan couldn't help but shiver. He felt like he's about to step into the gates of hell. Even Hinajiku laughed dryly and took a few steps back. The brown bear crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chuju felt her body lighten, a comfortable feeling spread through her body. She smiled happily and clasped her arms that were strengthened a little. She nodded in satisfaction. Wu Yan also nodded and opened the status list. Chuju's status was below Mikoto's, and Mikoto's status was below his. They formed a vertical line. Character, Gui Chuju ability, none strength, D endurance, D agility, D spirit, C equipment, white cherry, D rank, level 19. Wu Yan had asked the system about the status of the summon character. Although it was different from his own character, it was just a matter of the specific attribute. It was the same as the grading of equipment. The lowest was level D, and the highest was level S. If it was lower than level D, it would only show the word none. Could it be that displaying none meant that there was none? If a person's strength displayed none, then wouldn't that person not even have the strength to walk? Wu Yan cursed in his heart more than once. The system's status was a trap. Back then, his status was displayed as a great synonym for human. So this is leveling up? I can feel that I have become a little stronger. Chuju waved her hands and said with a smile. Level up? That bear is only level 20, right? How did it help Chuju gain a level? Mikoto said as she kicked the bear under her feet. Wu Yan shrugged. It's easier to level up in the early stages. It's just like a game. Later on, it's harder. Mikoto, you killed so many demons in the barrier and you only gained a level. It wasn't just Mikoto, even Wu Yan himself felt that leveling up was getting harder. A level 60 Orochi demon, 15 levels higher than him, only gave him 4 levels. That was because it was easier to level up, but it wasn't so easy to level up. If it wasn't for the ability gain that gave Wu Yan a level 4 ability and forced him to level 50, who knows how long it would take for him to reach this level. That's true, who knows when I can reach level 70. Mikoto lowered her head and said softly. Right now, she urgently needed strength. Only with enough strength can she defeat Accelerator and save her sisters. Wu Yan once said that if she wasn't summoned, she wouldn't have any chance of winning against Accelerator. When she was first summoned by Wu Yan, Mikoto was level 68. Even though she gained a level, Accelerator's strength was enough to make her have no chance of winning. Level 70. Definitely level 70, tier 8 strength. The gap between levels is very hard to bridge. It's already like this when you're at a lower level, let alone when you reach Mikoto's level. The gap between levels is unimaginable. Just leveling up by one level is definitely not enough to bridge the gap. Only by reaching level 70 can I have a chance of winning. Not only that, in order to completely save the sisters, I'll have to face Alistair, the chairman of Academy City. He's in existence even stronger than Accelerator, he's at least tier 8, and the so-called Angel, ASI. If I want to save my sisters, I'll have to face them. That's why I need to get stronger. Wu Yan saw Mikoto's expression. Wu Yan sighed and patted her shoulder, comforting her. As long as we don't enter your world, it'll always be in a frozen state. That's why we have time. Mikoto, don't worry, take it slow. There's plenty of time. Yan. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Can I really save all my sisters? Not, we. Wu Yan corrected her with a smile. Our lives are intertwined, we're fated to be together forever. Your matter is my matter, how can you forget about me? Who wants to be with you forever? Mikoto was provoked by Wu Yan's words. Her voice went from low to stuttering. That panicked look is cute no matter how you look at it. Finally, she's acting tsundere. Wu Yan smiled. In Wu Yan's mind, Mikoto's tsundere is normal. Don't worry, even if they're the boss, we're still the main characters. They're fated to be defeated by us. Hearing Wu Yan's confident words, Mikoto nodded her head heavily. Her expression was firm. No matter what, the sisters must be saved. From the moment Wu Yan and Mikoto started talking, Chuju fell into silence. Regarding Mikoto's thoughts, Chuju understood a little bit. That's why she didn't interrupt. She only looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of inexplicable ferocity. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh dryly. Narrowing her eyes, Chuju gave Wu Yan a threatening look. Then she pulled Mikoto's hand and said, "All right, let's continue leveling up. I still want to become stronger." Without any explanation, she pulled Mikoto away. Chuju didn't even give Wu Yan a chance to speak and went into the bushes. This made Wu Yan feel helpless. The Crystal Palace, sure enough, it's not easy to open. Where are we going, Chuju? Mikoto tilted her head and looked at Chuju. They don't know the way in the Behemoth Forest. Without Wu Yan leading the way, the probability of getting lost is as high as 99%. Let's just look around and see if there are any demonic beasts. If you walk around like this, will you really meet any demonic beasts? I'm a real man. Didn't Yen say that there aren't many things here, but demonic beasts are? I think we should be able to meet them if we walk around. F***ck, I did say that. But demonic beasts aren't something you can meet just by walking around in the bushes. Do you think they're insects? Ah, demonic beasts. Hee hee, like I said, we'll meet them if we walk around. See, isn't this it? Yeah, but this demonic beast looks like. Hearing the sound from the bushes, Wu Yan felt awkward. All right, there are demonic beasts that like to walk around in the bushes. With Mikoto around, Wu Yan wasn't afraid that the two girls would encounter any danger. After all, this is just the outer edge of the Behemoth Forest. The highest level demonic beast Wu Yan has seen is only level 30. A special event has been detected. Sudden mission issued. Sudden mission, rescue. Mission 1, kill all saber-tooth hounds in the vicinity. Current progress, 0, 20 mission reward, equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 3000. Mission 2, kill all Iron Dog mercenary group members in the vicinity. Current progress, 0, 20 mission reward, Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 7,000. Mission 3. Rescue the kidnapped Liren and kill the vice leader of the Iron Dog mercenary group. Mission reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 10,000. The system's voice surprised Wu Yan. Sudden mission? Rescue? These 3 missions, it seems like the killing part is more than the rescuing part. A special event has been detected? Is it referring to kidnapping? System, when did you become a cuckold pacifist? What? That's disgusting. Don't come over. Mikoto and Chuju. Wu Yan stepped on the ground and shot out like an arrow towards the direction of Mikoto and Chuju. Soon he saw the 2 girls. What happened? Looking at the 2 girls' shocked faces, Wu Yan hurriedly asked. At the same time, he looked at their bodies, and when he didn't find any injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. What a disgusting dog. How come there are dogs in the forest? Chuju pointed at a beast in the distance and said with a disgusted face. Dog? Wu Yan was startled and turned his head to look. He saw a dog with long fangs and broken teeth standing there baring its fangs at Wu Yan and the girls. There wasn't a single piece of fur on its body. It was a bald dog that was almost as tall as the 2 girls. Most importantly, its mouth was dripping saliva. It looked disgusting. Saber-tooth hound, level 20. I think that instead of calling it a saber-tooth hound, it's more realistic to call it a bald dog. But it really is disgusting. Looking at the saber-tooth hound with a wretched face and saliva dripping from its mouth, Wu Yan waved his hand and the Yamano Shana appeared in his hand. Without even drawing his sword, Wu Yan raised the Yamano Shana and flashed in front of the saber-tooth hound. He smashed the Yamano Shana into the dog's face. Woo! The saber-tooth hound flew up high and landed heavily on the ground. It let out a whimper and its face caved in as it kicked on the ground. Wu Yan rubbed the Yamano Shana's scabbard on the ground in disgust. Fortunately, the scabbard wasn't stained with the dog's saliva. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have to consider changing the scabbard. Mikoto and Hinajiku couldn't help but flinch at the sudden turn of events. They didn't understand why Wu Yan sent the dog flying without saying anything. By the time they regained their senses, Wu Yan had already kicked the dog's body and the dog stopped moving. Wu Yan walked over to the 2 girls and he frowned as he told them, "The system just sent me a quest." A quest? Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other. What quest? Take a look for yourselves. Wu Yan shared the quest with the 2 girls. This was a function that only Wu Yan's summons could use. Is it the same type of dog that we killed? So there are 19 of them. Chuju twisted her face as if she was disgusted. Hound. Iron Hound mercenary group. Mikoto pondered. It seems like this Iron Hound mercenary group is raising these disgusting dogs. Yes, it should be. Wu Yan nodded. Also, they seem to have kidnapped someone called Li Lin. Kidnapping? How tasteless. Mikoto said angrily. Living on the bright side of Academy City and having a discipline committee junior sister, Mikoto didn't see these kinds of people. She also abnormally hated them. This is the so-called sense of justice. Chapter 52. So, our mission is to kill everyone in this mercenary group and rescue this person called Liren? Chuju looked at the mission details again and asked Wu Yan. Yeah, the quest also said that they are nearby, so it saved us a lot of effort. Wu Yan looked around and he waved the Niatono Shana around with a smile. So, it's everyone. Mikoto frowned, her delicate little face wrinkled like a bitter gourd, as if she was struggling with something. Killing people, wouldn't it be too? Chuju's face was also a bit unnatural. In the end, these 2 girls are very resistant to killing people. Wu Yan of course knows that it's impossible to ask them to kill people. If that's the case, they won't be the Chuju and Mikoto he knows. Wu Yan just smiled and knocked their heads with the hilt of his sword. I didn't ask you to kill people. Don't worry, I will do it myself. At the same time, they covered their forehead with their hands. Chuju and Mikoto glared at Wu Yan, then nodded, but their faces are still a bit ugly. Wu Yan sighed. I say, for this kind of mercenary group that likes to kidnap people, you won't have pity on them, right? Without waiting for Mikoto and Chuju to answer, Wu Yan directly said, This world isn't as beautiful as you think. In this world where strength is everything, there will be some people who rely on their strength to do whatever they want. These people shouldn't be pitted. Hinajiku and Mikoto paused for a moment before falling silent. The two girls are smart enough to know that the phenomenon Wu Yen is talking about is real. Wu Yen tilted his head and raised his sword. I won't ask you to do things you don't want to do, because if you do, you won't be you anymore, but I hope that you don't bring unnecessary mercy into this world. It's a bit unrealistic. It's more than unrealistic. If not, it will harm others and themselves. Of course, Wu Yen didn't want to say it in such a cruel way, in front of these two girls. I know. Chuju snorted with dissatisfaction, then said in a small voice, At most, I won't look later. Mikoto pulled herself together and lifted her chin. She wasn't an unreasonable person. Ever since she found out about her sisters, she was prepared to accept the darkness. Of course, accepting it didn't mean accepting it. She just needed to recognize the reality. As for the darkness, looking at Wu Yan's back, Mikoto muttered, He is shouldering it for me. On the other hand, Chuju was more open-minded. Since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. This is the righteous Kaisha-sama's thought. Well, the punishment is a bit heavy. Wu Yen stood there, waiting for the two girls to mentally prepare themselves. Even though Wu Yen himself hasn't killed anyone, but in his heart, there's nothing he can't get over. He's not as weak as before, otherwise, he wouldn't have chopped off Slime's hand. If that's the case, Yen, I'll leave that mercenary group to you. As for those sharp-fanged hounds. Chuju placed White Cherry in front of her and touched her, then smiled, Leave it to me. Leave the dogs to you? Wu Yen looked at Chuju unsure. After all, those dogs are level 20 monsters. Chuju is only level 19, leaving the dogs to her isn't a good idea. Don't look down on me. Wu Yan's eyes told Chuju what he's thinking. Chuju was a bit stubborn. Even if they're a level higher than me, I won't necessarily lose. Wu Yen was a bit hesitant. I know level doesn't mean everything, but you're not dealing with one, you're dealing with a pack. Hey, did you forget about me? Mikoto stood on her tiptoes and looked like she's ready to go. These dogs may be a little low class, but they're more than a little disgusting. I, Misaka Mikoto, don't have the heart to do anything to them. All right. It seems that if he doesn't get their help, they won't be satisfied. Wu Yen could only nod in agreement. Leave the people to me and the dogs to you. After you're done with them, go rescue that person called Lirin. Let's find the people from that mercenary group first. Mikoto raised her hand. The mission said that they're around here. Chuju looked around for a while, but other than bushes, there's more bushes. Including that vice leader, there's a total of 21 people, 19 dogs, and 1 person to watch. With such a scale, there's no way they wouldn't leave any traces behind. Let's search carefully. With Mikoto's and my ability to sense electromagnetic waves, we should be able to find some traces if the area isn't too big. Wu Yen closed his eyes, and a trace of electricity flashed through his hair. Mikoto did the same, and a blue and white light flashed on her forehead. Chuju had heard that Wu Yen could use Mikoto's ability, so she wasn't surprised. But here, she couldn't help much. She could only helplessly stay at the side and prevent the dogs from sneaking up on them. Got it. Mikoto suddenly opened her eyes. Hearing Mikoto's voice, Wu Yen also quickly opened his eyes and looked at her with Chuju. Mikoto pointed in a direction and said to the two, In that direction, I can feel the existence of electricity. It looks like static electricity, and there's a lot of it. It should be in that direction. You can even feel static electricity? Chuju looked at Mikoto with a bit of surprise. Static electricity, although it's also electricity, but is it something that can be sensed by humans? Because the distance isn't too far and there's no power plant, electrical appliances, or electrical wires to interfere with electricity, so I can more or less sense it. Mikoto tapped her chin and smiled at Chuju. Is it in this direction? Wu Yen looked into the distance and then turned around. Then let's go. We don't know if they'll do anything to harm Lirin, so it's better to hurry. Chuju and Mikoto nodded, and then went into the forest with Wu Yen, rushing in a certain direction. After a while, Some small sounds entered the ears of the three. Wu Yen knew that the person should be in that direction, so he slowed down his pace and signaled Chuju and Mikoto. The three crept forward. They stopped behind a tree that was big enough to block the three of them. Wu Yen peeked out an eye and looked out. A group of armored mercenaries were either standing or sitting next to a bonfire. These mercenaries were vigilantly looking around with weapons in their hands as they patrolled the area. There was also a group of sharp-toothed hounds walking around. Each of the sharp-toothed hounds had a ferocious face and saliva dripped from their mouths. They looked very disgusting. The sharp-toothed hounds were all level 20, and the mercenaries were between level 20 and 30. They looked like Tier 3 warriors. Seeing this, Wu Yen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Tier 3 warriors looked low level, but they weren't cabbages. Thinking back, when Lulu came to the Behemoth Forest to train, she only had 30 or so Tier 3 warriors by her side. Although it was because of Fei Fei that she didn't need too many guards by her side, not everyone could be matched with such guards. But now, in a mercenary group, there were 20 Tier 3 warriors and 20 tamed magic beasts. This mercenary group was definitely not simple. What Wu Yen cared about the most was the middle-aged man sitting by the campfire, drinking wine in big gulps. Tieli, level 40. That's right, it was this middle-aged man called Tieli. He was actually a Tier 5 warrior, and he was only a vice leader. In other words, there was a leader, and this leader should at least be stronger than him. A vice leader with so many experts by his side, all for the sake of kidnapping a person. Adding on the special event mentioned by the system, Wu Yen felt as if he was involved in an inexplicable dispute. Someone elbowed his waist. It was Chuju. Chuju called out to Wu Yen, then pointed in a direction. Wu Yen looked over and was stunned. In front of a tree, a little blonde girl around 10 years old was tied up and lying on the ground. Her face was delicate and pretty. Even if she was compared to a small Misaka, she wouldn't lose out. At this time, there were still tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Looking at the mercenaries surrounding her, her face was full of fear. Seeing this, if Wu Yen still didn't know that the person called Liren was the one who was kidnapped, Wu Yen should find a mental hospital for the elderly and hide in it. What he didn't expect was that the person who was kidnapped was actually a little lowly, and a very cute one at that. As a veteran lolicon, Wu Yen. No, I'm not a lolicon. Wu Yen, who was already starting to lose his mind and shout that he wasn't a lolicon in his heart, didn't realize that there were already two half-loli beside him that had just passed their sell-by date. Vice Leader, when are we leaving the Behemoth Forest? A mercenary who looked more experienced came to Tieli's side and asked in a low voice. Tieli fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine and exclaimed loudly. He then turned to look at the mercenary and said casually, soon. After a while, when the news from Big Brother comes, we can leave the Behemoth Forest. That's good. After staying here for so long, I'm about to grow hair all over my body. Tieli disdainfully turned his face away and said while drinking wine, aren't you just thinking about women? You can't hide that from me. After being seen through by Tieli, the mercenary who asked the question didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, of course, how can I hide my thoughts from Vice Leader? I really can't stand it in this forest where there isn't even a single woman, just you. Tai Li shook the empty bottle and picked up another bottle from the ground. With a light pinch, the bottle cap flew out on its own. Tai Li swallowed a mouthful and laughed out loud. Even if I let you go out, you still wouldn't be able to find anything good. Yet you are still willing to put an effort on that kind of trash, truly useless. Vice Leader, how can my taste compare to yours? Besides, it's already good enough that there is one, I'm just afraid that there isn't. The mercenary looked at Tieli with a fawning expression, looking like a lackey. If you want a woman, it's easy. Tieli looked at the little lowly Liren and grinned with a perverted expression. When Big Brother doesn't need this girl anymore, I'll play with her once. At that time, if you like her, I'll reward her to you. The mercenary looked at Tieli with a surprised expression. Thank you, Vice Leader. Then, the two of them burst out laughing. Those two bastards. Mikoto said with hatred. Tieli and the mercenary's words just now were heard by the three of them. Mikoto was really angry at these guys who even had ideas about a little girl. Let's take care of all of them later. Wuyan was also a bit angry. The little loli was meant to be loved, but those two bastards actually wanted to eat her. And such a cute little loli. Even if it's for the lolicons, they must be cut up. Mikoto and Chuju nodded at the same time. The conversation between Tieli and the mercenary had thoroughly angered them. Originally, they didn't have the heart to kill them for a mission, but all of them were thrown into the smelly ditch by the two girls. Just like Yen said, in this world, there are some people who deserve to die. There's no need to pity them. Chapter 53. Mikoto, Chuju, you guys kill the dogs first. I'll deal with the minions first, then I'll deal with the big one. Wu Yen said softly to Mikoto and Chuju. At the same time, he slowly pulled out the Nyatamashana. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Chuju. Mikoto nodded when she saw Wu Yen looking at her. What? Hearing Mikoto's words, Hinajuku straightened her back in dissatisfaction. I'm not a kid, do you really need to keep an eye on me? Wu Yen said helplessly. I say, Kaisha-sama, this is for your own good. Your level is still low, wait until your level is higher, then you can do whatever you want. For now, be a good girl and cooperate with Mikoto. I know, it's not like I don't understand. Chuju walked to Mikoto's side and said angrily. At least leave me one, I want to help too. Wu Yen and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded after a while. Alright, Chuju, you deal with one, it'll be good for you to increase your combat experience. Against one, with Hinajuku's ability, she should be able to do it. Although it's a battle of a higher rank, but the difference between rank 2 and rank 3 isn't that big, and the dog isn't as cunning as a human, so the battle should be much easier. He casually traded 100,000 item points for a bottle of resplendent breath. He brought it in front of Hinajuku and told her in a serious tone. If you encounter any danger, drink this, don't take any risks. It's fine, be good. Wu Yen forcefully shoved the bottle into Chuju's hands. He looked straight into Chuju's yellow-green eyes and said word by word. To me, you're much more precious than that stupid potion. Don't even talk about 100,000 item points, even if it's 100 times or 1,000 times more, it's still not worth a drop of your blood. Looking at Wu Yan's serious face, Chuju's face reddened. She took the bottle and held it tightly in her hand. Mikoto was also shocked by Wu Yan's words. She's only 14 years old, when did she ever hear such mushy words? She felt a little shy and a little envious. She looked at Wu Yen with a little warmth and dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a dog barked urgently, startling Wu Yen and the other two who were hiding in the dark. Following this dog barking, a series of dog barks followed. At this moment, a pack of sharp-toothed hounds were barking at Wu Yen and the other two. They were barking while running towards Wu Yen and the other two. They were drooling all the way, looking extremely sloppy. Seeing their own dogs barking, the mercenaries raised their weapons and pointed them at Wu Yen and the other two. Tai Li was also shocked. After he reacted, he smashed the bottle in his hand on the ground and ran to Liren's side. He ignored her struggling and held her under his armpit. He looked at the tree where Wu Yen and the other two were hiding. Facing the incoming sloppy hounds, Wu Yen almost cursed out loud. Before he could do anything, Mikoto happily released an electric net and pulled all the hounds to the side. How could she not be happy? The three of them were assigned tasks. Wu Yen was in charge of chopping people, while she and Chuju were in charge of killing the hounds. However, the hounds were always with the mercenaries. Mikoto was still having a headache about how to lure them out. Now, she didn't need to do anything. Those shameless hounds were courting death and were charging towards them. Naturally, Mikoto used an electric net and pulled them to the side to slowly slaughter them. Chuju pulled the crystal sword in her hand and ran to the side. She picked up one of the hounds and started a battle between man and beast. Who are you people? While shouting questions, the mercenaries began to charge towards Mikoto and Chuju. From the looks of it, they didn't have any intention of asking questions. They just wanted to kill them. Tai Li saw Mikoto and Chuju who were fighting the hounds. When he saw the two girls, his eyes flashed with amazement. Then he became perverted again. His eyes darted around as if he wanted to capture them alive. When he saw Tai Li's eyes darting between Mikoto and Chuju, Wu Yen, who was familiar with all kinds of melodramatic dramas, naturally knew what he was thinking. With a sneer, Wu Yen stepped out from behind the tree and shot towards the mercenaries who were charging towards Mikoto and Chuju. In Wu Yan's heart, these people were already dead. The mercenaries who were running around happily. Before they could even get close to Mikoto and Chuju, a silver light flashed in the middle of them. It was like a dancing firefly. Unfortunately, it wasn't a firefly that was dancing, but a cold blade. One of the mercenaries suddenly stopped in his tracks and attracted the puzzled gaze of the other mercenaries. Before they could ask, the mercenary groaned and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Covering his neck with both hands, his eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Blood suddenly flowed down from his neck and dyed his hands red. He looked at his companions around him and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. Then he slowly fell to the ground and stopped breathing. He was the mercenary who was talking to Tai Li just now. Before the surrounding mercenaries could cry out in shock, a blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the mercenaries stared in disbelief at the blade that had pierced through his chest, but there wasn't a single drop of blood on it. He closed his eyes in horror. Pulling out the blade, Wu Yen retreated to avoid the spurt of blood. Then he sped up to the side of another mercenary. Under his desperate gaze, Wu Yen slashed down again. The blade of death began to dance. In an instant, the Tier 3 mercenaries didn't even get to see the face of the culprit who killed them. They only saw the silver blade, but it was the last thing they saw in their lives. Then, they went to Sanatagawa to report to the girl with the scythe. When the three of them fell to the ground and Wu Yen appeared in front of them, the mercenaries finally understood what happened. Wu Yen lightly moved his feet, causing the surrounding mercenaries to take a few steps back in fear. They raised their weapons at Wu Yen, but no one dared to rush forward. Tai Li retracted his gaze from Mikoto and Chuju and looked at Wu Yen and the mercenaries. Glancing at the three mercenaries on the ground, Tai Li didn't feel sad or angry. Instead, he immediately shouted at the other mercenaries, "What are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Kill him for me." The mercenaries looked at each other and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Under the threatening gaze of their vice leader, they braced themselves and shouted as they waved their weapons at Wu Yen. Wu Yen saw that Tai Li didn't intend to take the little lowly Liren as a hostage and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Tai Li wanted to use Liren as a hostage to threaten him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless Mikoto used her level advantage to take Liren back from him, but that would be too risky. It would be best if that wasn't the case. The mercenaries' weapons were about to reach him. Wu Yen smiled faintly and waved the Yamano Shana in his hand. After a few crisp sounds, the weapons in the mercenaries' hands all broke into two and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Mass armament! Tai Li exclaimed, then looked at the Yamano Shana in Wu Yan's hand, his eyes filled with greed. To be able to so easily cut the mercenaries' weapons in half, only the legendary armament could have such power. Although Tai Li was already at the 5th rank, he still didn't have a mass armament. He had always been holding a decent greatsword. He had already started to gather money to get himself a mass armament. Now, he didn't need to plan for it himself, someone had already delivered it to him. In Tai Li's eyes, this armament had already been branded with his name. In just a short while, this common armament would be his. What are you guys waiting for? Tai Li roared at the mercenaries surrounding Wu Yen, then continued to look at the Yamano Shana in Wu Yan's hand with his disgusted eyes. Beauties and whatnot, he could have as many as he wanted. As long as he had strength, he wouldn't have to worry about not having beauties. The armament was something that could increase his strength. What's more, now that the armament was here, and so were the beauties. Tai Li felt that today was his lucky day. As long as he got rid of that man, everything would be in his pocket. With his strength at the 5th rank, how could these young guys who looked like they hadn't even reached adulthood be his opponent? Therefore, Tai Li was full of confidence at this time. The only thing missing was the words, "I want it," written on his face. Tai Li's eyes had been blinded by greed. How could he not think that someone who could have a mass armament would be an ordinary person? Indeed, Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju all looked very young. Although Wu Yan was already 20 years old, his mischievous smile would only make people think that he was a young boy. What's more, in Tai Li's eyes, 20 years old was the age to drink milk. At this age, other than the geniuses of the big families, who else could have a little strength? As for Mikoto and Chuju, needless to say, with their petite bodies and childish faces, they were still underage. However, Tai Li miscalculated this time. Age wasn't a distance, and height wasn't a problem. Other than Chuju, there was no way he could beat a man and two women who were jumping around in front of him. If Chuju drank the bottle of resplendent breath, he wouldn't be able to beat them either. 3 hours was enough to pester him to death. Wu Yan naturally heard Tai Li's flirtatious mass armament. He couldn't help but sneer. Mass armament? That level of armament has already been eliminated by me. The Nyamano Shana is a rare armament. I also have a mass armament. It's in my interspatial ring. Unfortunately, no one wants to use it. Wu Yan didn't waste any more words. With a sway of his body, he rushed towards the side mercenaries. The Nyamano Shana in his hand drew a delicate and beautiful arc. Every time he drew a line, a pool of blood would splatter. And every time this happened, a mercenary would fall. Wu Yan shuttled through the mercenaries at an incredible speed. The mercenaries only saw a blur in front of their eyes before they fell to the ground with blood splattering from their bodies. The sound of the mercenaries falling to the ground and the sound of the Nyamano Shana penetrating their bodies formed a rhythm. It was like an accent and a soft note. A soft note would be followed by an accent. Only 30 seconds had passed. 30 seconds later, all the mercenaries were lying on the ground, unable to stand up again. Ding! Quest 2 completed. Obtained 7,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. 20 Tier 3 mercenaries all fell to the ground dead. Wu Yan's Quest 2 was also completed. Their deaths brought Wu Yan's income. It had to be said that this was a bit ironic. Wu Yan glanced at the mercenaries on the ground, then looked disdainfully at Tai Li's stiff face. He flung the Nyamano Shana that was dripping with blood. The blood on the blade was easily flung away, and the Nyamano Shana's blade regained its shine. Wu Yan carried the Nyamano Shana and walked in front of Tai Li. Looking at the gloomy Tai Li and the little lowly Liren struggling under his armpit, Wu Yan pointed the Nyamano Shana at Tai Li and shouted, "Hey! Put down the lowly in your hand." Chapter 54. Hey! Put down the lowly in your hand. That soul-stirring shout left a series of echoes in this crossbow situation. It made the dog beating paused, the confrontation embarrassed, and the hostage stunned. The only thing missing was a few crows flying over and shouting, "Idiot." Even if Wu Yan was a super thick-skinned person, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The consequence of excessive pranking was that it attracted the disdainful gazes of the two girls and the disbelieving gaze of the little lowly Liren. Perhaps, they were already thinking that they were about to escape from the tiger's mouth and enter the wolf's den. Or perhaps, Wu Yan's words really made some people unable to continue watching. Therefore, their battle strength instantly exploded and turned the group of bald dogs into dead dogs. Ding! Mission 1 completed. Obtained 3,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. When this system notification sounded, a brown figure and a pink figure instantly appeared beside Wu Yan. They extended their fists and very tacitly smashed Wu Yan's head at the same time, making Wu Yan lie on the ground. Chuju retracted her hand and took a deep breath. She looked at Tai Li and Liren, who were a little stunned, and said, "Just now, the method of opening was wrong. Please ignore it and return to the show. Put down the little girl in your hand." Hearing Chuju's words, Liren regained her senses and began a new round of struggle. Tai Li's face was a little ugly. He felt like he was being played. Tai Li snorted coldly and tightened his grip on Liren. His rat-like eyes swept back and forth between Chuju and Mikoto. After a while, he smiled and said, "Sure, as long as you obey me, I'll let her go." Tai Li's sure startled the two girls who only wanted to say some polite words and secretly prepared for battle. After hearing Tai Li's words, the two girls' eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent and looked at Tai Li with anger. She activated her superpower. Mikoto's eyes narrowed dangerously. This was a sign that she was going to use violence. She was already thinking about how many volts of electricity she should release to turn him into a frog that flops around on two legs. Lightning element magician. Tai Li looked at Mikoto in surprise and then excitedly licked his lips. Magicians were very rare. He didn't expect this little girl to be a magician. This made Tai Li, who had indulged countless women, excited. In the past, among the women he had slept with, there were not many warriors, let alone magicians. Now that he could have a taste of a magician, Tai Li's heart instantly heated up. After playing with her, he could raise her and train her to be his right-hand man in the future. There was nothing more honorable than taking a beautiful magician out. Thinking of this, Tai Li wanted the two girls in front of him even more. A fervent expression appeared on his face. Of course, the concept of those who can afford to be a magician must have a certain background and strength has already been thrown to the back of his mind. Arrogance and greed can really make a person unable to open his eyes. Not only Mikoto, but even Chuju was disgusted by Tai Li's disgusting expression. Pointing her white cherry at Tai Li, Chuju coldly said, "Looks like if we don't teach you a lesson, you really won't listen to our words. You better think carefully before deciding what to do." Tai Li raised Liren in front of him and proudly smiled at Mikoto and Chuju. "Don't think that you can beat me just because you got rid of a bunch of trash. Putting aside the fact that I'm a 5th-rank warrior, the current situation is very advantageous for me." "You bastard!" Mikoto angrily looked at Tai Li and angrily said, "Not only did you use a little girl as a threat, you also called your companions trash." "Humph, calling them trash is thinking too highly of them." Tai Li laughed out loud and said, "You can't even deal with a few little kids. Keeping them alive is just a waste of time. Even if you don't deal with them, I will eliminate all of them in the future. Trash has no value to exist." "Bastard!" Mikoto and Chuju were thoroughly enraged. They couldn't wait to tear Tai Li into pieces while he was laughing, but Liren was helplessly struggling in his hands, so they didn't dare to act rashly. "Ha!" Tai Li proudly laughed. "What? Not talking anymore? I already said it's okay. As long as you follow me, I will guarantee that this little girl will be fine." "Is that so? Then I really have to thank you." "You're welcome." Tai Li suddenly froze. A sense of danger burst out from his heart. When this feeling appeared, a silver-white blade suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced towards his forehead. The blade in front of him emitted a cold aura like that of a viper. Tai Li's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle, and an aghast expression appeared on his face. At this moment of crisis, Tai Li roared and mobilized all of his Do Chi. He didn't care about the pain from the rapid flow of Do Chi in his body, and used all of his strength to turn his head to the side. At this critical moment, he just happened to dodge this fatal attack. The blade brushed past his ear, and he could even feel the cold temperature of the blade. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down his forehead. He never felt that death was so close to him. Tai Li's legs began to tremble slightly. After the attack failed, the silver-white blade stopped moving and stopped beside Tai Li's ear. At the same time, a hand that was completely different from the cold temperature of the blade was placed on Tai Li's hand, and Tai Li's hand was holding Liren. The blue and white electric current flashed from this hand to Tai Li's hand, and the electric current passed through Tai Li's body. Tai Li cried out in pain, and his whole body was paralyzed. His hand trembled, and he loosened his grip on Liren. Another lightning magician. Impossible. Isn't he a sword user? Isn't he a warrior? How can Do Chi and magic exist in a human body at the same time? Tai Li couldn't believe it in his heart. Naturally, he didn't know that Wu Yan didn't have any Do Chi or magic at all. His sword skills relied on his body, and his lightning relied on his calculation ability. The owner of the hand grabbed Liren, who was in free fall, and pulled her into his arms. He looked at Tai Li with a smile, but his eyes were filled with coldness. The hand holding the sword fiercely slapped Tai Li back, and he flew into a tree. Yen. Mikoto and Chuju ran over as if they expected this. They didn't say anything and took the little lowly Liren from Wu Yan's hand. They put her on the ground and untied her while looking at Wu Yan with vigilance. Wu Yan laughed dryly, but he didn't say anything. It seems that the declaration of lowly just now really pissed them off. The soft cloth in her mouth was removed by Chuju, and the little lowly Liren pounced into Chuju's arms. She cried like she was wronged. "Don't cry, don't cry." Chuju and Mikoto hurriedly comforted the little lowly. Maybe it was because the two girls gave Liren a different feeling, so Liren was relieved and ignored Tai Li, who got up from the ground. Her crying made Chuju and Mikoto's heart ache, but it also made Wu Yan's head hurt. Wu Yan was most afraid of girls crying, especially cute girls. Damn it! Little bastard! Tai Li got up with an ashen face and looked at Wu Yan's group with a ferocious expression. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and grinned. "You think you can win by ambushing me when I was careless? That's fine. I'll let you see the power of a Tier 5 warrior, you puny ant." The question of why Wu Yan can use both battle skills and magic at the same time has already been tossed aside by the furious Tai Li. What's more, Tai Li didn't even put Wu Yan in his eyes. In his opinion, Wu Yan is still young. Even if he's a magician, there's no way he can be stronger than Tai Li. He only relied on the advantage of a sneak attack to embarrass Tai Li. Therefore, Tai Li, who thought he was strong, couldn't help but be angry. "You're just an ant. How dare you stain my clothes with dust?" As for the matter of Liren being taken back, Tai Li didn't care. As long as he killed that little bastard and took her back, it would be fine. And, together with those two girls, while Tai Li's self-confidence broke through the sky, Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju were speechless. The power of a Tier 5 warrior? Sorry, but there's a Tier 6 and a Tier 7 warrior here. Oni-chan. A soft voice came from the tear-stained Liren, making Wu Yan's expression change. He almost knelt down and took out his lollipop. Liren pursed her lips, making people want to take everything in the world back to her. She lifted her head from Chuju's embrace and looked at Wu Yan, sobbing. "Oni-chan, this person is very strong, even the guards were defeated by him. We should run away quickly." Even though the little lowly Liren was still young, she still had the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil. The person who kidnapped her was undoubtedly a bad guy, and her brothers and sisters who came to save her were the good guys. If she didn't think like this, she wouldn't be hiding in Hinajiku's embrace like a baby bird. At the same time, after seeing Tai Li's strength, Liren is naturally worried that the big brothers and sisters who came to save her will die in Tai Li's hands like her guards. Wu Yan doesn't have the ability to read minds, so naturally he didn't know what Liren is thinking. If he knew, Wu Yan would definitely grab her collar and yell at her without caring about anything else. This brother is not a good person. Don't just give people a card. However, he could hear the worry in the little lowly Liren's voice. Thus, he gave her a comforting smile and waved the Nyeten Shana in his hand. Looking at the self-righteous Tai Li, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Don't worry, little girl. This self-righteous fat pig thinks that he's a powerhouse just because he's wearing armor. I'll slowly teach him the consequences of having designs on other people's women. Not for anything else, even if it wasn't for the mission, and not for my hatred for this pig, but for your sweet, Oniine. I will help you kill this fat pig that makes you cry today." "What did you say?" Tai Li was taken aback. When he heard Wu Yan's words, more anger surged from his heart. He glared at Wu Yan and with a roar, he released all of his do qi. Unfortunately, his self-made performance was ignored by the people present. Wu Yan's words made Tai Li excited, but it also made Mikoto and Chuju put a thick layer of pink on their faces. The two girls looked at Wu Yan and stuttered. Who is your woman?" Of course, Wu Yan has automatically set the arrogance in his heart as a tacit agreement. He wasn't afraid of the chopper at all. "Ha!" Tai Li suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out. But in the end, he didn't because there were no tears in his eyes. There was only monstrous anger and killing intent. "Little bastard! Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. I will gladly take your woman and armament, ha! Chapter 55. His whole body surged with Do Qi. Tai Li pulled out the great sword at his waist and swung it up high. With a force that could split Mount Hua, he rushed towards Wu Yan. Take care of yourself, and take care of that little girl. Wu Yan casually waved his hand and looked at Tai Li, who was charging towards him like a bull, with contempt. In the past, it was always others who used their level to suppress him. This time, it was finally his turn. Chuju and Mikoto took the little lowly and retreated. Tai Li not only ignored them, he even smiled happily. Fortunately, they knew how to appreciate favors and knew how to escape. Otherwise, if this uncle's strength was too strong and accidentally affected them, that would be bad. It's fine if they were injured, but if they were killed, it would be a waste. I haven't enjoyed it yet. Tai Li laughed and raised the great sword in his hand. With a suppressive wind whistling sound, he slashed towards Wu Yan. Not far away, Mikoto and Chuju, who were watching the battle, unblinkingly looked at Wu Yan. The little lowly Liren worriedly raised her head and said to Chuju and Mikoto, "Sister, is it okay if we don't help Big Brother? That big guy is very strong. He killed all of Liren's guards." Liren's face turned pale when she thought of the miserable state her guards were killed. She trembled in fear and squeezed into Chuju's embrace. Her eyes started to turn red again. Hinajiku reached out her hand and rubbed Liren's long blonde hair. Her eyes are still on Wu Yan. Hearing Liren's words, she lovingly replied, "It's okay, Oni-chan can handle this. Don't be fooled by Oni-chan's frivolous face, he's actually very strong." Very strong? Liren couldn't help but turn her head and look at Wu Yan. She doubtfully said, "Stronger than that big guy?" This time it was Mikoto who spoke. She squatted down and smiled at the little lowly. She gently said, "He's much stronger than that annoying big guy." "Is it really that powerful?" Li Lin innocently raised her small face and said in a childish voice, "Then, can Big Brother beat that bad guy?" "We'll definitely win," Mikoto and Chuju said in unison. There was an indescribable trust in their tone, as if they were the ones fighting. Liren curiously looked at Wu Yan and muttered, "Do your best, die. Little bastard." Tai Li, who roared and mercilessly swung down the great sword in his hand. Do Qi surrounded the great sword and blew up Wu Yan's hair. One could see how powerful this strike was. However, Wu Yan did not care about this powerful attack at all. The difference between rank 5 and rank 6 was already relatively high. The difference between rank 5 and rank 6 was not comparable to the difference between rank 2 and rank 3 when Chuju fought the saber-toothed hound. What's more, Chuju was only 1 rank lower than the saber-toothed hound, while Tai Li, who was 10 ranks lower than Wu Yan. A whole rank difference. Thus, Wu Yan lazily raised the Yamano Shana in his hand and collided with the incoming greatsword. With a clang, the greatsword's momentum was stopped by Wu Yan. "Oh, not bad. No wonder you dared to provoke me. Seems like you have some skills." Tai Li, who looked at Wu Yan in surprise and then laughed again. He swung his greatsword and turned it into a windmill. Tai Li, who slashed at Wu Yan's body like a berserker. "Then let's see how many moves you can take from me." Listening to Tai Li Hu's arrogant words, Wu Yan only casually waved the Yamano Shana in response to Tai Li Hu's storm-like attacks. He blocked every move and every move. He even took the time to sigh. In the past, Wu Yan had seen this kind of self-righteous idiot arrogant in front of the main character more than once in a novel. He didn't expect to meet such a person after transmigrating. Thinking back, when he saw this kind of character showing off in the novel, he was extremely annoyed. He wanted nothing more than to become the main character and ruthlessly trample on this kind of idiot so that they couldn't be arrogant anymore. Now that there was a real opportunity, Wu Yan couldn't bring himself to have such thoughts. This was because this kind of person was too much like a clown. Apart from bringing a bit of fun to him and the others, he was a complete piece of trash. He didn't know that he had become a laughingstock in the eyes of others and was still acting self-righteously in front of him. It made people want to teach him a lesson, but they couldn't even bring themselves to do so. Although this kind of performance polluted the air a bit and was a bit disgusting, under Tai Li Hu's powerful attacks, The wind stirred up dust. The power of the greatsword was deflected by Wu Yan and leaked into the ground. For a moment, the place where Wu Yan and Tai Lihu were fighting was filled with dust and gravel. The two people continuously clashed their weapons, causing the surroundings to become a mess. Hit. Damn it. Why can't I hit? Tai Lihu continuously swung his greatsword and continuously attacked Wu Yan. In his imagination, he would only need 1 or 2 rounds to chop this little bastard in front of him into meat paste. Then, he would be able to enjoy the beauty in front of him. But let's not talk about 1 or 2 rounds, he's already clashed with Wu Yan for hundreds of rounds. Yet, the little bastard in front of him didn't get chopped into minced meat. Instead, the little bastard leisurely stepped around his sword and waved his seemingly weak blade around to neutralize all of his attacks. Tai Lihu felt that he was going crazy. He had already squandered more than half of his battle chi, but this little bastard in front of him didn't even sweat, let alone battle chi. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, changing his posture under his sword. Tai Lihu's attacks were actually useless. What kind of joke was this? I'm a 5th-step warrior. A 5th-step warrior's attack was actually useless against a little brat. This daddy absolutely doesn't believe it. Tai Lihu crazily roared. His battle chi was increased by a bit, and his attacks were also increased by a bit, causing Wu Yan to finally feel a bit of pressure. Oh, not bad. You finally made me feel a bit of pressure. Once again blocking Tai Lihu's greatsword, Wu Yan finally laughed when he felt a not weak force coming from his own Ni Dian Zana. Pulling the Ni Dian Zana outwards, Wu Yan pushed Tai Lihu's greatsword away and retreated a few steps. Looking at Tai Lihu, Wu Yan said with a smile, "Obviously, there's only a difference of 1 step in strength. Although the difference is a bit big, if you can't even bring a bit of pressure, then you're really too weak." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Tai Lihu was momentarily stunned. Then he frowned and said, "So that's how it is? Only 1 step away? So you're a 4th-step warrior, and you were able to survive under the attack just now. It seems that you've reached the peak of the 4th step. No wonder you could kill that group of useless trash." Tai Lihu's words almost made Wu Yan laugh out loud. Calling him a pig was really too appropriate. The words had already been said, and the fight had been fought for so long, yet he could still understand it like this. He was really a godly person, no, a godly pig. Seeing that Wu Yan was speechless, Tai Lihu's brows relaxed. He sneered and said, "To be able to cultivate to the 4th step at your age, and to the peak at that, you can be considered a genius. Unfortunately, the 4th step and the 5th step can't be mentioned in the same breath. The difference between the 2 steps isn't something you can challenge. Even if you're at the peak of the 4th step, as a 5th step, killing you will only take a bit of effort." Wu Yan laughed. He laughed out of happiness. He really couldn't hold it in anymore, so he laughed out loud. Resisting the urge to burst out laughing, Wu Yan nodded seriously. His face twisted as he said, yes, that's right. The difference between the 2 steps is very big." Wu Yan's strange expression had already been taken by Tai Lihu as fear and a bitter smile. He couldn't control himself under his complicated mood. At that moment, Tai Lihu laughed out loud. There was an indescribable pride in his laughter. He said to Wu Yan, "Now that you know the reality, it's not too late. As long as you obediently surrender and offer those 3 little girls to me, I'll spare your life and let you be my bodyguard." Indeed, Tai Lihu was speaking the truth. He was really moved, that's why he said that. In his opinion, Wu Yan's talent must be pretty good to be able to become a peak of the 4th-step warrior at this age. He could even be compared to some of the children of some big families. In the future, Wu Yan might break through to the 5th step, or even the 6th step. If he took him in when he became a real powerhouse, he could do whatever he wanted. As for the question of loyalty, Tai Lihu didn't consider it at all. In the eyes of this idiot, surrender meant submission, and he would always be under his control. But Tai Lihu didn't know that he had once again touched a landmine. Hearing Tai Lihu's words, "Now that you know the reality, it's not too late. As long as you obediently surrender," Wu Yan still had a smile on his face. But when Tai Lihu said, "Offer those 3 little girls to me," Wu Yan's face instantly turned cold. Mikoto! Chuju! Wu Yan shouted loudly, startling everyone present. What's wrong? Do you need help? Mikoto took 2 steps forward and said to Wu Yan. Mikoto, Chuju. Wu Yan's face was gloomy as he said softly, You too, close your eyes together with that little girl. Close our eyes? Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren couldn't help but stare blankly. Why do we have to close our eyes? Because what's going to happen next is a bit inappropriate for children. Wu Yan's words entered the ears of the 2 girls. They immediately understood Wu Yan's meaning and quickly hugged each other and closed their eyes. Incidentally, they also blocked Liren's curious gaze. Turning into a line, Wu Yan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Lihu. His cold eyes stared at Tai Lihu's stiff smile. Wu Yan coldly smiled. You actually dare to have ideas about Mikoto and Chuju. I have to say. Pinching the hilt of his sword, Wu Yan said to Tai Lihu, You really don't know what's good for you. After saying that, Wu Yan led Shana from bottom to top and cut off Tai Lihu's sword along with his hand in the blink of an eye. There was no pause at all. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky, accompanied by Tai Lihu's painful screams as he tightly clutched his severed hand. Having done this, Wu Yan put away Shana back into the scabbard and put it back into the interspatial ring. Standing in front of the screaming Tai Lihu, Wu Yan said in a low and powerful voice, You won't die if you don't seek death. Since you're so intent on seeking death, I'll let you die a beautiful death. Lightning flashed and dust flew. Wu Yan's body began to emit lightning. Electricity continuously flowed through Wu Yan's body, creating an incessant electric symphony. Wu Yan suddenly raised his hand. The ground slightly shook along with his movement. A small wave of iron sand slowly surged out from the ground and rolled into a flowing wall around Wu Yan. With another wave of his hand, the iron sand rapidly surged up and stirred in the air. After a while, it formed a large number of iron sand swords. After the iron sand swords formed, Wu Yan shouted and waved. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the iron sand swords violently shot out and stabbed into Tai Lihu, who had yet to react from the pain. They penetrated his body, his limbs, and his head. Blood spilled into the air. Chapter 56. Bang! Following the sound of his body falling to the ground, Tai Li slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps, even in his next life, the scene of countless black swords flying in the air will become a nightmare for him. Ding! Mission 3 completed. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. A wave of painful dizziness spread out from the depths of Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan painfully held his head, his mouth couldn't help but groan. His eyes were bloodshot, he knelt on one knee on the ground and slowly shook his head. After the dizziness subsided a little, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. This is a phenomenon caused by overusing his superpower. His computing power is insufficient. When he was fighting against the Orochi, Mikoto could use this level of iron sand sword at will. She could use it whenever she wanted, and she could retract it whenever she wanted. This made Wu Yan subconsciously think that it would be easy to do this. Facts have proven that there are differences between people. You can't do what others can do. At least, you can't do it now. Mikoto can use her superpower freely, but when it comes to him, he has to bear with some side effects after using it just once. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Actually, this is normal. After all, Mikoto's superpower level is already LV5, and Wu Yan is only LV4. Forcefully using a LV5 superpower, how could it be easy? If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan is a master swordsman, his body is strong, and his mind is strong, he might have collapsed to the ground from the headache before he could even use his superpower. In the superpower list, a LV5 superpower is 10 times more expensive than a LV4 superpower. From this, it can be seen how big the gap between the two levels is. Why is there no sound? Tai Li's death and Wu Yan's headache caused the scene to fall into silence. After the chi-chi sound, there was no more sound in their ears. They also didn't hear Wu Yan's voice, which made Chuju a little confused. Hey, Yan, what happened? Why don't you say something? It's been a while, but there's still no sound. This made Mikoto a bit anxious, but without Wu Yan's order, they couldn't open their eyes. After all, Wu Yan did say that what's going to happen next is a bit unsuitable for children. This made Hinajiku and Mikoto a bit scared. Although the two prideful girls don't want to be defeated by a gory scene, they are still girls. Wu Yan's tone sounded a bit creepy, so they didn't dare to open their eyes. Wu Yan was speechless at Mikoto's words. He struggled to stand up. Wu Yan said helplessly, "What do you mean squeak? Only rats would squeak like that." Mikoto and Chuju let out a sigh of relief. Hearing the sound meant that everything was fine. Mikoto was even more dissatisfied. "What? Since you've dealt with it, why didn't you say anything? Are you pretending?" "What?" Sure enough, Sis Cannon was a proud girl. She was obviously worried, but she insisted on saying something nice. Would it kill her to say something nice? Then are you done or not? Chuju was a little dissatisfied. Being afraid was one thing, being curious was another. This feeling of waiting for a surprise made the president's heart itch. Soon. Wu Yan said perfunctorily. He controlled the iron sand and threw Tai Li's body, which was riddled with holes, into the trees not far away. A human body couldn't be used to exchange points with the system, so Wu Yan didn't turn the body over to the system. However, Wu Yan didn't feel regretful. In fact, he felt a little comfortable. If the system wanted a human body, then Wu Yan would feel a little uncomfortable. This was a matter of principle. Wu Yan didn't even care about the other mercenaries' bodies. The two girls had already seen it. This kind of scene was still acceptable to Chuju and Mikoto. Unlike Tai Li, who was stuck like a hedgehog with his intestines and brain juices flowing out. It was a little disgusting. Of course, accepting it was one thing. If they had to do it themselves, they would probably, well, they were 14 or 15 years old girls after all. Long live understanding. Done. As soon as Wu Yan shouted, the two girls couldn't wait to open their eyes. It was as if they were afraid of being taken advantage of. This made Wu Yan speechless. When she saw the blood vessels in Wu Yan's eyes, Chuju was shocked. She quickly asked, "Why are your eyes so red?" Mikoto was also stunned for a moment. Then, as if she remembered something, she directly said, "Did you use your superpower too much?" Looking at Mikoto's fixated eyes, he laughed sheepishly. "Just a little. Do you want to become an idiot?" Mikoto raised her voice. She was a little angry as she shouted at Wu Yan. "Are you an idiot? Didn't I tell you that if you use your superpower too much, it will lead to insufficient computing power? If it's serious, it will burn your brain." Burn your brain? Chuju looked at Wu Yan in shock. Then her eyes gradually became dangerous. "How would I know?" Under the two girls' urgent gaze, Wu Yan retreated a little. He said in a low voice, "When Mikoto used it before, it was very easy. I'm already LV5. You're LV4, how can you compare?" Hearing Wu Yan's retort, Mikoto was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted to rush up and bite him to let him know the pain. Okay, there won't be a next time. Moreover, once is enough. Indeed, such an overpowered skill, to be able to use it once is no regret. The scene of hundreds of black swords piercing through the air can only be described as overpowered. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't recognize the familiarity of the scene, Wu Yan might have added the word bastard when he threw out the iron sand swords. It's as domineering as Golden Sparkle. It's just that Golden Sparkle used a variety of noble phantoms, while Wu Yan used a single black iron sword. If he had to do it again, Wu Yan would still choose to use it once. Well, it's a bit of a suicide mission, but since he's already used it, Wu Yan doesn't plan to use it again before he reaches LV5. After all, the value of a player's life is even higher. Although Wu Yan already said that there won't be a next time, Mikoto and Chuju didn't seem to have any intention of letting him go. So Wu Yan quickly changed the topic. "Oh right, after this battle, Chuju, your level should have increased a lot, right?" Wu Yan looked at Chuju and said. Before the battle, Chuju was LV19. After killing 19 rank 3 saber-tooth hounds, 20 rank 3 mercenaries, and a rank 5 mercenary vice leader, Chuju's level should have increased a lot. After all, her level is still low, leveling up should be easier. Chuju heard this and couldn't help but look at her own level. When she saw her level, Chuju was stunned for a moment, then she laughed excitedly. It increased a lot. I'm LV 35 now. LV 35, huh? Not bad, or else all those monsters would have been for nothing. Mikoto said as she clasped her hands and said. Wu Yan nodded. 39 rank 3 and 1 rank 5. Chuju was still a rank 2 at the time, and the experience gained was quite a lot. Character, Wu Yan abilities, Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV4, Equipment, Shana of the Golden Temple, C rank, Dragon Armor, C rank, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gui Chuju Equipment Points, 21,000 Item Points, 81700000 Ability Points, 101000 Summoning Points, 26,000 Level, 50 Character, Misaka Mikoto Ability, Electromancer, LV5, Strength, C Endurance, C Agility, B Spirit, Equipment, None Level, 69, Character, Gui Chuju Ability, None Strength, C Endurance, D Agility, C Spirit, C Equipment, White Cherry, D Rank, Level, 35. After closing the system list, Wu Yan smiled with satisfaction. Right now, their party had a rank 4, a rank 6, and a rank 7. With this kind of strength, it would be a fool's dream to say that they could do whatever they wanted in the Spalier world. However, it was enough for them to take a stroll around the area. Chuju was already level 35. There was no need for her to level up in the Behemoth Forest. She wouldn't be able to gain much experience either, unless Wu Yan and the rest wanted to go deeper into the forest. However, who knew how strong the monsters in the depths of the Behemoth Forest were? If a level 80 monster managed to sneak out, it wouldn't be Wu Yan and the rest who killed it, it would be the monsters that killed them. Liren, who had been silent since the beginning of Wu Yan and the rest's conversation, finally raised her head. She looked at Wu Yan and the rest with her jewel-like eyes. She asked curiously, "What's a level? What's a level up?" The lowly's voice brought the three back to their senses. They looked at each other in confusion because they had forgotten about this lowly just now. Hinajuku awkwardly turned her head away. It's understandable that Wu Yan and Mikoto forgot about Liren but not Hinajuku. Liren is the little lowly, she's always in her arms. It's nothing, little girl. You heard wrong. Wu Yan laughed as he tried to bluff his way out of this. Let's see if the lowly has a natural attribute or not. They absolutely couldn't let other people know about the system. Otherwise, not to mention whether or not the system would attract explorers, even if they used their identity as transmigrators, they would still be dragged away for dissection. Is that so? Fortunately, Wu Yan's gamble was half right. Although Liren didn't have a natural attribute, she was still a little confused and naive. Therefore, Liren still chose to believe Wu Yan's words even though her head was full of question marks. All right, little girl. How did you get kidnapped by those bastards? Hinajuku patted Liren's back and doubtfully said. She was starting to realize that Liren wasn't an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't have guards, and Liren said that her guard was killed by Tai Li. Liren's cheeks puffed up when Chuju mentioned it. She said a little angrily, Liren doesn't know. Liren just came out for a stroll and that bastard tied me up. He even killed my guard and brought me here. There's no bed, no food, Liren is so pitiful. Liren used her little lowly's voice and puffed-up expression to explain what she understood to Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan didn't know how Chuju and Mikoto felt, but Wu Yan had a thought that he couldn't help but shout out. Too cute, of course, he could only shout it in his heart. If he really shouted it out, Wu Yan would definitely be hit with a hatchet and an electric shock. Then do you know where your home is? Mikoto leaned over and asked Liren. She was still very gentle towards children. Liren nodded her little head and shouted, Liren knows the way home. Good girl, she already knows the way with just this little bit. She's not like me when I transmigrated. Forget it, don't mention it, it's a shame. Yen, what should we do? Chuju said to Wu Yan. But from her yellow-green eyes, Wu Yan could clearly see that she has made a decision. Looking at Mikoto, who had the same expression, Wu Yen was speechless and shrugged. Didn't you guys already make a decision? Why are you asking me? If that's the case. Mikoto stood in front of everyone and pointed in a direction in high spirits. Let's go. Send the little girl home. Looking at Mikoto's actions, Wu Yen really wanted to ask, are you sure it's that way? Chapter 57. He sounded high-spirited when he said, set off. But the giant beast's forest wasn't a desolate wilderness. There were quite a few unfriendly people living here. Wu Yen, Mikoto, Chuju, and the little lowly Liren were constantly asking questions. The four of them suffered quite a bit of harassment along the way. Although the harassment was a little low-level, it still brought quite a bit of income for Wu Yen and the others. The low-level demonic beasts can no longer satisfy Wu Yan's needs. Thus, these demonic beasts that came to attack him were all skinned and stripped of their magic cores, turning into raw materials. Wu Yen intended to use them to exchange for gold coins. Money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Wu Yen did get quite a bit of bounty from his mercenary missions, but when it comes to money, the more the merrier, isn't it? Plus, with the mana crystals from the 20 saber-tooth hounds, they wouldn't have to worry about travel expenses if they sold all of them. As for the saber-tooth hounds' corpses, they were disgusting things. Whoever liked them could have them. Wu Yen and the others were only wandering around the outskirts of the behemoth forest and in the area where Wu Yen had leveled up. Even if Wu Yen had a bit of a bad sense of direction, after 2 months of living as a mercenary, he was familiar with this part of the forest. It only took 4 to 5 hours for the four of them to leave the giant beast's forest and arrive at the supply town. If there's a familiar face in the supply town, then in his eyes, Wu Yen has only been gone for 3 to 4 days. What they don't know is that Wu Yen hasn't come to the supply town for more than a month, and that's because he spent his time in this world. The busy streets were completely different from the cool place of the behemoth forest. There was a lot more life, and it made people feel a lot more comfortable. This could be seen from the laughter of Chuju and the other 2 girls. Although this was a different world, and there were things like do-chi and magic, the clothing of Sparrow wasn't much different from the clothing of the 21st century. There were short sleeves, shirts, skirts, and jackets. Although there were slight differences, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't blend in. And so, Wu Yen and the others were still wearing their original clothes. Walking on the streets, they didn't look out of place. Of course, there were still some surprised gazes that would look at Wu Yen and the others. Although they said they were looking at Wu Yan's group, they were mostly looking at Chuju and the other 2 girls. After all, the 3 girls were beautiful and cute, and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Wu Yen, on the other hand, only attracted some envious and jealous gazes. Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren didn't care about the gazes of onlookers at all. They were still leisurely doing their own things and walking their own paths. Of course, this was only natural. Among them, one of them was the president of the White Emperor Academy's student council and was extremely popular, while the other was only one of the 7 LV5 players out of the 2. 3 million people in Academy City. This kind of gaze was something that happened every day in their lives, so they had gotten used to it over time. As for the little lowly Liren, she was completely heartless, treating the onlookers like cabbages. Only Wu Yen is walking behind the 3 girls with a calm expression. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that his eyebrows would twitch from time to time, a clear indication of his uneasiness. It's true that Wu Yan's skin is thick, but he's still a bit afraid of the people around him who seem to be from the FFF group. After all, he's already enjoying the treatment of a winner in life, 1 man and 3 women. Under these gazes, Wu Yan's group of 4 arrived at a relatively large store. Of course, they came here to sell magic crystals and monster body materials. The items here are relatively complete, whether it's weapons, equipment, magic crystals, or ingredients, you can find them all here. Of course, they're relatively low level. Basically all magic crystals and monster body materials under level 20 are available. Level 30 ones are rare, and armaments are impossible to find. This is the first time I've seen a store that sells such strange things. Mikoto looked at the row of glass windows next to her. Some of the demons were lying inside. After looking around, Mikoto said this sentence. Is it strange? Lirin bit her finger, her other hand was still holding Hinajiku's hand. She looked at Mikoto and tilted her head to express her confusion. Shops selling magic beast body materials and magic crystal herbs could be said to be the most common in this world. Almost every city would have one, and there were quite a few of them. Even the little lowly Lirin had come out more than once to visit such shops when she was at home. Why was it strange? Of course, with that little brain of hers, she can't figure it out. Mikoto smiled at her but didn't say anything. Was she supposed to tell her that selling clothes and jewelry wasn't strange? Chuju of course understood what Mikoto meant, but she didn't say anything because she also thought the same. Of course, she also found it strange. Well, after all, the theme here is always related to battle. Wu Yen said as he walked towards the counter. Magic beast body materials can be used to make equipment, weapons, and even armaments. Medicinal ingredients can be used to make all kinds of potions. Magic crystals can be used to make anything. So it's normal to have a shop like this. Mikoto Nei-san, is this your first time in a shop like this? Lirin pulled on Mikoto's skirt and asked. Yep. Mikoto didn't hide it. Her eyes were still looking around. I didn't have many opportunities before. Lirin's eyes turned and suddenly lit up. She happily said to Mikoto. Then Mikoto Nei-san, let Lirin take you to have a look. She then pulled Mikoto and ran to the side. Wait! Chuju quickly called out. She looked at Wu Yen and followed. It seems that girls are really keen on shopping. Helplessly looking at Chuju and the other two girls running around, Wu Yen walked to the counter. There was a man wearing a suit there. He looked quite smart. Dear customer, how may I help you? Seeing Wu Yen in front of him, the smart man immediately asked with a smile. Wu Yen nodded. I need to sell some magic crystals and magic beast materials. There were customers who came to sell magical crystals and magical beast materials every day, and this wasn't the first time the shrewd man had dealt with such a matter. Hence, he immediately said, well then, dear customer, please let me take a look at the items you want to sell. Is it here? Wu Yen looked around and slightly frowned. It's not that he's afraid of being seen, it's just that the counter here is a bit small. It's impossible to store all the materials. One must know that some of the magic beast materials Wu Yen wants to sell take up a lot of space. Of course, the smart man thought that Wu Yen was afraid of attracting attention. So he smiled and said, it's this one's fault. Please go to the room inside. Nodding again, Wu Yen turned to Chuju and Mikoto. You two can look around here first. I'll go deal with those magic crystals. Got it. Go. Come back quickly, big brother. Let's go, Wu Yen said to the smart man. The smart man walked out of the counter and called a passing clerk to stand in his place. Then he led Wu Yen into the room inside. After inviting Wu Yen to a chair, the smart man said, Dear customer, I wonder if I can count the items you want to sell? Knocking on the corner of the table, Wu Yen looked around the room and nodded. Well, that's fine. If it's here, it should be able to fit. When the smart man was still wondering what Wu Yen meant, Wu Yen waved his hand. Following Wu Yen's movement, a large pile of magic beast materials appeared out of thin air in the room and piled up all over the floor. Looking at the materials all over the floor, the smart man's mouth was wide open. He looked at Wu Yen in shock and said, Spatial item. That's right, the smart man was shocked. The reason for his shock wasn't because of the magic beast materials. Although Wu Yen took out a lot of magic beast materials, their grades weren't very high. In this shop, the smart man had seen a lot of things more precious than Wu Yen's batch of materials. What made the smart man shocked was that this ability to take things out of thin air was clearly an ability that only those very precious spatial items had. The smart man looked at Wu Yen in a daze, which made Wu Yen feel a little funny. After living in this world for 3 months, Wu Yen naturally knew how precious spatial items were. However, that was only for ordinary people. In the Spalier world, although spatial items were precious, they weren't very difficult to make. As long as one was proficient in forging, they would generally be able to make spatial items. The reason why spatial items were so precious was actually because they needed the most core material to make them, and that was the spatial gem. The truly precious thing was actually this kind of spatial gem because the conditions for its birth were too harsh. A material like the spatial gem could only be born in a place where there was no other life in the surroundings. Moreover, as long as there was any life in the place where the spatial gem appeared, even if it was a blade of grass, then the spatial gem would never appear again in that place. In other words, once a spatial gem was found in a place where it was produced and mined, that place would no longer produce spatial gems. And in the spalier world, how many places were there that were completely devoid of life? Among them, how many places had spatial gems been found? Therefore, this led to the preciousness of spatial items. However, generally, as long as it was a child of a large family, they would have a spatial item. For example, Lulu had a spatial bracelet, and so did Feifei. Aside from the children of the big families, only 7th grade warriors and mages might have a spatial tool. Of course, it was only a possibility. Who knows how big the spatial tool was? After all, the bigger the space inside the spatial tool, the bigger the space gem needed to store it. And Wu Yin didn't look like a 7th rank warrior or mage. Therefore, the smart man had already regarded Wu Yen as a child of a large family. The smart man's waist had unknowingly lowered a lot until he was a little shorter than Wu Yen. He said respectfully, "Sir, could you give this one some time to check the price of these magical beast materials?" "Do as you wish." Wu Yen took out another bag from his spatial ring and handed it to the smart man, saying, "And these magic crystals, too." "Alright, please wait a moment." The smart man took the bag of magic crystals from Wu Yen and bowed to Wu Yen. Then he got busy. Wu Yen sat there calmly, drinking tea. It wasn't that he liked to put on an act. Wu Yen had already guessed what the smart man was thinking before he came. As long as he showed the spatial item, there would be such a change. There was nothing bad about this. At least he wouldn't be cheated. Maybe the price would even rise a little. Chapter 58. Time passed as the shrewd man counted and Wu Yen sipped his tea. There was no helping it. Although the magical beast materials Wu Yen brought were of a lower grade, there were still too many of them. It would take some time to count them all. Well, Wu Yen wasn't in a hurry anyway. Chuju and the others were probably still immersed in their girl's time. My lord! At a certain moment, the shrewd man finally finished counting all the magical beast materials. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and came to Wu Yan's side. He lowered his head and said, "This one has finished counting. Your materials and magical crystals are worth a total of 199,500 gold coins. If my lord thinks it's okay, we can round it up and charge you 200,000 gold coins. What do you think? 200,000 gold coins, huh?" Wu Yen pondered for a moment. This price was about the same as what he understood, and it was even slightly higher. Thus, Wu Yen directly nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's do it like that." The shrewd man immediately smiled and apologized to Wu Yen before walking out. Not long after, he pushed open the door and came back in with a golden card in his hand. He presented it to Wu Yen with both hands. "My lord, here are 200,000 gold coins. Please take a look and see if it's correct." Taking the golden card from the shrewd man, Wu Yen looked at the number displayed on it. He nodded in satisfaction and put it away in his spatial ring. Naturally, he couldn't bring all 200,000 gold coins to him. Not to mention 200,000, even 10,000 gold coins would be enough to pile up quite a bit. Not everyone was like Wu Yen, who had a spatial item. Thus, there was a place similar to a bank in the world of Silveria. It was just that it was called the Gold Bank. This golden card was equivalent to a credit card. Carrying a golden card like this was no doubt much easier than carrying a whole pile of gold coins. When it's time to pay, all you have to do is let the other party count it. It's very convenient. There's even a column that displays the amount. It's considered a little magic. Although Wu Yen hasn't seen Kaneko yet, he did ask around about Kaneko. That's why there's no awkward situation where he doesn't recognize Kaneko. He doesn't want to be treated as a country bumpkin. At least country bumpkins know about Kaneko. After dealing with the magical crystals and magical beast materials, Wu Yen thought for a moment and asked the shrewd man, "Oh right, are you guys collecting armaments?" In the Whirlwind Butler dungeon world, Wu Yan's level increased by quite a bit. Towards the end, he is no longer a level that the level 20 plus Wu Yen can match up to. Naturally, he had to exchange for new equipment, 2 C-grade rare armaments. As for the D-grade Kusanagi sword, it was naturally discarded. Originally, Wu Yen wanted to give it to Chuju. What he didn't expect was that Chuju already has the same grade white cherry. Thus, the Kusanagi sword became idle in Wu Yan's spatial ring. Originally, Wu Yen wanted to keep it. After all, this was the first equipment he exchanged for after coming to this world. It was also from that moment on that his life changed completely. Later, Wu Yen thought about it. There was more than one D-grade equipment worth remembering. Compared to other souvenirs, the Kusanagi sword was no longer necessary. For example, the 2 safety pants. Thus, Wu Yen wanted to sell the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yen, who said this out of nowhere, didn't know that the shrewd man was so shocked by his words that his jaw dropped to the ground. He looked at Wu Yen and stuttered, My lord, you want to sell armaments?" Looking at the astute guy's exaggerated expression, Wu Yen can only feel helpless inside. He knows that armaments are precious, but knowing is one thing. With the system, he can exchange for equipment of any grade. Wu Yen has no idea how precious this so-called precious thing is. But he had no choice. He couldn't just leave it there. Chuju wasn't a dual swordsman. White cherry was enough. Mikoto didn't want it either. That's why Wu Yen wanted to sell the Kusanagi sword. It was useless to leave it there anyway. If he really needed it, he could just replace it. D-grade equipment wasn't expensive anyway. Wu Yen was probably the only person in the entire Spalier world who could say something like this. D-grade equipment, that's a common armament. Only a tier 5 ranker could use an armament. And Wu Yen said it wasn't expensive. If those poor tier 5 combatants knew what Wu Yen was thinking, they would definitely vomit blood on their trash equipment. What's wrong? You can't afford it? Wu Yen looked at the shrewd man with a smile. The shrewd man was stunned. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. With a bitter smile, he said to Wu Yen, "My lord, although it's not that our company hasn't dealt with armaments before, we've always done it through auctions. After all, armaments are too precious. It's not appropriate to sell them through normal means." Wu Yen nodded. He already guessed this would be the result. He was just casually asking. Seeing that Wu Yen didn't seem to care, the shrewd man gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? You can let us make the armament and we'll auction it. When the time comes, we'll only charge a 5% commission. What do you think?" "Not good. 5%? What a scam." Glancing at the shrewd man, Wu Yen shrugged. Although a 5% commission sounded like a scam, Wu Yen knew that auctioning was the best way to maximize profits. After the auction, the price of the Kusanagi sword shouldn't be low. Even if he charged a 5% commission, he wouldn't lose out. "Does your company have an auction house?" Wu Yen thought for a while and asked. "Our company doesn't have an auction house." The shrewd man shook his head and explained. "In the supply town, there's only one auction house. However, our company has a little relationship with the auction house." It should be said that all the companies in the supply town have a little relationship with the auction house. After all, some of the more precious items can't be obtained through auctions. Therefore, a company like ours has to deal with the auction house at all times to facilitate mutual benefits. Wu Yen suddenly understood. Of course, this kind of thing has nothing to do with him. As long as it can meet his requirements, anything is fine. With a flip of his hand, the Kusanagi sword and its scabbard appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yen gently fiddled with it and then placed it on the table. He pointed at the Kusanagi sword to the shrewd man. His meaning was obvious. "Is this the armament that my lord wants to sell? It looks like a sword, but it's really small." The shrewd man carefully held the Kusanagi sword with both hands as if he was holding his own son. He carefully pulled out a section of the sword and put his eyes in front of the sword. He twisted his head around to look at it. He had the potential to be a thief. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. "I'm really sorry, this one has never seen an armament before, so I can't appraise what grade it is. But since it was brought here by Sir, I believe it can't be fake. After that, the shrewd man handed Wu Yen a card. My lord, there will be an auction tonight. Your armament should be displayed at that time. This is the auction house's VIP card. With this card, you can directly go to the auction house to watch. If you see something you like, you can even bid for it. Oh! Although Wu Yen has heard of auctions, he has never seen one before, let alone participate in it. At that moment, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a little interested. He reached out and took the VIP card. Wu Yen put it in his infinite space ring. I understand. I'll be there when the time comes. When the auction is over, this one will look for you in your VIP room and bring the proceeds of the auction to you. He looked at Wu Yen with a little envy. Although he didn't know what kind of spatial item Wu Yen had, the shrewd man was still a little envious of the convenience of spatial items. Wu Yen nodded and walked out of the room under the shrewd man's respectful gaze. Chapter 59. When Wu Yen walked out of the reception room, Hinajiku and Mikoto are still being led around by Lirin, who is acting like a little adult. In this decently sized trading company, they looked like dancing fairies. Their silhouettes glided past one after another while their bell-like giggles rang out one after another. Although there weren't any beautiful clothes or jewelry in this place, there were some exquisite magic crystals that looked like gems. There were also some medicinal herbs that looked very funny. Therefore, the three of them were having a lot of fun. It seemed like they were having a lot of fun. Of course, they didn't know how attractive they were at this moment. Even Wu Yen couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Alright, it's time for us to go. Wu Yen didn't want to disturb their fun, but he also knew that in this kind of thing, a girl's energy was limitless. If he didn't stop them, they might have to stay in this small shop until nighttime. Decisively, Wu Yen decided to stop them. What's wrong? Is that batch of materials done? Hearing Wu Yan's voice, Chuju pulled Lirin and followed Mikoto to Wu Yan's side. She had a smile on her face as if she hadn't had enough. Yes, it's done. Wu Yen squatted down and helped Lirin, who had some sweat on her forehead, tidy up her hair. Then he smiled and said, Then, where are we going next? Mikoto's eyes were still staring at the glass cabinet. Her intention was obvious. Seeing Mikoto's appearance, Wu Yen could only smile bitterly. He spread his hands and said, Well, although I know you want to walk around, I can only say sorry. We still have to find a hotel to book a room. Otherwise, we can only sleep on the street at night. The hotels here are almost full at night. It's a full house for the night? Hinajiku pointed at her chin with her finger and looked at Wu Yen suspiciously. The four of them came to this supply town for a few hours, but along the way, although there were a lot of people, Chuju could see that most of these people were the town's locals. She could tell from their casual attire. The town's locals, no matter what, should have a house. They can't be staying in a hotel, right? Why would the hotel be full? Perhaps she wanted to continue shopping. Thus, when she thought of something, Kaisha-sama rubbed her nose and asked Wu Yen her question. Hearing Hinajiku's words, Mikoto, who is beside her, is also confused. Kaisha-sama and Lirin are staring at Wu Yen with 6 pairs of eyes. It seems like they won't give up until he gives an explanation. This situation, at the same time, made Wu Yen speechless. He was also very emotional. Almost every girl had the habit of shopping. Even the 2 tsundere girls, who had always been boyish, couldn't help but be vulgar. Girls, that's because you don't understand yet? Rubbing Lirin's head, Wu Yen ignored her dissatisfaction and a bit of enjoyment. He explained. During the day, the people going in and out of the supply town are the locals. However, this is the supply town of the Behemoth Forest, the only place in the Spalier world that produces magical beasts. How could there only be normal people going in and out of this place? After Wu Yan's reminder, Hinajiku and Mikoto suddenly thought of something and came to a realization. The 2 smart girls also understood why Wu Yen said the hotel would be full at night. Seeing the 2 girls' expression, Wu Yen smiled and continued, That's right, during the day warriors or magicians, those with a bit of strength would go to the Behemoth Forest to hunt magical beasts or gather rare herbs. At night, those who are closer to the supply town, perhaps because they have found something, would return to the supply town one after another. After all, no one wants to sleep in the wild, so at night, the hotel would be full. Is that so? Chuju nodded in understanding and smiled at Wu Yan. Her charming smile made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. Resisting the urge to rub Kaishisama's cheeks, Wu Yan took a deep breath and continued with a fake smile. Ma, I didn't think of that at first. That's why we ended up in a tragedy. To prevent another tragedy from happening, it's better that we find a hotel first. Don't think that Wu Yan was joking. Thinking back to when he was on a mercenary mission, Wu Yan was too lazy and always wandered around until he was tired at night, then went to find a hotel. In the end, he could only tragically wander the streets for an entire night. Although wandering the streets with Kaishisama and Sis Cannon for an entire night was a good choice, and perhaps something interesting would happen, when he recalled the night he bathed the two girls, Wu Yan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly gave up on the tempting idea. Is that so? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto could only look away, a little disappointed. Wu Yan naturally saw Mikoto's disappointed look and blinked. Wu Yan smiled and said, "Don't look like an abandoned puppy, it's almost night. After we book a room, there will be more fun things at night." More fun things? Mikoto, Chuju and Liren froze at the same time, then Liren grabbed Wu Yan's hand and looked at Wu Yan expectantly. She said sweetly, "Big brother, fun things? What is it, can you tell Liren?" When she heard something fun, Liren stuck close to Wu Yan. She looked at Hinajiku and Mikoto, her eyes are also filled with curiosity and anticipation. Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone, "Fine, it seems to me that something fun is more important than a place to stay for you girls." The three girls touched their cheeks embarrassedly and smiled at Wu Yan to show that they were wrong, then continued to look at Wu Yan with teary eyes, making Wu Yan roll his eyes like a dead fish. "Tonight, we are going to attend an auction." Wu Yan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Auction?" Liren heard and immediately jumped up in excitement, then happily said to Wu Yan, "Auction? Big brother, the kind where there is an uncle standing on the stage with a wooden mallet, shouting that he wants to sell his first time?" Wu Yan felt awkward. He looked at the excited lowly Liren with an awkward expression. He expressed that he was struck by lightning. He couldn't keep his cool at all. Hinajiku and Mikoto were also stunned when they heard this before they started giggling. They didn't look happy at all. What's wrong? Did Liren say something wrong? Seeing Chuju and Mikoto laughing so hard that their backs were bent, Wu Yan was embarrassed. Liren tilted her head, a few question marks appeared on her face, and cutely stuck out her tongue. Chuju coughed twice, walked in front of Liren, squatted down. Her face was serious, but her eyes were full of smiles. She rubbed Liren's head and said with a smile, "Liren, an auction is a place where many people buy things. The host doesn't have to be an uncle, it can be a beautiful big sister. Also, if someone wants to buy something after shouting the price, the host has to shout 3 times before the deal is done. It's not selling your first time, oh?" He didn't know if she understood, but the little lowly Liren nodded her head seriously. Then she cheered and said, "Then, are we going to that place tonight to buy things? It doesn't have to be shopping." Mikoto stopped laughing, looked at Liren and said, "But it's very lively there." "It's very lively." Liren suddenly became excited. She turned in front of Wu Yan and cheered loudly. Big brother, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go to that very lively auction." "Okay, I got it." Silently mourning for those uncles who hosted the auction, Wu Yan pulled Liren's hand and walked towards the door. "Let's go, let's find a hotel first." The 4 of them walked out of the shop together and headed towards the hotel. Chapter 60. When night fell, the supply town was filled with all kinds of colors. It didn't feel dark at all. The whole town didn't look like a supply town, but a carnival town. Every house, every shop, and every hotel were lit up with magic lights. There were all kinds of lights, causing the whole street to be filled with gorgeous colors. It was like a city without night. Perhaps because of this, the pedestrians on the street didn't decrease at night. Instead, there were more and more people in all kinds of shops compared to the morning. This was to be expected. No matter how gorgeous this place was, it was still a supply town. During the day, warriors, mages, mercenaries, and other capable people all ran to the behemoth forest. If they weren't hunting magic beasts for money, then they were going to gain experience. There were also some special circumstances. Therefore, during the day, except for some ordinary people who didn't have do qi or magic, there were almost no people. At night, some people who were closer to the town would naturally return to the town. Some people who had been hiding in the behemoth forest for many days and just returned would also come out at night to resupply. They planned to leave tomorrow or enter the behemoth forest again. Therefore, at night, it was much livelier than during the day. When Wu Yan led Mikoto, Chuju, and Liren out of the hotel, the three girls exclaimed at the same time. Looking at the colorful street, 3 pairs of eyes were filled with stars. Seeing the people coming and going, Liren cheered. So beautiful! So beautiful! So much more beautiful than the lights at home. The little lowly Liren was like a runaway horse. She wanted to rush into the crowd recklessly, but Wu Yan had already seen through her intentions. He reached out and pulled her back to her original position. Big brother, why are you holding Liren? Let Liren play. The little lowly is very dissatisfied as she struggled in an attempt to break free from Wu Yan's restraints. However, it's all in vain. How can a LV50 Wu Yan let this little one who isn't even level 1 break free from his restraints? Feeling the little lowly's claws hitting his body, Wu Yan looked at her with a bitter smile and said helplessly, Liren, there are so many people now. What if you get lost if you run out like this? Liren heard this and stopped. She puffed up her little face and shouted in dissatisfaction, Humph, bad brother, you won't let Liren go out to play. Bad heart. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little lowly was harder to please than a queen. Her ability to invert right and wrong was almost on par with Chuju and Mikoto's arrogance. Okay. Chuju took Liren from Wu Yan's hand and said, be good, we still have to go to the auction later. Yes, the auction. Liren's eyes lit up and became happy again. She opened her little mouth and kept shouting. Then let's go. While speaking, Mikoto walked out, making Wu Yan even more helpless. Chuju and Liren were talking and laughing as they followed. Looking at the 3 girls' happy expression, Wu Yan felt happy. Although it was only a few days, he felt that it had been a long time since he saw Chuju and Mikoto's smiling faces. Not long after summoning Mikoto, Hinagiku and Mikoto followed him into the demon's cave. During that day and night, other than killing demons, the 2 girls who had never seen blood before didn't break down. It was a miracle. Before this, Chuju was just a normal high school student. At most, she was a 15-year-old girl who was familiar with swordsmanship. Mikoto, although she has great power and was born in Academy City, but she's the only one out of the 7 LV5s who has a normal personality and life. Ignoring her powerful ability, she's just a 14-year-old girl. However, in the past few days, their lives could be said to be cruel compared to before. Even now, Wu Yan still can't get over it. In the open space full of demon corpses, Chuju and Mikoto's pale face and blank eyes, after coming to Spalier World, they were immediately brought into a state of slaughter by a sudden mission. It can be said that Wu Yan is constantly worried about whether or not the 2 girls can maintain their normal lives if they continue living like this. Will the 2 kind girls become unrecognizable to him because of this? Was it really the right choice for him to bring them along? And now, seeing them walking around and laughing like normal girls, Wu Yan's heart can finally relax. No matter what, they're still the people he once looked up to. How can such a small matter defeat them? How can he not trust them? Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart laughed happily. With his hands behind his head, he followed behind the 3 beautiful girls. His heart has never felt so carefree before. Glancing at Hinagiku, who was holding Mikoto in one hand and Liren in the other, her little head was turning around, talking to Mikoto and Liren from time to time, laughing sweetly from time to time. Wu Yan couldn't stop his smile from widening. Speaking of which, ever since that loving kiss with Kaisha-sama, it seems like my pursuit of Kaisha-sama has slowed down. Although the 2 of them couldn't leave each other now, it felt like their favorability towards each other hadn't increased since then. Since I've already taken down the 2nd base, should I fight for the 3rd base? and the legendary home base. But Sis Canon seems like she needs to increase her favorability more. At least Kaisha-sama and I have some intimate contact, but Sis Canon's favorability seems to be maintained at the level of friend. Not exactly friend, but it's much better than friend. After all, their lives are intertwined and they've seen each other's naked bodies many times. A friend, but not yet lover. That's probably the level of their relationship. Will Wu Yan be satisfied with maintaining a relationship above friend, but not lover, with Sis Canon? The answer is of course no. Should I start to woo Sis Canon? But if I start pursuing Sis Canon, what about Chuju's side? Even if her favorability with Kaisha-sama can't increase, it should at least not decrease. But if I start pursuing Sis Canon, then Kaisha-sama's favorability will decrease. That's for sure. Even if her favorability doesn't decrease, Kaisha-sama will definitely be the biggest obstacle in my pursuit of Sis Canon. That's for sure too. Simultaneous strategy? The thought flashed through his mind, but Wu Yan quickly shook his head and dismissed the idea. It sounds like a fantasy, and it definitely looks like a fantasy, but it's only limited to fantasy. Synchronized walkthroughs are a joke. Even though I'm an otaku, I'm just an ordinary otaku. I'm not some god-level walkthroughs god. Simultaneous strategy. Once I start, I'll definitely die with a sense of rhythm. Thinking of this, Wu Yan sighed, his face full of tragedy. I'll just push her down. Wu Yan was shocked by his own idea. Pushing her down without a strategy is not something that can be solved with a sense of rhythm. Instantly, Wu Yan cried again. Of course, he didn't know that in front of him, Chuju, Mikoto and Lirin were staring at Wu Yan with their eyes wide open. One moment he shook his head, the next he looked sad, the next he looked scared, the next he looked worse than crying. They all shuddered. Little Lirin shrunk her small body between Chuju and Mikoto, holding their hands and pointing weakly at Wu Yan. Chuju Jiejie, Mikoto Jiejie, is Big Brother broken? Mikoto and Hinajika looked at each other, pulled Lirin and quickly walked forward. At this time, pretending not to know each other is the best way. Chapter 61. Walking on the street, Hinajiku tightly held onto Lirin's hand to prevent her from running around. Her eyes were fixed on the various stalls and shops on the street. She didn't hide her feelings at all and smiled sweetly. Mikoto was also looking at the stalls. However, she was staring at one of them. When she passed by it, she stopped and didn't walk away. Wu Yan followed her gaze curiously. When he saw what Mikoto was staring at, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. It was a gauntlet that looked very much like a frog's gauntlet. More accurately, it looked very much like a Gouda. Seeing Mikoto's eyes turning into cat eyes, Wu Yan couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Even though Sis Canon's expression was very cute on the screen and even in reality, it was too weird. Wu Yan didn't understand how a human's expression could be made to such an extent. Hence, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Hearing Wu Yan's laughter, Sis Canon came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Wu Yan looking at her with a smile. She blushed and the redness spread to her ears. She quickly put on a look of disdain and looked at the Gouda gauntlet. She said with a fake smile, "In this world, there are people who make such a childish thing." It's too. Mikoto said something so fake that it's as if she's going to die of fakeness while looking at Gouda's gauntlet. Wu Yan got scared. He's scared that she's going to turn her head and head straight to her ears. Yes, this thing is too childish. How could our Mikoto-sama like such a childish thing? Wu Yan grinned at Mikoto. His tone is indescribably weird. Wu Yan's strange tone made Mikoto's face even redder. Wu Yan knew that if he continued to tease her like this, Mikoto would most likely fly into a rage out of humiliation. Hence, he quickly said, "All right, let's catch up with Chuju and the rest. They're about to be left behind." And so, Wu Yan grabbed Mikoto's hand and quickly walked forward. Wait. Mikoto stopped in the middle of her sentence. She looked at the stall with a face full of reluctance. Tears were hanging from the corner of her eyes. But with her arrogant personality, she couldn't bring herself to say something like, "I want." so she could only let Wu Yan bring her away with tears flowing down her cheeks. It wasn't until the stall was out of sight that Mikoto retracted her gaze. Only then did she notice that her hand was being held by Wu Yan. The temperature on her face rose rapidly, and her forehead was flashing with electric currents. She hurriedly struggled. What are you doing? Nothing. Wu Yan smiled and let go of her. Looking at Mikoto's blushing beautiful face, before she could say anything, Wu Yan raised something in front of her. When she saw the thing floating in front of her eyes, Mikoto was stunned. She stared at it blankly. Then her eyes quickly changed back to cat eyes. It was a necklace, a crystal necklace. The entire body emitted the arc of light that a crystal should have. Under the illumination of the multicolored magic lamp, the crystal's surface shone with a beautiful crystal light. It was extremely beautiful. Although the crystal necklace was beautiful, but a necklace like this would at most get a word of praise from Mikoto. It would be far from enough to make her dazed and unable to reflect anything. But with the appearance of the crystal on the necklace, it was a completely different story. What really caught Mikoto's attention was the shape of the crystal on the necklace. It was clearly a piece of crystal in the shape of a coda. A beautiful crystal necklace in the shape of a coda. Sis Cannon's young maiden heart instantly sank. She was completely pulled into a crystal hell filled with coda, unable to extricate herself. Mikoto's cat face was blank. What kind of scene was this? Anyway, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh loudly again. The sound of his laughter woke up the intoxicated Mikoto. Seeing Wu Yan laughing until his stomach hurt, Mikoto wanted to find a hole to hide in. She just said that it was a childish thing, but in the end she was attracted by a childish thing. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Listening to Wu Yan's laughter, Mikoto was even prepared to be mocked by Wu Yan. Not hearing Mikoto's voice, Wu Yan had laughed enough. He patted his cheeks to stop laughing and walked in front of Mikoto. Seeing Wu Yan walk in front of her, Mikoto angrily closed her eyes. Just as she was about to shout, "I am childish, I like coda, laugh if you want," Wu Yan interrupted her with a sentence. "This is for you." Wu Yan once again raised the crystal coda necklace in his hand and dangled it in front of Mikoto's face. With a slightly curved smile, he said softly. Mikoto instantly opened her eyes. It was still the crystal coda necklace, still the same smiling face, but this time, the meaning was completely different. The pedestrians on the street were still walking to and fro, as if they didn't see Wu Yan and Mikoto in the middle of the street. They walked past Wu Yan and Mikoto, one person after another. Coupled with the beautiful magic lamp, at this time, they were unavoidably a foil, forming a beautiful scene. The crystal coda necklace dangled in front of Mikoto's eyes. Mikoto looked at it absent-mindedly, but this time, her eyes didn't turn into cat eyes. Give it to me." Mikoto's tone had a slight trace of disbelief. Wu Yan moved the crystal coda necklace away from Mikoto's face, ignoring her gaze that followed the movement of the crystal coda necklace. He pulled Mikoto's hand and placed it in her hand. "I specially made this for you." Yes, the moment he summoned Mikoto, Wu Yan silently planned to give this necklace to Mikoto. One must know, Mikoto's love for coda is enough to break through the sky. With such a hobby, Wu Yan naturally wanted to make good use of it. Even though Wu Yan didn't know how to carve crystals and make necklaces, but in the system's item list, there are many strange things. There are also crystal necklaces that can transform with just a thought, and this kind of crystal necklace only has the most basic transformation ability, only 100 item points, cheap and affordable. So, it's possible to say that he made it himself. Didn't I say? This kind of childish thing. I don't like it. Mikoto stuttered. Even though she said she didn't like it, her hand was already tightly gripping the crystal coda necklace. Really? Wu Yan looked at her amusedly, stretched his hand in front of her face and said, "Then, give it back to me." Mikoto reflexively shouted, both hands tightly gripping the coda necklace, looking at Wu Yan with vigilance. "Didn't you say you don't like it?" This arrogant girl is really annoying and funny at the same time, but Wu Yan likes it, can't help it. Mikoto's face reddened again. She turned her head away, not looking at Wu Yen. Who gives something and wants it back? Since you worked so hard to make it, I'll reluctantly accept it. If you like it, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? As expected, Wu Yen retracted his hand and said helplessly. I don't like it. You don't have to deny it, Mikoto. Wu Yen walked in front of Mikoto and held her shoulder, turning her body around to face him. Looking at her red face, Wu Yen slowly said, Mikoto, no one knows you better than me, at least, other than my world. No one knows you better than me, your hobbies, your personality. I know all of it, so in front of me, you don't have to pretend. Wu Yen chuckled at this point. Let's not talk about the fact that we're companions. Our lives are intertwined. When we die together. When we live together. So, I will accept everything about you. You don't have to hide anything from me, not to mention. I don't hate you like this, on the contrary, I like it very much. Click. Bang! Mikoto's face started to boil, steam started to rise from it. In her head, there was only one word left. Alright, let's go after Chuju and Liren. Ignoring Sis Cannon's expression, Wu Yen grabbed her and walked forward. Chapter 62. So big. Chuju's mouth is wide open as she stared at the building in front of her in a daze, about the size of a football field. The white and glossy walls are covered with magic lamps. Each lamp emits a different color, but when they hit the white walls, they emit a dazzling luster, making the whole building emit a stage-like atmosphere. Of course, if it's just big, our Kaisha-sama wouldn't be so surprised. It's not like Chuju hasn't seen buildings bigger than this. Big and beautiful is the reason why Kaisha-sama is surprised. By the side, little Liren's tiny mouth was slightly agape, as though she was awed by the structure before her. However, from her glowing eyes, one could faintly discern that she was more excited than surprised. So much so that when Wu Yen pulled Mikoto behind them, they didn't notice. Compared to the two women's stunned expression, Wu Yen only faintly glanced at the auction hall and withdrew his gaze, appearing very calm. Compared to beautiful buildings, this bro likes beautiful girls more. Come back to your senses. Looking at Hinajiku and Liren, who were still standing in the same position, Wu Yen was speechless. He reached out and pinched their cheeks, pulling their hearts back to reality. Don't pinch my cheeks. Although Wu Yan's rather intimate action made Chuju's cheeks blush a little, the Tsundere Kaisha-sama still tried her best to put on a fierce look. She glared at Wu Yen and rubbed her cheeks. What a beautiful place. Oni-san, are we going to that place? Little Liren ran to Wu Yan's side, jumping in front of him, trying to get Wu Yen, who was staring at Chuju, to notice her. Attracted by Chuju's cute face rubbing, Wu Yen finally noticed the swaying blonde hair in front of him. His gaze moved down to little lowly Liren's angry little face. Hurriedly putting on an expression like nothing happened, Wu Yen, because he didn't hear what little lowly Liren said clearly. It's almost time for the auction, let's go in. Hearing that they are going in, little Liren stopped wearing the oil bottle and cheerfully smiled and cheered. Immediately, Wu Yen pulled little Liren's little hand and walked towards the auction hall. Touching her long pink hair, Hinajiku smiled and was about to follow him. But immediately, she paused her movements. Chuju looked at Mikoto with a strange expression. Too suspicious? Mikoto's expression, it's too suspicious. Her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were flushed, and her expression was dreamy, but there was also a trace of daze. At first, Hinajiku thought that Mikoto was also stunned by the stage-like auction, but now that she took a closer look, Hinajiku didn't think so. That love-struck look, if it was really directed at the auction hall, then she's not Mikoto. This look, it's like a girl in love. Too suspicious. Suddenly, a bad premonition flashed in her heart, making Chuju feel a little strange. Seeing that Wu Yen and little Liren are about to enter the auction hall, Chuju had to put down the strange feeling in her heart, walked in front of Mikoto and played the Latin American zither. Mikoto! The shout startled Mikoto and she took 2 steps back. Mikoto saw Chuju's even more strange expression. A trace of pink floated across her face, Mikoto quickly moved her hands behind her back, as if there's something she can't see. "Ew, what's wrong?" Mikoto chuckled and asked Chuju, her voice indescribably weak. "Something's wrong." Kaisha-sama's sensitive young girl heart told her that there's definitely something wrong with this Mikoto. Thus, Kaisha-sama directly walked in front of Mikoto, tightened her face, and said mischievously, "Mikoto, you're very suspicious." Perhaps the teasing in Chuju's voice was too high, causing Mikoto's red face to become unnatural. She quickly pulled away from Chuju and said, "What's there to be suspicious about? Nothing." Little did she know that this kind of tone would only make people more suspicious. Thus, Mikoto saw Chuju's "who are you trying to fool" expression. Her eyes started to look around in panic, proving the girl's panic. Mikoto looked left and right, hoping to find something to change the topic. It wasn't until she saw Wu Yen and Liren walking towards the auction hall that Mikoto's eyes lit up. She smiled at Chuju and said, "Hey, they're almost gone, let's hurry up and follow them." Chuju stared at Mikoto for a while, causing Mikoto's hairs to stand on end. She panicked and looked away, not daring to meet her gaze. Mikoto's appearance made Chuju grumble in dissatisfaction. She reluctantly put down her curiosity and nodded. Mikoto laughed dryly and followed Wu Yen. Mikoto, on the other hand, wore a necklace on her neck at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then she stuffed it into her clothes again at a speed invisible to the naked eye. She touched her chest and felt the necklace's existence. Only then did she walk with her small feet in satisfaction and enter the auction hall with Wu Yen and the others. After Wu Yen showed the guard his VIP card, a waitress came out from the side and respectfully led Wu Yan's group into the auction hall. After the door, it wasn't the spacious hall Wu Yen imagined. Instead, it was a spiral staircase made of jade. Under the waitress' guidance, Wu Yan's group walked up the stairs and looked at their surroundings with interest, occasionally clicking their tongues in wonder. After walking for who knows how long, another door appeared in front of them. The waitress pushed it open and led Wu Yan's group inside. At the same time the waitress pushed the door open, a burst of lively noise came from inside and entered the ears of Wu Yan's group. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren reflexively stopped in their tracks and walked in. When Wu Yen and Ko walked in, the first thing they saw was the jadestone railing. The railing is circular in shape and it encircles the floor below their feet into a huge circular corridor. There are only two stairs-like entrances on both sides of the corridor. Under the lead of little Liren's cheerful footsteps, Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto also came to the railing and looked out. The rows of seats formed circles like the corridor. The seats in the front row were about half a person's height lower than the seats in the back row. If one were to look down from the sky, it would look like countless circles were placed together, with the big ones surrounding the small ones. And these seats that could seat at least 1,000 people were almost full at this time. They were chatting with each other, and the noise came from this. And in the center of the lowest and smallest row of seats, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a table that emitted a red light. On the table, there was a small round plate with a wooden mallet and a huge crystal ball. That was the place where the auctioneer hosted the auction. This auction venue with a unique layout really opened the eyes of Wu Yan's group. In the past so-called auctions, Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto only saw them on TV. The difference between this and the one in front of them was huge. Seeing the auction venue in another world with their own eyes, this time, even if they didn't get anything, it wasn't a loss. As for little lowly Liren, from her cheering that hasn't stopped, it can be seen that she also hasn't been here before. Although little Liren really wanted to go down and sit in the lower row of seats, the waitress brought Wu Yan's group to another staircase. That's because at the top of the circular corridor, there was a row of similar circular rooms. Those rooms were connected to each other to form a ring. They were the VIP rooms. Only customers with VIP cards could go up. Compared to the monotonous seats outside the railing, the VIP rooms were not only decorated very luxuriously, there were sofas, fruits, and quite big too. It made Wu Yen sigh. No matter where you are, there are special privileges. After the waitress left, Wu Yen brought Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren to sit on the sofa and looked down from the glass window in front. Chapter 63. Looking down from the glass window of the VIP room, Wu Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of superiority, as if he was standing at the top of the world and looking down on all the other mountains. The noisy crowd that came to participate in the auction, other than those who were sitting in the VIP room like Wu Yan and company, the others were all sitting in the wide round seats below. Looking down from the VIP room, one could almost see everyone. Let's not talk about Wu Yan's feelings. Chuju and Mikoto were chatting happily about something. From time to time, they would extend their delicate hands to the fruit platter on the table. They were practically treating the auction's VIP room as a KTV VIP room. All that was missing was a microphone. Little Liren, on the other hand, was the same as Wu Yan, stretching her head out to look at the scenery outside the glass window. The difference is that Wu Yan only tilted his head to look, while Liren's whole face was pressed against the glass window, forcing her chubby little face to be squashed flat. With a bitter smile, Wu Yan turned his head and continued to observe the behavior of the three girls. Wu Yan was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his ridicule, and the consequence of ridiculing too much would be an electric shock, even though he is not afraid of electricity anymore. Soon, Wu Yan found a small white toy on the table. Picking up the brick, that looked a bit like a remote control, Wu Yan flipped it around and smiled. Chuju and Mikoto also noticed the thing in Wu Yan's hand. Although they looked like they were doing their own things, in fact, their attention was still on Wu Yan because of various reasons that were hard to talk about. This thing looks like a board eraser. Is there something wrong with it? Almost at the same time, Chuju and Mikoto came to Wu Yan's side. Seeing Wu Yan flipping the brick in his hand and smiling inexplicably, they asked in confusion. This? Wu Yan lifted it up and explained with a smile. Well, there's nothing wrong with it, I'm just a bit curious. Curious? 2 question marks appeared above the heads of the 2 girls. Their beautiful big eyes stared at the thing in Wu Yan's hand. The 2 girls couldn't see what was so strange about it. After looking at it for a while, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. The 2 girls were frustrated. Mikoto pulled a long face and snorted. Can you stop playing games? If you have something to say, just say it. Are you still a man? Her valiant speech caused Wu Yan's hand to tremble violently, almost dropping the item in his hand onto the curious Liren's head. The corner of his mouth twitched violently as he squinted his eyes at the displeased Mikoto. His heart was filled with thoughts of flipping the table. If you doubt whether I'm a man or not, then come up and test me. Use yourself as the price. Of course, this sentence could only be shouted in his heart. Even if Wu Yan was given a few more guts, he would not dare to say it out loud. How could he forget that these 2 girls weren't very patient? Looking at Hinajiku, who is also in a bad mood, he helplessly sighed. Sure enough, in front of these 2 tsundere chicks, acting mysterious or whatnot is a waste of time. This thing should be the bidding crystal board. Wu Yan gave up on beating around the bush. Bidding crystal board? Judging from the name, I can roughly guess its use. Sis Cannon, who had just told Wu Yan not to drag things out, was now speaking to everyone with a sly smile as if she was some kind of profound mystery. This made Wu Yan vomit blood in his heart. President helplessly shook her head. She took the so-called bidding crystal board from Wu Yan's hand and said hesitantly, Indeed, judging from the name, it's quite obvious and easy to understand. It's used for bidding during auctions, right? Taking back the bidding crystal board, Wu Yan waved the hand holding the board and explained, If you fancy something and want to bid, just say the price directly to the board and the host will receive it. Although I don't know how to say receive, it's said to be like this. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in realization. But after a while, they were puzzled again. Isn't this your first time attending an auction as well? Why are you so clear about it? Facing the 2 girls' questions, Wu Yan only pointed at a small booklet with the words auction description written on the cover. He smiled but did not say anything. Everything was understood without words. This time, even little Liren was embarrassed like Chuju and Mikoto. While they were fooling around, at a certain moment, the lights in the auction hall suddenly changed, attracting the attention of everyone present. At the center of the round platform at the bottom, an old man in luxurious clothes suddenly appeared and stood there. The old man stroked his short beard and chuckled. Despite being stared at by so many people, he didn't show the slightest bit of stage fright or unnaturalness. His expression was calm. It seemed that the old man had experienced this kind of scene many times. Looking around at the large crowd in the auction hall, the old man's smile widened. A hoarse but not unpleasant voice came from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be speaking very softly, but everyone in the auction hall could hear him. Of course. After all, the host of such a large auction hall would not be able to control those ill-tempered customers if he did not have a few tricks up his sleeve. What's more, this is the only supply town in the behemoth forest that produces monsters. And this auction hall is the only auction hall in this supply town. Naturally, it's not that simple. At least, in the eyes of Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, this old man's character status clearly shows that he is level 65 tier 7. Dear old and new patrons, we meet again. Today, I will be hosting this auction again. Let me tell you in advance, today there will be a lot of good stuff. And the final item will definitely not be simple. Everyone, please look forward to it. Looking at the excited crowd, the old man's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. All right, let's not waste everyone's time. Let's go straight to the first item. The old man picked up the wooden mallet on the round table. Following his movement, the crystal ball on the round table also emitted a dazzling light. The light formed a projection on top of the crystal ball, and an apple-like object appeared on the projection. The old customers were already used to this scene, but for the first time, they were a little surprised at this scene. Faint exclamations could be heard. Just like in the VIP room of Wu Yan and the others, little Liren also happened to let out such a sound. The first item, it is violent red fruit. Those who know it should know its effect. That's right. Its effect is to greatly increase the strength of the consumer for a short period of time. The first time you eat it, it can increase the amount of do qi or mana. This is a very rare medicine. In times of crisis, it can even save your life. The old man heavily knocked the wooden mallet on the table twice, and the noisy atmosphere in the auction hall quieted down. He said with familiarity, "The starting price is 1,000 gold coins. There is no upper limit. Start bidding." At the same time his voice fell, the scene that Wu Yan imagined did not appear. Instead, the auction hall was still incomparably quiet. There were only some small discussions and the small voices of people bidding on the crystal plates. On the crystal ball projection, below the projection of the violent red fruit, a row of numbers appeared. According to the manual, the numbers in front represented the serial number of the crystal plate in hand, and the numbers behind represented the number of bids. For example, the serial number of the crystal plate in Wu Yan's hand was 007, a serial number that made Wu Yan's heart full of ridicule. As time passed, the items and numbers on the crystal ball projection were constantly updated. The old man's wooden mallet also fell frequently. One by one, the items were taken away by people. Among them, there were not only medicines like the violent red fruit, but also weapons, armor, potions, high-level magical beast body materials, gems, ores, and other strange things. One item after another almost dazzled the eyes of Wu Yan and the others. There were even some items that even Wu Yan who had the system had the impulse to bid for. Chapter 64. From the start of the auction until now, more than an hour had passed. In this hour, the number of items that were auctioned off had already reached an uncountable number. Among them, the cheapest items were at least a few thousand gold coins, while the most expensive items were at least a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Although there were a lot of items that were auctioned off, but until now, the atmosphere of the auction did not show any signs of weakening. On the contrary, it was rising higher and higher, because the further the auction went, the higher the quality of the items. Until now, the projection of an unknown magical beast's part on the stage had astonishingly risen to 30,000 gold coins. And there were still people bidding. It was just an ordinary auction item and it had already risen to such a level. Then, what level would the three items that were said to be the finale of the auction go up to? Wu Yan did not know because he could not wait for it to rise higher and higher. This way, his Kusanagi sword could be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, although Wu Yan did not bid for any item, his smile did not stop for a moment, as if he had gained something. Liren, who is standing beside Wu Yan, is holding the bidding crystal board with an incredible serial number. She is looking at the numbers projected on the crystal ball while yelling at the bidding crystal board. She seems to be having a lot of fun playing with it. Speaking to the bidding crystal board was naturally the same as making a bid. Letting a little lowly auction items? Of course, Wu Yan would not be so brainless. Little Li Lin was just purely playing. That's right, she was playing. Looking at little Li Lin playing with the bidding crystal plate, Wu Yan did not stop her at all. Instead, he smiled evilly at the side. Not to mention Wu Yan, even Chuju and Mikoto did not have the intention to stop her. They just looked at Wu Yan and little Li Lin with a bit of helplessness, smiling very reluctantly. The reason why they did not stop her was because little Li Lin, this girl, was really too shrewd. In the beginning, when she said that she wanted to play with the bidding crystal plate, the two girls were very opposed to it. Who knew if little Li Lin would accidentally bid a sky-high price on a piece of trash? At that time, they would really have no place to cry. But later on, they did not think so anymore. Because she was really just playing around. Little Liren's bids would generally rise bit by bit. Towards the end, as long as she saw that the number of bids on the crystal ball projection was always the same, she would decisively give up. That was because it meant that it was time for the item to be auctioned off. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw this mischievous spirit pushing an item that wasn't that expensive to begin with to its limit. If those auctioneers were to find out that the reason why they spent so much money was because little Liren was playing, it was guaranteed that Wu Yan's VIP room would be smashed open, 35,000 gold coins going once, 35,000 gold coins going twice, 35,000 gold coins going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the guest with number 199 for successfully bidding for the Green Wind Eagle Claw. The sound of the mallet being struck rang out again, which meant that the auction was successful. The item projected on the crystal ball also disappeared. After presiding over the auction of no less than a few hundred items, the old man didn't seem tired at all. After talking for more than an hour, he still didn't show any signs of thirst. The old man was still lively as he presided over the next item. On the crystal ball projection, another auction item appeared. It was a pure white crystal. The next item to be auctioned is this pure white crystal. The old man pointed at the pure white crystal on the crystal ball with his wrinkled finger and smiled mysteriously. Looking at the confused audience, the old man knocked the mallet in his hand and said, "Perhaps a lot of people don't know what this is. To be honest, even we don't know what it is." As soon as these words came out, the people who were still in doubt were all stunned again. The old man seemed to have not noticed the change in the atmosphere and continued to say, "Because even the most experienced and authoritative appraisal master in our auction house couldn't appraise what exactly it is, don't know what it is? Then why are you auctioning it?" Hearing the old man's words, the people present were alarmed. Some were shocked, some were frowning, some were angry, and some were even disdainful. However, the old man didn't seem to care about the people's reactions at all. He was still smiling as if he had a lot of confidence in letting someone else bid for this pure white crystal. The old man pressed down on his hands, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Don't say, the old man really does have some prestige. In an instant, the people present quieted down and quietly waited for him to speak. The old man smiled and said to everyone present, "Everyone, don't think that we are lying to you. Indeed, we don't know what kind of magical crystal this is, but this pure white crystal has a great background. If it wasn't for our auction house not being able to identify what it is, we wouldn't have put it up for auction." He dragged his words for a long time, but at the same time, this kind of tone attracted the curiosity of everyone present, including Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren. The old man stroked his beard and said with a strong voice, "This pure white crystal wasn't sent to our auction house by someone, it was taken out by our auction house for auction." At this point, the old man paused and then continued, Our auction house's people, under very coincidental circumstances, came across a rank 9 warrior who was on the verge of death and was about to fall. When the words rank 9 warrior came out of the old man's mouth, nearly 1,000 people present were shocked. Some of the smarter ones even guessed what the old man was going to say. This pure white crystal was taken from the hands of this rank 9 warrior after he fell. Everyone was shocked again, and they started to feel restless. Some of them looked at the projection of the pure white crystal with a bit of heat in their eyes. In this era where the gods had already fallen, demigods were the most powerful existences. There were only 5 such people, or demigods, in this era. How many 9th stage powerhouses could there be in this world that were second only to these 5? No one knows. But everyone here knows one thing. Something related to a rank 9 powerhouse? Can it be simple? The answer is of course no. What's more, from the old man's mouth, this pure white crystal was something that this rank 9 powerhouse was still protecting after his death. This proves that it's not simple. Plus, even the most experienced and authoritative appraisal master couldn't identify what it is. That mysterious feeling, plus the synonym of rank 9, is enough to arouse everyone's desire to possess it. As for whether or not the people of the auction house are bragging and trying to swindle everyone's money, no one doubted it. In this important supply town, to be able to open such an auction house, and the scale is also very big, it can still be trusted by everyone. Therefore, close to 1,000 people have already started to pick up the bidding crystal board in their hands, eager to give it a try. It seems like they want to join in this auction. Even the people in the top row of VIP rooms where no one can see, all of them raised the bidding crystal board to their mouths, ready to bid at any time. Seeing this scene, the old man's mouth slightly twitched, as if he already expected this. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Lirin 4 VIP rooms. Hinajiku and Mikoto frowned as they looked at the pure white crystal projected on the crystal ball, as if trying to recognize it. Lirin, on the other hand, held up the bidding crystal board, looking very excited. Looks like she's going to make a fool of herself again. And Wuyen? The moment the pure white crystal was projected, his body suddenly shook, and then his eyes shone with surprise. The system determined that the item in the user's sight contains a large amount of life energy. The user is advised to obtain the item. Chapter 65. Beep. The system has determined that the item within the user's line of sight contains a large amount of life force. User is advised to obtain the item. The cold and emotionless voice of the system rang out beside Wu Yan's ears. The robotic and old-fashioned voice caused Wu Yan's body to tremble slightly. His gaze upon the pure white crystal became similar to the gaze of the other participants below, burning with desire. What is life force? Up till now, Wu Yan had only seen life force from 2 items. More accurately, the system had only detected life force from the 2 items in Wu Yan's hands. One of them was the mysterious crystal that he had obtained from the Whirlwind Butler instance dungeon after going through untold hardships to complete the quest. The reason why it contained life force was very simple. Yi Cheng's mother had said before that there was a powerful monster sealed within it. Due to the life force sealed within it, the system had notified him that it contained life force. The other one was the demonic beast egg that Wu Yan had looted back in the behemoth forest when he was raiding the lair of the demonic beasts. That was easy to understand. Since it was a demonic beast egg, there was a life force inside. Thus, it was normal for it to contain life force. What is life force? Wu Yan did not know. What use does it have? Wu Yan was even more clueless about that. However, Wu Yan knew that this item, in the hands of the system, could be used for one purpose. That was to exchange it for summoning points. That was right. Summoning points. Summoning points for summoning chicks. Wu Yan had never forgotten that the system had mentioned that any unit that contained life force, as long as it did not possess intellect, could be turned over to the system in exchange for summoning points. That was the reason why Wu Yan had spent so much time in the behemoth forest raiding wolf's lair, dog's lair, not letting go of any lair, all for the sake of finding 1 or 2 demonic beast eggs in exchange for summoning points. If it wasn't for the fact that the life unit sealed in the mysterious crystal was an intelligent monster, Wu Yan might have directly handed it over to the system in exchange for summoning points. For example, although trees and flowers were also living units, they did not have intelligence. However, their life energy was too low, so low that Wu Yan could not do anything about it. Therefore, they could not be exchanged for summoning points. Otherwise, all the trees in the behemoth forest would have been cut down by Wu Yan long ago. Apart from the magical beast egg and the mysterious crystal, Wu Yan had never seen any other units with life energy. And now, the appearance of this pure white crystal in front of him actually caused the system to react, saying that it contained life energy. How could this not make Wu Yan happy? Even for the mysterious crystal that sealed the intelligent monster, the system did not use the word large to describe it. One could imagine that if the pure white crystal only had pure life energy and did not have life, then, if he used it to exchange for summoning points, that would definitely be a lot of money. In Wu Yan's heart, if he did not bid for it, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Fiercely swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Wu Yan quickly said to Liren beside him, "Little girl, give me the bidding crystal." Wu Yan's words stunned Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren. They looked at Wu Yan, who seemed to be hesitating. They could hear the anxiety in Wu Yan's voice. Is there a problem? Why are you so anxious? Is there something wrong with the crystal? Chuju tilted her head, looking at Wu Yan with a puzzled expression. No matter what appeared before, Wu Yan clearly still had a calm appearance, never as anxious as now. Little Liren very obediently handed the bidding crystal in her hand to Wu Yan. Wu Yan took the bidding crystal. His eyes were still looking at the crystal ball projection that was already starting to jump. He diverted some of his attention to say to Chuju and the others, "And that crystal, the system determined that it contains a large amount of life energy." Life energy? Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other in surprise. Only little Liren was there, muttering, "What is the system? What is life energy?" and so on. After being summoned by Wu Yan, the system stuffed some necessary knowledge into the two girls' heads. For example, the basic information of the summoner, the conditions of the summoning, and the fusion of life after the summoning. Naturally, there was also the matter of summoning points and the exchange of summoning points. After listening to Wu Yan's explanation, the two girls instantly understood why Wu Yan was so anxious. Can that crystal be exchanged for summoning points? Mikoto walked to the glass window, looking through the glass, looking at the pure white crystal on the crystal ball projection, and asked doubtfully, "I'm not sure." When he said this, Wu Yan's eyes still didn't leave the pure white crystal's projection. While counting the price, he still said with ease, "If that crystal is the same as the mysterious crystal, sealing or possessing some kind of existence, then of course it can't be exchanged for summoning points." "That's true." Mikoto nodded in understanding. She turned back to look at Chuju, who raised her head from deep thought. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same thought. That's displeasure. The two girls were also surprised. Why are they displeased? They don't know why, but they don't know why they suddenly feel displeased, as if something important is about to be snatched away. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know that in Wu Yan's mind, summoning points are equal to girls. With more summoning points, of course he can summon more girls he likes. If Wu Yan knew about this, he'd definitely sweat enough to form a waterfall. How to say this? This girl's sixth sense is just like the legends, it's enough to break through the sky. Because of the old man's explanation, at least 70% of the auction participants were interested in the pure white crystal and participated in the auction. The other 30%, it's not that they don't want it, it's that they can't afford it, they're embarrassed because they don't have enough money. Of course, this group of people who don't have enough money and can't afford it, as the price on the projection increased, the number of people also increased. In just a short while, this group of people went from the initial 30% to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, and it's still increasing. Wu Yan obviously isn't included in this group of people. He still hasn't spent a single cent of his 200,000 gold coins. Until a certain moment, only the people in the VIP room are left to participate in the auction. Those who can enter the VIP room are all people with good wealth, at least much better than those below. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's 200,000 gold coins, even if he wanted to auction off the common armaments, that shrewd man wouldn't give him a VIP card. The people who participated in the auction were only the people in the VIP rooms. Of course, no one would know about this matter, because the bids were all made using the bidding crystal plates. Everyone would only know which serial number was participating in the auction, and would not know who was participating in it. This is also a good part of the auction house. At least, they don't have to worry about treasuring a jade ring. In the blink of an eye, the number on the projection has reached 50,000 gold coins. And this number was constantly being refreshed. Looking at the number on the projection, the old man's face is about to turn into a chrysanthemum. Only when the bid reached 70,000 gold coins did the refresh speed start to slow down. Seeing this situation, the old man immediately picked up the wooden mallet. 70,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? You have to know, this is something that a rank 9 warrior risked his life to protect. It's definitely not ordinary. 80,000 gold coins. Guest number 007 has bid 80,000 gold coins. This is too expensive. When Wu Yan bid, Chuju is secretly speechless. 80,000 gold coins? How much is it if converted to yen? Those are gold coins made of gold. Wu Yan doesn't care, no matter how important the gold coins are they more important than girls? Seeing the number become 85,000, he immediately shouted 90,000. At this point, the number of people bidding has gradually decreased. After all, even if it's an item of a rank 9 warrior, it's useless if you don't know what use it has. Even the appraisal master of the auction house can't appraise it, let alone them. So, the enthusiasm gradually died down. Until 100,000 gold coins going thrice. Congratulations to guest number 007 for obtaining this mysterious pure white crystal. Chapter 66. With the third strike of the mallet, Wu Yan's heart, which was beating a little faster, finally calmed down. Although half of the 200,000 gold coins he earned today disappeared in the blink of an eye, Wu Yan didn't feel that it was a pity at all. As long as that pure white crystal could be exchanged for summoning points, then as long as it could be exchanged for 1,000 summoning points, it would be worth it. However, Wu Yan didn't believe that with the system's judgment and the word large, that pure white crystal could only be exchanged for 1,000 summoning points. Although he didn't know how large this large amount was, Wu Yan prayed silently in his heart, hoping that it would be a little more. That way, he would be able to summon her. In Wu Yan's heart, he had already thought about who he would summon next. Glancing at Chuju and Mikoto, who were clumsily dealing with little Liren's what is the system, what is life energy, what is summoning points and a whole bunch of questions, Wu Yan rejoiced in their misfortune and dodged to the side. The pure white crystal could only be considered as a small climax. For the time being, regardless of whether that unlucky rank 9 died on his own or was hit by the auction house's people, that pure white crystal could now be considered to have entered Wu Yan's pocket. As for the people present, not many cared about it. After all, even if it was a rank 9 powerhouse's item, if it couldn't be used, then it could only be considered as trash. Even such a large-scale auction house couldn't do anything about it. Among the people present, not many felt that they could do it. Therefore, very quickly, this rank 9 powerhouse's item was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. As for Wu Yan, he didn't care. Even if that pure white crystal had some function, it couldn't be compared to summoning points. Moreover, in the system, as long as you have enough points, other than having a child, what else can't you want? When this crystal fell into Wu Yan's hands, he had already decided on its use. After that, the old man hosted the auction for a few more items. All of them were of high quality, and some of them were even more expensive than the pure white crystal. Of course, to Wu Yan, it was something that didn't hurt or itch. He directly threw the bidding crystal board to little Liren, and let her continue playing her bidding game. After an unknown amount of time, the lights in the auction hall changed again. If the lights at the beginning of the auction gave people a sense of leisure, Then the lights at the beginning of the auction were like the prelude to a march. And now, the lights gave people the feeling that it was the climax, the feeling of excitement. When this light appeared, the old man at the center of the round platform couldn't help but straighten his back a little. His tone was no longer as jovial as before. Instead, it was somewhat serious. Sweeping his gaze across the entire auction hall, the old man raised his hands and shouted, "Finally, it's time. The final item of the auction. It will appear in front of everyone's eyes." In this auction, there are a total of 3 final items. Each of them can be said to be very precious. As for how precious they are, you just need to compare them with the previous items that weren't considered the final item of the auction, and you will know. Indeed, in the previous auction items, there were a few that were sold for more than 100,000 gold coins. Such a price wasn't enough to be considered the final item. Then, the final item of the auction would definitely be much more precious. Perhaps it was the effect of the old man's serious words, but all the auctioneers present felt a tense atmosphere, causing their hearts to beat faster. The projection of the crystal ball had already expanded several times in an instant, and a scroll-like scroll appeared on the projection, occupying almost 3/4 of the space on the projection. It seemed even more grand, and on the scroll, the words wind-ripping/technique were clearly engraved in gold. This is a high-level combat technique scroll. It's called wind-ripping/technique, and it's a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. Its power is incomparably great. As long as you successfully cultivate it, you will definitely be able to become the strongest among those of the same level. Even if you challenge someone of a higher level, you will be able to cause considerable damage to your opponent. The auctioneers in the round seats couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their bodies had already started to lean forward, as if they could close the distance between them and the combat technique scroll. Even their breathing had become heavier. High-level combat technique. Strongest among those of the same level. Challenging someone of a higher level. These words all attracted the eagerness in the hearts of the auctioneers present, so much so that some of the auctioneers had already started shouting, "Hurry up and start." Wu Yan, who was sitting in the VIP room, laughed disdainfully when he heard the old man's words. He didn't hide his disdain for the old man at all. High-level combat techniques were indeed high-level, but it also meant that they were difficult to cultivate. This was a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. In order to cultivate it, one had to be at least a level 5 warrior. The saying that one was the strongest among those of the same level was also a huge exaggeration. If one had a high-level combat technique, how could others not have one? If one were to compare wealth, how could one compare to the disciples of a large family? Which disciple of a large family didn't have a high-level combat technique or two? As for challenging someone of a higher level, that was even more of a joke. It was just a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. Even if one succeeded in cultivating it at most, they would only be able to flaunt it a little before reaching level 7. If they still relied on it after reaching level 7, they would definitely be defeated. Of course, Wu Yan was very disdainful of this, but that didn't mean that others would be the same. Wu Yan's abilities were all exchanged directly from the system. As for the abilities he obtained from the system directly imbued him with the method of Bodhi imbuement. The moment Wu Yan clicked on the exchange, he had already learned how to use it. Therefore, to him, personally cultivating battle skills was strenuous and unrewarding. He did not consider that others did not have the same treatment as him. They could directly learn battle skills. Not to mention high-level battle skills, even low-level battle skills had to be learned by themselves. Now that they had the chance to learn a high-level combat technique, they naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. This combat technique scroll was worthy of being the finale item. The price kept rising and soon, it reached 100,000 gold coins. Wu Yan and the rest watched as the price went past 100,000 gold coins, then 200,000 gold coins, and still kept rising. The price made Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto look at each other. In the end, this combat technique scroll that wasn't even as important as a meal in Wu Yan's eyes was sold at a price of 350,000 gold coins. The moment the old man shouted, "Sold," countless people let out sighs of regret that they missed out on such a godly technique. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, the old man raised his hand again to quiet down the auctioneers. "Everyone, don't feel that it's a pity. The next item to be auctioned will definitely not disappoint you." When everyone heard this, they quickly sat up straight and looked at the old man with shining eyes. The old man felt a chill in his heart and tightened his chrysanthemum. The crystal ball projection changed again and a small katana without a guard appeared in front of everyone. Beside it was a scabbard. Even though the blade was only a projection, the sharp edge was vividly displayed in front of the auctioneers. With the appearance of this weapon, the old man's voice started to carry a hint of excitement, as if this weapon was his. "Everyone, the second item to be auctioned, and also the second last item to be auctioned, is this." The auctioneers looked at the strange-looking weapon on the projection and looked at the old man with doubtful eyes. The edge of the blade is indeed vivid and lifelike, but there aren't many who have good eyesight. After all, no matter how lifelike it is, it's still just a projection. It's not the real thing, so how can it be so easy to recognize? The old man laughed out loud and said something that caused a stir in the crowd. "Everyone, don't be fooled by its small blade and strange design. This is a common armament." Chapter 67. As soon as the words mass armament came out, the people who were regretting that they didn't get a high-level battle skill were excited again. Compared to battle skills, armaments are much more popular in the Spalier world. The reason is simple. In this world where strength is everything, increasing one's strength is always the main theme in people's hearts. Battle skills and armaments, these two things are things that can increase one's strength, but battle skills and whatnot, they still need to be trained. If one's talent is good, then they will succeed and their strength will increase. If one's talent is bad, then no matter how hard they train, how can they increase their strength? Armaments were different. It didn't matter if you were a Tom, Dick, Harry, a soldier, or a noble. Even if you were trash, as long as you could wield it, you would be able to use the armament to increase your strength. This is also the reason why Wu Yan's Kusanagi sword was auctioned after the wind-ripping scroll. Good things come out at the end. Although Wu Yan's mass armament wasn't the last item to be auctioned, it's still not a good thing. Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto stared at the numbers on the crystal ball with their mouths agape. Their brains couldn't process the numbers and they are slowly going numb. In just a short while, the price of the Kusanagi sword has already exceeded the previous high-level battle skill scroll, which is 350,000 gold coins. Wu Yan subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. He stared at the screen for a while before pointing at the numbers on the screen. He hesitantly asked, "Hinajiku, Mikoto, you guys said that's 300k gold, right?" Hearing Wu Yan's uncertain tone, Chuju didn't find it strange because she was the same. "You didn't see wrongly." No, you saw wrongly. It's not 350,000 gold coins, it's 400,000 gold coins." Feeling, it suddenly increased to 400,000 gold coins. "How could that be?" Wu Yan stroked his chin and said in distress, "It's not like there hasn't been any mass armaments auctioned here before, but I heard that the price of the mass armaments was usually around 350,000 gold coins. Why did it rise to such a level right from the start?" "That's what we want to know too." Two delicate voices rang out at the same time. Wu Yan became even more distressed when he heard them. "Well, who cares why he's like this? Anyway, it's a good thing." Mikoto shook her head in annoyance, causing her short brown hair to sway, indicating that the question was too deep for her to delve into. "That's right. It's a good thing anyway." Wu Yan stopped thinking about it. He continued to look at the numbers below and began to laugh. "If I had this amount of gold coins in my previous world, I would be able to stay at home until the end of time. In fact, what Wu Yan and the other two didn't know is that the reason why the Kusanagi sword's price rose so fast and even exceeded the mass armaments price in the past is because the people auctioning the Kusanagi sword are mostly women. As everyone knows, the power system of this world is Do-Chi and magic, and those who practice Do-Chi and magic, of course, include women. In order to practice magic, one needs to have extraordinary talent. In the Spalier world, the ratio of mages to warriors is ridiculously low. Compared to mages, the number of warriors is undoubtedly a lot more. There are both men and women in mages, and there are also men and women in warriors. After all, even if warriors aren't suitable for girls to practice magic, no one can guarantee that a girl's talent will be good. That's why there are fewer warriors than mages, but that's only when compared to mages. There are still quite a number of female warriors. This is where the problem comes in. In the Spalier world, the weapons used by warriors are guns, swords, and the like. These weapons are all relatively thick and bold. Let's talk about swords. This isn't Wu Yan's previous world. In the Spalier world, most of the swords are those wide knight swords. This kind of weapon is comparable to a woman's figure. Although it doesn't have much effect in the hands of a woman who practices Do-Chi, and it's very cute, it still doesn't fit the delicate taste of a woman. Of course, not everyone thinks so, only a portion of them. The Kusanagi sword is different. Its small body looks very light and light. Although it doesn't have any gems or gold embedded on it, compared to those wide knight swords, this kind of weapon is undoubtedly more suitable for a woman to use. It also fits the taste of a woman more. Therefore, almost all of the female warriors present are captivated by the Kusanagi sword. That's why the price of the Kusanagi sword skyrocketed. If Wu Yan knew about this, he wouldn't be troubled by the price of the Kusanagi sword anymore. This is because he deeply understands one thing. Don't try to guess the thoughts of a woman, it's useless even if you do. He doesn't know what kind of mood he has after watching this auction. In the end, the Kusanagi sword was sold for 500,000 gold coins. Phew! Exhaling softly, Wu Yan muttered softly. I'm rich. This cheesy remark made Chuju and Mikoto roll their eyes at him. Only Liren was smiling foolishly. The old man happily knocked his gavel and announced the successful sale of the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yan doesn't know if it's because he's excited or not, but he feels like he's very happy with the gavel. Alright everyone, today's auction is about to come to an end. Let's take a look at the last item. The bidding crystal board is tightly gripped in everyone's hands. Their eyes are glued to the crystal ball projection, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Before this, there were two other auction items. One was an advanced combat skill, and the other was a common armament. Since this third auction item was placed behind these two items, what did it mean? This meant that the last auction item was at least more valuable than the previous two auction items. When he mentioned the last auction item, no one noticed that an indescribable strange light flashed in the old man's eyes. Even his tone had changed a little. No one noticed this. Not even Wu Yan, who is still immersed in the sea of gold coins in the VIP room. The old man waved his hand and the projection on the stage changed. This time, it's a map. A map. The thousands of auctioneers present couldn't help but blurt out the word at the same time. Along with them, there's a deep sense of doubt, including Wu Yan and the others. Frowning, Wu Yan looked at the map projection on the stage and narrowed his eyes. His intuition tells him that this is unusual. The final item of the auction was actually a map? A map that's more valuable than a high-tier combat skill or a common armament. Could it be a treasure map? Impossible. If it's a treasure map, the auction house would have already dug it up with their own hoes and pickaxes. Why would they put it up for auction? Well, even if the auction house didn't have the ability to bring it back to the light of day for some reason, it's normal to put it up for auction. However, Wu Yan definitely doesn't think so. Let alone him, if anyone here thinks so, they should apply for the brain disorder fund. Who would project the entire map and reveal the contents of a treasure map when it's put up for auction? The entire map is now clearly projected. During this period of time, those with good memories should have already memorized it. Isn't it obvious that they want everyone to know the contents of the map? Who would waste money on an auction like this? They could just memorize it directly. Are the auction house's people retarded? That's impossible. If the auction house's people were retarded, the auction house would have been swallowed up by others a long time ago. If they're doing this under such circumstances, isn't there something fishy going on? Even someone like Wu Yan, who doesn't know how to use his brain, can think of this. Of course, the thousands of auctioneers present aren't all idiots. Perhaps, at this time, those who think they're smart are also distressed. Chapter 68. Perhaps everyone is a little confused. Why is the last item being auctioned a map, and why is it being announced? The old man smiled when he saw most of the people nodding. He ignored the small group of people who were frowning and said, "Listen to my explanation and you will understand." The old man touched the crystal ball on the platform gently. The crystal ball emitted a burst of light and the map projection expanded several times, as if afraid that people couldn't see it clearly. The old man walked out of the round platform and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of the round platform and said to everyone, "First of all, let me make it clear. Although this map is the last item to be auctioned, we did not put it up for auction." The auctioneers, who had quieted down, started to whisper to each other after hearing the old man's words. Only a small group of smart people frowned even more. The old man smiled and shook his head. He didn't stop them from whispering this time. Instead, he said, "Everyone, don't find it strange. Let me introduce the use of this map to everyone." His hands were behind his back. His wrinkled face became as calm as an ancient well. A faint aura emerged from his body. It was the aura of a powerhouse. It was at this moment that those who knew the truth recalled that this old man was a rank 7 warrior. The old man's voice began to ring softly in everyone's ears, as if he was right next to them. He said, "Perhaps some of you have already guessed what this map is for. That's right, this map is a treasure map." Without waiting for the crowd to react, the old man said in a deep voice, "Everyone must be wondering why our auction house is sharing a treasure map with everyone. Actually, we have no other choice." Only the old man's voice could be heard in the auction hall. Everyone present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They just listened quietly to the old man speak. Because this stage 7 powerhouse standing in front of everyone, at this moment, actually said something like, "I had no choice." Even a fool would think that things weren't that simple. The old man sighed and continued to explain, "When we were auctioning off a mysterious pure white crystal, I believe everyone still remembers its origin." Hearing the old man mention the crystal that contained a large amount of life force, Wu Yan and the rest in the VIP room couldn't help but straighten up. Other than Liren, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were all attentive. It was taken from a fallen stage 9 powerhouse by one of our auction house's people. This is something that everyone already knows. But the old man's tone changed and he said seriously, "What I want to tell everyone is that it's not just the pure white crystal. Even this treasure map was obtained from the body of this 9th stage powerhouse by our auction house." Something taken from a level 9 powerhouse again? The old man's words didn't enlighten the crowd at all. Instead, they were even more confused. This is also the reason why our auction house announced this treasure map to the public. At this point, the old man's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess and annoyance. But very quickly, he hid it in the bottom of his heart. It's not that we didn't follow the map to find the location of the treasure. But none of the people we sent out came back. The moment the old man finished speaking, gasps of surprise rang out. Everyone present was shocked. Looking at the shocked crowd and some of the auctioneers' eyes flashing with suspicion, the old man smiled bitterly. "Everyone, don't doubt it. This is the truth. I believe that as long as your family background is strong, you can find out about this matter. So, I have no need to lie to everyone." The old man paused for a moment before continuing. "After this incident, our auction house sent out a few people to search. But without exception, none of them came back. So, we have a guess. Perhaps that level 9 powerhouse went to search for this treasure location. Then, in this treasure location, he encountered something similar to these people who didn't come back. That's why he was heavily injured. After escaping, he immediately fell." Suddenly, the sound of people swallowing their saliva rang out in the auction house. Heavens, a level 9 powerhouse. That was a level 9 powerhouse. the strongest powerhouse in the Spalier world. He fell because of this treasure map. At this thought, the crowd looked at the treasure map on the projection with a complicated expression. Some were greedy, some were fearful, some were in awe. Their emotions were fluctuating, and their expressions were uncertain. The old man took in everyone's expressions. When he felt that they had calmed down a little, he continued. So, to be honest, this treasure map is a little too much for our auction house alone. Saying that it was a little too much was polite. If it was really as the old man said, and a level 9 powerhouse fell inside, then this treasure map would be terrifying. The old man suddenly laughed. His laughter lightened the heavy atmosphere in the auction house. He said, "So, this is what we plan to do. In 3 days, our auction house will gather people again and prepare to continue fighting for this treasure map. But, just our auction house alone is a little too much to handle. We plan to invite all the powerhouses here to join us in 3 days at the South Gate Square of the supply town. Then we will go to the treasure location together and share the treasure." Everyone finally realized that the old man was planning to gather all the powerhouses from the outside world to search for the treasure together. The old man waved his hand and bowed to everyone. "Everyone can spread the news and let more powerhouses come with us. That way, the chances of obtaining the treasure will be much higher. As long as you are capable, our auction house will definitely welcome you in 3 days." After the bow, the old man clapped his hands. "Then, this auction will end here. For the next few days, our auction house will need to reorganize our team and make some preparations. So, for the next few days, our auction house will not be accepting any auction requests. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us." After he finished speaking, the old man withdrew. As for the people present, each of them had their own thoughts as they slowly withdrew from the auction hall and left the auction hall. Really, should I say that I'm lucky? Or just unlucky? Who would have thought that the first time he participated in an auction in another world, he would encounter such a situation? Should he complain about his own luck? Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan's shoulders slumped. He felt a little weak. "Yan, something's off." Mikoto moved closer to him and whispered in his ear. "She's acting like she's afraid that someone might be eavesdropping on them. It's hard to retort." Mikoto's warm breath blew on Wu Yan's face and ear. It made his ears itch and his heart itch. Glancing at Mikoto's pretty face, Wu Yan almost couldn't resist the urge to kiss her on the cheek. "Yan, can you see anything?" At this moment, Wu Yan's other ear caught a whiff of her unique body fragrance and heat. But this time, it made Wu Yan's burning heart go cold. Looking to the side, sure enough, Hinajiku was standing on the other side of him, whispering the same words in his ear. Wu Yan was glad that he was stopped in time. Otherwise, if he really kissed her, Wu Yan didn't know how Sis Cannon would react, but the president would definitely pull her white cherry out. "You too." His throat moved imperceptibly. Wu Yan pretended to be calm and tried his best to look helpless. "No one will eavesdrop, you don't have to get so close." Hinajiku and Mikoto flinched when they heard that. They looked up and saw Wu Yan's face that is close to zero. Blushing, they quickly jumped away and lowered their heads. Feeling the two fragrances fading away, Wu Yan was a little dazed. A feeling of reluctance and disappointment welled up in his heart. The two girls looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan in tacit understanding. They quickly averted their gazes, and when they saw Liren's puzzled look, they laughed dryly. That's the first suspicious point. Mikoto reminded and raised 2 fingers again. The second point of suspicion is that a 9th stage powerhouse couldn't even enter a treasure trove even after risking his life. Aren't they afraid of provoking some uncontrollable powerhouse by announcing such a treasure trove? Chuju understood and said, "Right, a treasure that a rank 9 fighter couldn't enter even after risking his life would definitely attract a lot of strong fighters, at least rank 7. No, rank 8 is also possible. Or even, if it's a rank 9, it shouldn't be possible." Chuju was interrupted again. This time it wasn't Mikoto but Wu Yan. "It's just a rumor from an auction house. I don't know if it's true or not. Why would a rank 9 fighter appear just because of a rumor? Mikoto agreed and said, Yen is right. At least before anyone goes in to test the waters, a rank 9 fighter shouldn't appear. Then a rank 8 fighter might appear too. After being interrupted twice in a row, Hinajiku was a little annoyed. Wouldn't this make her look stupid? But then again, Chuju's words are very likely, very likely. Wu Yen pondered for a while and said with a frown, it's very likely to attract a rank 8 fighter. The people in this auction house aren't idiots. They should know about this. If a rank 8 fighter comes, even if they get the treasure, they will keep it for themselves. At that time, the people in the auction house can't do anything about it, right? There's no way they don't understand this logic. Why would they expose the treasure map? Hinajiku looked at Wu Yen, who is deep in thought, and then she looked at Mikoto, who is equally confused. Hinajiku suggested, maybe they have some kind of trump card that can deter a tier 8, or maybe the auction house itself has a tier 8. Wu Yen and Mikoto's eyes lit up. Wu Yen clapped his hands and said, yeah, why didn't I think of that? If the auctioneer is a rank 7 fighter, then this auction house must have someone stronger than him. That's only a possibility. Mikoto wasn't as certain as Wu Yen, but her frown loosened a little. Wu Yen and Chuju nodded. Chuju said, then Mikoto, what's the third point? Wu Yen also looked at Mikoto, but Mikoto's eyes were evasive. This made Wu Yen puzzled. Is there something you can't say, Mikoto? Mikoto. Looking at the hesitant Mikoto, Wu Yen looked at her in confusion. Mikoto's eyes drifted for a while before looking at Wu Yen and Chuju. She said seriously, the third point? I haven't thought of it yet. Wu Yen and Chuju's heads tilted and they fell to the ground together. They couldn't get up anymore. Little Liren was shocked. She quickly helped Chuju up while Mikoto helped Wu Yen up. The two rolled their eyes at Mikoto at the same time. Wu Yen seriously suspected that Sis Cannon's period came and she's going to throw a tantrum at them for no reason. Mikoto smiled sheepishly and put her palms together like she knows she's wrong. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Wu Yen and the rest quickly put on a serious face. Wu Yen took a deep breath and said, come in. The door was pushed open. It was the shrewd man who gave Wu Yen the VIP card and helped Wu Yen with the auction. The shrewd man bowed as soon as he entered. Sir, I'm here to inform you that the gold coins from the auction of the armament have been transferred to your gold card. Sir, you can check if it's correct. Wu Yen took out his gold card. Indeed, the number had changed. The original 200,000 had become 575,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins for the pure white crystal. The Kusanagi sword was sold for 500,000 gold coins. As mentioned before, there would be a 5% handling fee, which was 25,000 gold coins. That meant that Wu Yen received 475,000 gold coins. Together with the original 100,000, it was 575,000 gold coins. The number is correct. Sorry to trouble you. This is what I should do, the shrewd man said with a smile. He then took out a box and passed it to Wu Yen. Sir, this is the item you bid for. I've brought it over for you. Wu Yen blanked out for a bit before happily nodding his head and taking it over. After the shrewd man left, Wu Yen couldn't wait to open the box. The pure white crystal was quietly lying there like an ordinary stone. There was nothing special about it. This is the crystal that contains life energy? Chuju, Mikoto, and little Liren ran to Wu Yan's side and looked into the box. They stared at the pure white crystal as if they would see flowers if they looked any longer. Placing the box on the table, Wu Yen picked up the pure white crystal. At the same time, the system's unique voice sounded. When he heard the system's voice, Wu Yan's body shook. His eyes widened several times, and his mouth was wide open. His face was full of disbelief. Beep. Large amount of life energy detected. Initial calculation, 200,000 summoning points. Would you like to exchange for summoning points? Chapter 70. Beep. Detecting a large amount of life energy. Initial calculation, 200,000 summoning points. Do you wish to exchange for summoning points? This was already the third time the system notification rang in Wu Yan's ears. Normally Wu Yan would be emotionless, but at this moment, it was no different from the sound of nature. However, this sound of nature kept ringing in Wu Yan's ears without the slightest bit of impatience. Even Wu Yan's soul couldn't be pulled back. Maintaining the state of bumping into a ghost, Wu Yan's eyes almost rolled back. Obviously, this huge meat pie had smashed Wu Yan into a muddle-headed state. He couldn't react at all. 200,000 summoning points, what kind of concept is that? Let's not talk about pretty girls first. Although to Wu Yan, that's the most important thing, Mikoto's summoning points were 70,000. The Mikoto summoned with 70,000 summoning points was at level 68, and now she's at level 69. Peak of the 7th rank, almost reaching the 8th rank. Then, if he used all 200,000 summoning points to summon a girl, then the girl he could summon would be heaven-defying. Although Wu Yan had already decided on the next person he could summon in his heart, and she didn't need 200,000 summoning points, but it was still more than Mikoto. That means she's stronger than Mikoto. Stronger than Mikoto, she's definitely at the 8th rank. Originally, Wu Yan was still planning to go to the Mercenary Union to get some missions. After all, the missions given by the Mercenary Union and the missions given by the system were synchronized. Plus, he wanted to dig out a monster's nest and earn summoning points to summon this girl. But now, he didn't need to earn those points himself. The summoning points came just like that. 200,000 summoning points. To summon the girl he wanted to summon, that's definitely more than enough. 100,000 gold coins, just 100,000 gold coins in exchange for such a large amount of summoning points. At this moment, Wu Yan couldn't wait to auction off the rest of his gold coins. As long as there's a second piece, Wu Yan wouldn't hesitate to use all of his gold coins to exchange for it. After a while, Wu Yan woke up from his mental state. A strong sense of joy swept through Wu Yan's heart. Ignoring Chuju and the other two girls who were looking at him strangely, Wu Yan slowly began to dance. A dance that Chuju and the other two girls had never seen before. Wu performed an extremely ugly dance that Wu Yan and the other two girls had never seen before. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Liren looked at each other and then they looked at Wu Yan who's doing yataki steps. Is this guy's brain damaged? Chuju started to seriously doubt herself. Was it really the right choice for her to abandon her parents, sister, and friends to be with this retarded guy? Mikoto covered her eyes. Yes, she couldn't bear to watch anymore. So embarrassed. Luckily there's no one else here. If this guy didn't get his ability directly because of me, I would think that he's probably damaged his brain while developing his ability. Hee hee. Liren giggled as she watched Wu Yan's retarded dance. She didn't seem to feel anything wrong, if you ignore the large drops of sweat that slid down her forehead. As for Wu Yan, he finally noticed Chuju and Mikoto's disdain. His ugly dance froze. Under the gaze of the three pairs of beautiful eyes, he slowly stopped. Ahem. After a fake cough, Wu Yan's face became serious as if nothing happened. He smiled brightly and said, "Yes, there was a reason just now. I believe you guys can understand me." "No. We can't understand your behavior at all." Chuju and Mikoto didn't even think and said this sentence. What a joke. If we said we understand, then wouldn't it mean that our intelligence is on the same level as this retarded guy? Wu Yan couldn't refute this. He could only stammer, "I'm too happy. I believe if you guys were me, you'd do the same." "No. We would never do the same thing as you, Onion." This time, even Liren followed Chuju and Mikoto and said something slightly different. Wu Yan's face became embarrassed. Even with his face that couldn't be pierced by a mythical armament, he felt a little ashamed. Seeing Wu Yan's embarrassed expression, the three girls couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yan could only laugh along. Wu Yan knew that at this moment, the corner of his mouth was no longer something he could control. "Okay, I won't laugh at you." Until Wu Yan was about to run away, Chuju took the lead to stop laughing. She said seriously, although her eyes couldn't hide the smile. "Well, Yen, let's talk about business. Mikoto patted her stomach that was a little painful from laughing. She smiled at Wu Yen. She can't compare to Chuju, but she still couldn't help but want to laugh. Business. Wu Yen, who was thinking about whether to exchange for a sound blocking ability, was stunned by Mikoto's question. He was a little confused. What business? Wu Yen asked in a small voice. Don't tell me your brain is really damaged? Chuju looked at him with disdain and sighed helplessly. Wu Yen laughed dryly. His mind turned quickly, and then he said with uncertainty, Is it about the treasure map? Chuju stared at Wu Yen. Her silent gaze made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. As for Mikoto, she started laughing again. Sighing again, Chuju said in a bad mood, Yen, I really think your brain is damaged. I already said it's business, you still don't understand? Wu Yen scratched his face and said awkwardly, I think this treasure map. Of course it's not about the treasure map. Plop. Wu Yen fell down in front of Chuju and the other two girls. Hearing the three girls laughing again, Wu Yen almost knelt down in front of the president. It seems like the president is really treating me like an idiot. Slowly getting up from the ground, Wu Yen glanced at the president, who was laughing coquettishly. I didn't think that Chuju would treat me like this, that, unknowingly. Chuju said with a smile. She didn't seem embarrassed at all. Alright, then I would like to ask Kaisha-sama to enlighten me. What's the matter? Wu Yen raised his hand helplessly, feeling defeated. To think that I, a dignified otaku with countless shocking deeds, was shocked twice by two girls in one day. Moreover, it's the president and sis canon. This is really humiliating. Of course, it's because of your actions just now. Recalling Wu Yan's ridiculous dance, Kaisha-sama asked in a weird tone. Just what kind of good news is it that made you so happy? Oh? After Kaisha-sama said that, Wu Yen recalled something. He quickly raised the white crystal, and when he heard the repeated notification, Wu Yen confirmed that this is the real deal. Licking his lips excitedly, Wu Yen laughed and said, That's because you don't know the surprise this crystal brought to me. Alright, this crystal. Mikoto touched the crystal and looked at Wu Yen. Seeing how happy you were just now, this crystal should be able to be exchanged for a lot of summoning points, right? Ha, you won't be able to guess, it's not just a lot. Wu Yen raised the pure white crystal and laughed. This is a full 200,000 summoning points. 200,000. Chuju and Mikoto finally understood why Wu Yen was so happy. 200,000 summoning points. If they were in his shoes, they would also be overjoyed. Although they wouldn't do the same thing as Wu Yen. Nodding his chin, Wu Yen quickly handed the pure white crystal to the system. Ding. Obtained 200,000 summoning points. After exchanging the pure white crystal for summoning points, Wu Yen finally felt relieved. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Wu Yen said to Chuju and Mikoto, The auction is over, let's go back to the hotel. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Wu Yen brought the three girls out of the VIP room. Chapter 71. On the way back to the inn, Wu Yan's group of four walked slowly with the mentality of having fun. Along the way, Wu Yen heard the whispers of the people around him no less than 100 times. The whispers of passers-by? Usually, very few people would pay attention to such things, right? However, Wu Yen couldn't ignore it. This was because they were all talking about the same thing. That was the treasure map of the auction house and the treasure hunt in 3 days. It had only been a short while, yet the news had already spread to such an extent. Wu Yen frowned as he listened to the discussion of a pair of passers-by in front of him. He was deep in thought. It had only been about half an hour since the treasure map was exposed in the auction venue. In just half an hour, this matter had already become a hot topic in the supply town. Wasn't it a little too fast? It seemed that the auction house was behind this and had arranged for people to spread the news quickly. At this thought, Wu Yan's frown deepened. He really didn't understand. Was there a need to go to this extent? Didn't they know that treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others? Were they afraid that they wouldn't be able to gather enough powerhouses? Or did they have other motives? One thing for sure was that the people at the auction house were definitely not idiots. They definitely weren't being generous by sharing the treasure map. Wu Yan didn't believe that they would be so kind as to share the treasure that a ninth-stage powerhouse had risked his life for with others. There had to be some kind of conspiracy behind the news that they had a treasure map. In all likelihood, it was just as Chuju had said. They had enough trump cards to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Or they had an 8th-stage powerhouse. Wu Yan rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, comparing intelligence and strategizing wasn't my strong suit anyway. He would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Even if this matter wasn't that simple, so what? Wu Yan didn't believe that with the magic of the system and his sufficient points, he would be cheated. Plus, he wasn't alone there. Looking at Hinajiku and Mikoto, who are happily walking around in front of him, his furrowed brows unconsciously loosened. Smiling, Wu Yan shook his head and tossed these annoying thoughts to the back of his mind. Then he quickly caught up with her. Yes, he was definitely not alone. In a large hotel in the supply town. This hotel was famous in the supply town. In terms of scale, it was the largest in the supply town. In terms of decorations, it was also the most luxurious. In terms of service, it was the most considerate in the whole supply town. At the same time, it was also the most expensive hotel in the supply town. Therefore, this was usually a place where the younger generation of a large family or those with a bit of background would rest. Warriors and magicians who were slightly poorer didn't dare to come here. This was because if they stayed here for a day, they would have to spend all their hard-earned gains from the giant beast's forest. For example, a suite with 1 living room and 2 bedrooms would cost 10 gold coins for 1 night. But no matter which world it was, there would never be a lack of rich people. For example, this suite was booked by a certain nouveau riche without hesitation. The door to the hall was pushed open and Wu Yan's group of 4 walked in. Wu Yan walked in last and closed the door. He looked at Chuju and the other 2 girls who were still talking about what was good and what was beautiful on the street and shook his head in amusement. Sitting down on the sofa, Wu Yan said to Chuju and Mikoto, "Chuju, Mikoto, I'm going to participate in the treasure hunt at the auction." The 2 girls stopped their discussion and sat down beside Wu Yan. Mikoto straightened her skirt. Even though she had found a new set of protective gear, new safety pants, at Hinajiku's house, she was still a girl. She didn't dare to act so boldly now. After all, the person sitting in front of her was absolutely shameless. Even if you didn't say it, I would have suggested participating. Mikoto brushed her brown bangs with one hand. Over there, a blue and white electric current that hadn't been there for a long time flashed through her hair. Usually, when Mikoto does this, it means she's burning up. You sure have the guts to say that? Seeing Mikoto's actions, how could Wu Yan not know what she's thinking? Other than ridiculing her in his mind, as expected of Railgun who loves excitement and violence more than anything else, that's all he could say. Aren't you afraid of any danger? You should know that this isn't the same as the last time in the monster cave. The boss last time was a level 60 snake demon. But this time, let's not talk about the danger in the treasure hunt, there's also the possibility of people on the same path turning into enemies. There's definitely going to be a lot of level 60 tier 7 monsters. Isn't this better? Mikoto smiled domineeringly. Having strong players means having experience. I think after this trip I should... Definitely. I'll definitely reach level 70. Level 70? Looks like Mikoto is still thinking about leveling up all the time. It's probably because of her sisters. Of course that's good. I'm just worried that there'll be so many people that I'll be ganged up on or tripped up. Wu Yan isn't trying to dampen Sis Cannon's enthusiasm, but he knows that human nature is the hardest to understand. There must be something shameful going on at the auction that they didn't mention. The other people would also be confused by the word treasure. Greed is the original sin, that's true. Even Wu Yan understood the problem. As a level 5 with super high IQ, Sis Cannon naturally understood it. It's just that her actions are usually faster than her brain. Do you want to plan? Mikoto retracted the electric current on her forehead and looked at Wu Yen with bright eyes. I want to too. Wu Yen got depressed when he heard Mikoto. But we don't know what the auction house is planning. Also, we don't know who will be participating in this mission. How are we going to plan? Are we just going to let it go? Chuju asked Wu Yen. Liren was rubbing her eyes and yawning as if she was about to fall asleep. I said I'm going to participate. Of course I'm not going to let it go. Since we can't come up with a plan, we'll just go with our abilities. At times like this, the brave are invincible. Wu Yen chuckled as he looked at Chuju and Mikoto, who were looking at him expectantly. At this moment, Wu Yen felt like his dominance was leaking out. Of course, that was just his own feeling. Hinajuku and Mikoto don't know if Wu Yan's words are showing off his domineering aura or not, but they have to admit that Wu Yan's words at this moment can really ignite the flames in their hearts, especially these two girls full of heroic spirit. Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, Wu Yan's words were to their liking. But Wu Yan's tone changed as he looked at the two girls who were itching to go. We can't just do nothing. Although we don't know what the situation will be like, according to our previous analysis, a Tier 8 combatant will come out. Chuju and Mikoto frowned. Chuju said, That's true. The strongest among us is Mikoto, a peak Tier 7. But if she goes up against a Tier 8 combatant, it'll be very dangerous. Don't worry, it's not like we don't have any trump cards. Mikoto touched the potion bottle in her bosom. It's the resplendent breath that Wu Yen gave her in exchange for the potion. Looking at Mikoto's actions, Hinajuku also thought of the same thing. She touched the same bottle on her body, and the confidence in her heart instantly increased. Of course, I know we have something we can rely on. But this isn't enough. For this operation, 3 hours is a very short time. Wu Yen rubbed his chin and waved his hand. Then, should we exchange for a few more bottles of resplendent breath? Chuju didn't care about anything and directly asked. Liren had already fallen asleep. Since they have a Tier 8, let's find a Tier 8 one of our own. Wu Yen grinned with a glint in his eyes. Find a Tier 8 combatant? The two girls were puzzled. Wu Yen smiled. Summoning points. If we don't use them now, when will we? Chapter 72. That's right. There's still a summon. Mikoto clapped her hands in excitement. They just received a huge sum of summoning points. If they use this sum of points to summon a Tier 8 companion, they won't have to worry about anything else. Of course, the fact that she's excited means that she hasn't realized that summoning is not a good thing for her. Because summoning means that Wu Yan's Crystal Palace is going to expand again. Hinajuku quickly nodded and said with a smile, I almost forgot, this time we got 200,000 summoning points. It should be enough to summon a Tier 8 companion, right? It seems that even Chuju didn't realize that summoning means the appearance of a love rival. Yes, it's enough. Wu Yen looked at the two girls who are so excited and he let out a sigh of relief. Then he felt a bit strange. Why did he let out a sigh of relief all of a sudden? He can only blame a certain someone for taking the Crystal Palace for granted. If it wasn't for Chuju and Mikoto not realizing something, even if his summoning succeeds, Wu Yen wouldn't have a good ending. When I summoned Mikoto, it cost 70,000 summoning points. At that time, Mikoto was already at the peak of Tier 7, which is around level 68. Now, 200,000 summoning points is more than enough to summon a level 70 Tier 8 companion. Wu Yen couldn't help but feel excited when he said this. What? Mikoto raised her head in dissatisfaction and said angrily. Only 70,000 summoning points, how can I be that cheap? The system must have made a mistake somewhere to let you get such a big bargain. Wu Yen is speechless when he heard Mikoto. 70k summoning points is considered cheap? That's almost all of my assets back then, Wani-sama. Also, 70,000 summoning points is cheap? Then how can the president with 5,000 summoning points endure? As expected, Wu Yen could faintly see the corner of the president's mouth twitching. Her back also darkened a bit. Wu Yen shrunk his head. It would be better if he didn't turn black. In order to prevent the scene from becoming too bloody, Wu Yan could only say, "Mikoto, 70,000 isn't cheap. You should know that I spent almost all of my summoning points to summon you. This time, if it wasn't for my good luck that I encountered a crystal that contained life energy, let alone 200,000 summoning points, I don't even know if I could gather 70,000 summoning points." After hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Mikoto put away the oil bottle in her mouth and waved her hand. "It's fine, I didn't mind. No, even if you beat me to death, I will not believe that what I saw just now was an illusion." Chuju panted lightly and said absent-mindedly, "Yen, 70,000 gold coins can summon a Mikoto that is close to the 8th tier. If it's 200,000 gold coins, can we summon a 9th tier?" Even Kaishisama was shocked by her own words. When Wu Yen heard this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "This, I also don't know. Maybe it's because of the accumulated displeasure in her heart, or maybe it's because Wu Yan's irresponsible answer was too unreliable, but Kaishisama raised her voice when she said this. Wu Yan moved his butt back like a coward and avoided her gaze. Because I already decided on who to summon, I didn't consider if 200,000 points is enough to summon a 9th tier. Then why don't you ask the system?" Chuju couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy, he was considered reliable in the demon cave. Why is he so unreliable now? "I don't think there's a need for that," Wu Yan meekly protested. "Since we already decided on who to summon, Tier 8 is more than enough to deal with this situation. There's no need to change it." Wu Yan is digging his own grave by saying this, but he had no choice but to say it out loud. If he really did ask the system and if it's really feasible, he would have to summon a Tier 9. But he had already decided to summon this character. Although the summoning of this character didn't cost as much as 200,000 summoning points, and it was definitely much weaker than a character that could be summoned with 200,000 summoning points. However, compared to this character, strength and whatnot were nothing. However, as mentioned before, Wu Yan's words were seeking death. Chuju looked at Wu Yan's eyes and began to squint dangerously. Chuju stared at Wu Yan and said suspiciously, "I say, I'm just asking the system, why are you so against it? Also, even if a Tier 8 was enough, wouldn't a Tier 9 be enough to sweep through the entire battlefield? At that time, we'll be even more unscrupulous? Why are you so against it?" As she spoke, Chuju stretched out a hand and put it on Wu Yan's shoulder. Chuju revealed a very beautiful smile and said sweetly, "Or is there something else in your heart that you can't let others know about?" When Chuju put her hand on Wu Yan's shoulder, Wu Yan's body trembled in fear. When the president revealed a smile, he was even more frightened. To him, this unusually attractive and beautiful smile was like the smile of a devil. He couldn't help but look away, appearing very guilty. I just feel that it's not good to judge by strength. No matter what, she's still our future companion. If we eliminate her because there's someone stronger than her, isn't that a bit biased?" Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said forcibly, as if the truth was on his side. "Is that so?" Even Mikoto is a bit suspicious of Wu Yan's ulterior motives. After all, Wu Yan's behavior is a bit suspicious. Looking at the two girls who could turn into tigresses at any time, Wu Yan only felt the pressure. Can he honestly tell them that the one he's going to summon is an otaku's dream, the legendary otaku goddess who has a great body and is obedient to everyone? She's usually incomparably soft, but when faced with an enemy, she'll transform into a strong queen. Her natural temperament is off the charts. He can push her whenever he wants and she'll softly call him master. If he really said that, the two girls in front of him won't just turn into tigresses, they'll turn into azuras. "I feel like you have ulterior motives." Chuju and Mikoto fiercely glared at Wu Yan. But they really can't find any flaws in Wu Yan's words. Although his tone is weak, it's obvious that there's something fishy going on. Well, don't say that. No matter what, she's still a companion that will be together day and night in the future. Although she hasn't been summoned yet, it's too rude of you to say that, Wu Yan said to the two girls with a straight face. As for how much of his expression is real, it's up to him to decide. That's true. When the two girls heard Wu Yan's words, they felt like they were being rude. However, they also felt that something was off. Especially when Wu Yan said that they would get along with each other day and night, they felt like they missed something. Seeing that the two girls were fooled by him, Wu Yan quickly said, "Okay, I'm going to start the summoning. Do you want to go to sleep first or stay and watch?" "What do you mean stay and watch? Can't you use a more normal way of saying stay and watch?" This method of changing the topic is called clever. The two girls were once again fooled. After a couple of dry laughs, seeing that the two girls didn't want to pursue the matter, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. To prevent any unexpected accidents from happening, Wu Yan didn't even greet her. He pulled up the system list and opened the summon list. Scrolling through the list, he found his target. Ikaros, heavenly object character. Claims to be the angel of entertainment, but is actually the angel of war, the strongest weapon in war. Title, Sky Queen. Summoning points, 100,000. That's right. It's Ikaros. An otaku's dream. A goddess that can be soft and hard, can be touched and looked at, can be pushed and raised. Ikaros. At this moment, Wu Yan was panting heavily. In less than 0.01 seconds, he clicked on the summoning. Chapter 73. Based on past experience, the summoned character would appear in front of him. Thus, the expectant Wu Yan immediately lifted his head and looked towards the front of the hall. Unfortunately, there was nothing in front of him. What Wu Yan was waiting for was not a girl, but a system notification. Beep. The summoned character's memories and emotions are restricted. Do you wish to remove them? Wu Yan couldn't help but be taken aback by the system's prompt. The system also said that the characters Wu Yan summons are all born a day before the start of the storyline. If Wu Yan remembered correctly, Ikaros' memories and emotions were sealed at the start of the original storyline. Otherwise, she wouldn't have introduced herself as the entertainment-type universal angel in her opening speech. A large part of the reason was that her memory had been sealed. And now, Wu Yan wants to summon Ikaros from a day before the start of the original storyline. Of course, Ikaros' memories and emotions are still sealed. In the original storyline, another omnipotent angel, Nymph, was the one who removed the seal. However, that happened some time after the start of the storyline. After the system's interruption, Wu Yan also remembered that Ikaros' memories and emotions were sealed. To be honest, he really did forget about it. What Wu Yan didn't expect was for the system to be so considerate. It even came with the ability to remove the seal. This made Wu Yan very satisfied, but also very guilty. System, you really are a good person. No, a good system. I used to think you were a scam. I'm sorry. Wu Yan thanked the system in his heart. He almost knelt down and shouted, "This subject deserves 1,000 deaths." Beep. Removing the seal on summoned character Ikaros. Additional summoning points required, 6,000 points. In an instant, what satisfaction, what guilt, what good guy card, they were all thrown into the behemoth forest by Wu Yan. His so-called gratitude turned into curses. Fine, it's my fault for thinking that you're considerate. You're still a scam, damn it. Removing a seal requires 6,000 points? You really want to scam me to death? Even the Kaishu-sama's summoning price isn't that expensive. What's wrong? Even though they don't know what happened, but looking at Wu Yan's face that changed from expectation to realization, to touched, and now to dumbfounded and angry, Chuju and Mikoto expressed that they're not only used to this guy with a broken skull, they're numb to it. So they stopped complaining. Phew. Wu Yan retracted his expression and his eyes lost their color as he said stiffly, "Oh, nothing much. I'm just about to jump into a hole that I have no choice but to jump into." A few question marks floated above their heads, but Hinajiku and Mikoto didn't ask any more. Wu Yan's nonsensical and incomprehensible language made them feel like they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if they kept asking, so they gave up. Where's the summoning? Where's the person? Mikoto looked around for a while. Other than the three of them and Liren, who's already asleep, the hall was empty. She asked with a puzzled face. Chuju was also curious. Among the three of them, She's the only one who hasn't seen a summoned character. Wu Yen has already seen it since he had 2 summoned characters in front of him. As for Mikoto, she also saw it when Wu Yen summoned her. She's the only one who hasn't seen a character growing out of thin air. Wu Yen rubbed his face and forced a smile. There's a small situation. The summoning failed. Failed? The 2 girls cried out in surprise, almost waking up little Li Lin from her sleep. Little Li Lin mumbled something and started to turn around. Seeing this, they hurriedly covered their mouths to stop the noise. After confirming that Liren had only turned over and was still sleeping soundly without any intention of waking up, Hinajiku whispered, "How did it fail?" "It's not really a failure. Didn't you say there was a small situation?" Speaking of small situation, Wu Yen couldn't help but grit his teeth a little. "Since it didn't fail, then hurry up and summon. You're always dragging your feet." Mikoto crossed her arms and said with dissatisfaction. "Sigh." Wu Yen sighed and said weakly, "Coming." Looking at his character status, the summoning points bar showed 126,000. Wu Yen sighed again. So, the system calculated the number of points he had, waving out 6,000 points. Wu Yen pressed summon again. Ding. Summoned character Ikaros's seal has been unsealed. Beep. Due to summoned character Ikaros's equipment, universal card, not conforming to the system's rules, all items will be handed over to the system for free. Thank you for your generosity. Why do I suddenly feel like hitting someone? Scratching his hair like crazy, Wu Yen helplessly groaned. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Even though Wu Yen knew that it was understandable that such a heaven-defying item like the universal card was confiscated, but Wu Yen was still pissed. Especially when the system said, "Thank you for your generosity," at the end, it made him want to go crazy. No, he already went crazy. In the originally silent hall, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of Wu Yen and the girls. The intense light made Wu Yen and the girls squint their eyes and raise a hand to block it. The strong light lasted for a while before it dimmed a bit. A tall and slender figure appeared in front of Wu Yen and Ko from the dimming light. Seeing this figure, the expressions of the 3 girls were completely different. Wu Yan's expression was already starting to get excited, while Chuju and Mikoto were stunned. Because they really couldn't find words to express their feelings at this moment. She had short pink hair that barely covered her ears. Her face was so delicate that there was nothing extra on it. Her tightly shut eyes added a sense of calmness and serenity to her face that didn't seem to belong to this world. She was wearing an extremely revealing white armor. The top half of her body was barely covered. There were 2 shoulder pads on her shoulders, and her arms were covered with wrist guards. The lower half of her body was covered with a battle skirt. Her white and shiny silver legs did not have a trace of excess fat, allowing the girl's tall and slender figure to be fully displayed. What surprised the 2 girls the most was the light pink wings on the girl's back. She's basically an angel that fell from the heavens. So beautiful. The 2 girls still haven't relaxed their dazed expression. The words, "so beautiful," came out of their mouths unconsciously. Well, you can't blame them. You can only say that under the light that hasn't completely disappeared, the angel like Ikaros is really too beautiful. Wu Yan's expression was also very exaggerated. 2 kelp-like tears were hanging on his face. His expression is really touched. The light completely dissipated while Wu Yen and the girls were all preoccupied with their own thoughts. Ikaros also completely appeared in front of Wu Yen and the girls, but her eyes were still tightly shut. When Ikaros completely appeared in front of everyone, the 3 of them froze at the same time. Chuju and Mikoto's jaws dropped. Looking at the 2 huge mounds in front of the angelic girl's chest not far from them, they were petrified. Wu Yan's eyes protruded, his eyes were wide open, his neck slowly stretched out. He just wanted to get closer to the ideal sky ravine, even if it's just a little bit. Tall figure? No. That's also very attractive, but in front of those 2 sacred peaks, it's just a floating cloud. No matter what the 3 of them are thinking, at least this angelic girl who just descended, Ikaros won't be able to know about it. A tiny ray of light suddenly shot out from the angelic girl's body. In a blink of an eye, It shot into Wu Yan's body and connected the two of them. After the heartbeat adjustment process was completed, the ray of light turned into a ball of light and merged into Wu Yan's body. When the consciousness returned to the body's functions started working again, the inexplicable memories were organized. The angelic girl's eyes slowly opened. Chapter 74. Like a newborn animal, the angelic girl's eyelids fluttered. She tried very hard to open her eyes at a very slow speed. Indigo-colored eyes appeared under her eyelids, but they were calm like an ancient well. The autumn water-like pupils made her look a little stiff. She opened her eyes and looked forward. The first thing she saw after opening her eyes was the scene in front of her. And then she saw it. She saw Wu Yan's excited and expectant expression. She saw Liren sleeping soundly with a smile on her face. She saw Chuju and Mikoto's dazed expression. She didn't know what hit them. She looked at them for a moment before fixing her eyes on Wu Yan. The wings on her back spread open in an instant, and a few feathers flew out with the movement of the wings. They fell gently above her, once again forming an extremely beautiful scene. Ikaros flapped her wings twice. Her feet started to leave the ground. She floated in the air and flew in front of Wu Yan, giving the other three a shock. Almost at the same time as she landed, Ikaros's rosy lips parted and a soft and stiff voice came out. Engraving! Begin! Following Ikaros's words, her eyes flashed with a glint of formula. Then nothing happened. Wuyan. Chuju. Mikoto. Ikaros. The hall fell into silence. Wu Yan's trio thought Ikaros was going to do something. But after looking around for a while, nothing happened. They turned back to Ikaros and didn't say anything. After a short moment of silence, under the gaze of Wu Yan's trio, Ikaros, who had been expressionless since her appearance, her expression didn't change. But now, her eyes started to show signs of panic. Raising her hand to touch her neck, Ikaros felt her skin. In her memory, the collar that she had been wearing around her neck since she gained consciousness had disappeared. Ikaros touched her smooth neck. Her expression didn't change, but the panic in her eyes grew. Engrave. Necklace. Gone. Ikaros muttered. There was a rare trace of emotion in her voice. After sorting out the information that suddenly appeared in her mind, Ikaros knew that she was no longer in the same world as she was before, but to Ikaros, this isn't a big deal. To her, she's just a tool for a new master, obeying her new master's orders, that's all. As for where she was, she didn't need to care at all. In her settings, as long as she saw the person who summoned her, put on the collar, inscribed it on the master, and gave her everything to the master. Then, she would listen to all the master's orders. All of this is a matter of course. But right now, she can't help but panic. The collar is gone, the engraving can't be done, she can't have a master anymore. All of this happened so suddenly in her not-so-developed emotional system, she didn't know what to do. Without a master, she can't receive orders, she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know what to do, then the girl in front of him may be as calm as an ancient well without any change in her expression, but how could he not see the endless confusion in her eyes? Looking at this beautiful girl, Wu Yan's excitement slowly receded and was replaced by infinite pity. As an artificial angel, Ikaros was created as a weapon. You could say that since she was born, her everything was her master. Everything she did was according to her master's orders. Her master told her to fight, so she's been fighting her whole life. She's not nymph or Astrea. Ikaros' emotional system is too low. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have feelings. On the contrary, in Ikaros' mind, once she expresses her feelings, they're the purest and truest. Too bad she doesn't have the ability to make judgments on her own. In other words, she can't make judgments for herself. The disappearance of the collar made her, who had always relied on the program settings to move, at this moment, she didn't know what to do, so she started to feel lost. She was like a helpless little girl. Under Hinajiku and Mikoto's unreadable expressions, Wu Yan grinned and reached out his hand to hold Ikaros's head. Ikaros, who is still in a daze, felt the sudden warmth on her head. She lifted her head and looked at Wu Yen, who is still smiling. Gently caressing Ikaros' beautiful pink hair, looking into her watery eyes, Wu Yan's voice sounded so gentle. Ikaros. Moving his hand to her neck, little by little, Wu Yen smiled. Hey, Ikaros, do you know why your collar disappeared? Shaking her head, Ikaros stared at Wu Yen without moving. That's because our lives are already intertwined, and we can't be separated anymore. This relationship is thousands of times more important than the relationship established by that stupid necklace. That's why the system removed it, because there's no need for it to exist since our lives are intertwined. Retracting his hand, he rubbed Ikaros' head again and he grinned. Everything that is yours is already mine. So, there's no need to be confused. Ikaros stared blankly at Wu Yen, her eyes gradually brightened up. She didn't know when, but the confusion in her eyes disappeared without a trace. Ikaros' eyes became calm again. Looking at Wu Yen, Ikaros said, Yes. Retracting her wings into a pair of small palm-sized wings, Ikaros looked at Wu Yen and spoke softly. I'm Strategic Angel Ikaros. Nice to meet you, my master. Tilting his head, Wu Yen smiled and waved. Ikaros, I'm Wu Yen. Please take care of me from now on. Yes, master. The two cat ears beside her ears swayed slightly, Ikaros said blankly. Wu Yen nodded. Just as he was about to say something, two slender hands patted his shoulder at the same time. Wu Yen turned around in confusion. The scene in front of him almost made him pee his pants. Behind him, Kaishisama and Sis-Kanon were standing there, each with an outstretched hand on his shoulder. Chuju and Mikoto's lips twitched as they looked at him. Their yellow-green and brown eyes emitted a dangerous signal. Wu Yen couldn't stay calm anymore. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Kaishisama clenched her other hand, ready to summon Shiro Sakura at any time. Wu Yen shrunk his shoulders, but he was restrained by the two girls. He could only laugh dryly. Explain what? Explain what? Mikoto's hand on Wu Yan's shoulder was about to pinch hard. She forced a smile. Don't tell me you don't want to explain, she, pointing at Ikaros, Mikoto shouted. Why did she call you master? There's a reason. It's an irresistible reason. Wu Yan's heart was thumping hard, forcing an ugly smile. Wu Yen stuttered. An irresistible reason? Then why do I feel like it's natural for you to hear it? Chuju sneered. Or, did you already know it would be like this before you summoned her? Cherry blossoms danced in the air, curling around Chuju's palm. A crystal longsword was conjured out of Chuju's hand. Her bangs moved up and down, blue and white sparks flashed on her forehead, making crackling sounds. Wu Yan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Chapter 75. Yen. Chuju hugged Wu Yen, looking at him with watery eyes. Then she closed her eyes and moved her lips closer. Wu Yen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly moved his mouth closer. Yen. At this time, another pair of hands wrapped around Wu Yan's waist. Wu Yen hurriedly opened his eyes to see Mikoto's moist eyes. She licked her lips and copied Chuju, pouting her cherry lips. Her meaning was obvious. Wu Yen hugged left and right, blissful beyond belief. Looking at Chuju, then at Mikoto, he didn't know which one to kiss first. Instantly, he fell into a peach blossom dilemma. Master! Another voice, soft and gentle, rang in Wu Yan's ears. At the same time, a pair of wonderful softness pressed against Wu Yan's back, causing Wu Yan's heart to skip a beat. Turning his head, what entered his eyes was Ikaros' naturally dazed face. She was hugging Wu Yan's waist from behind, so if Wu Yan slightly lowered his head, he would be able to see a pair of plump Saintus peaks. Looking at Ikaros' expression, Wu Yan's breathing started to become rough. Yen, just when Wu Yen was about to push Ikaros down, two deep demonic voices that seemed to come from the depths of hell made Wu Yan's thoughts disappear without a trace. Turning his head stiffly like a machine, Wu Yen saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. With white cherry in hand, Hinajiku's face had turned completely black. Her background had also turned completely black. Most importantly, white cherry's crystal-like blade had turned completely black. Mikoto lowered her head, her hair and clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. The electric current flowed through her body at an unprecedented speed. What made Wu Yan even more terrified is that the electric current flowing through Mikoto's body is also black. Black? Wu Yan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Chuju and Mikoto in horror. The 2 completely black women, holding a black hatchet and black electricity, roared at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression. "You're a womanizer who's helping others. Accept your death." In an instant, Wu Yan's head was chopped off. His body was also electrolyzed into slag. In a hotel room, Wu Yan abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. The blanket on his body had already been flung away by him. Wearing pajamas so thick that juice could be wrung out of it, his face is covered in sweat. Gasping for air, he looked around, and when he found himself in a hotel room, he let out a sigh of relief. So it was a dream. Wiping the sweat off his face, Wu Yan tried his best to adjust his breathing. His heart was filled with joy. It was a dream, it was all a dream. Pa, I knew it. Chuju and Mikoto are so kind. How could they kill me with a hatchet? So it was all a dream. Wu Yan sat on the bed and comforted himself, but the more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. This dream won't come true. When he thought of himself being killed by a hatchet, Wu Yan felt like his throat was on fire. He was incomparably thirsty. It's just a dream. That's right. It's just a dream. Laughing dryly, Wu Yan shook his head violently. He kept repeating this sentence in an attempt to hypnotize himself. Master, wow. A hatchet appeared. A voice made Wu Yan scream in fear. He pulled the blanket over his head and shivered. Ooh, I won't do it again. Don't hatchet me, please. The weak voice echoed in the blanket. Wu Yan's body trembled more and more. Don't hatchet me, I'm not your master, so please don't hatchet. The begging voice suddenly stopped. Wu Yan was stunned. He finally realized what he heard. HM? Master? Sticking his head out of the blanket like a turtle, Wu Yan fearfully looked towards the source of the voice. Then he froze again. Karos. Looking at Ikaros lying on the bed, Wu Yan called out in surprise. Yes, master? Ikaros lifted her body, her full chest jiggling up and down because of her movement. Wu Yan's eyes widened, his thirst increased. Do you have any orders? But Ikaros didn't realize how seductive her actions were. She just stared blankly at Wu Yan and said. Evil thoughts surged in his mind. Wu Yan looked at the alluring Ikaros. Hearing her words, Wu Yan's blood rushed towards a certain direction. Morning is usually the time when men are the most excited. Wu Yan is also a man, but at this time, an incomparably beautiful girl with a great body who will listen to him absolutely said, Do you have any orders? How could Wu Yan not have evil thoughts? Feeling a certain part of his body hard to the point of discomfort, Wu Yan looked at Ikaros with shining eyes and was about to give his orders when the dream from earlier suddenly flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Like a tiger shaking off lice, all evil thoughts disappeared in a blink of an eye. His lower body also softened. The excessive request he was about to say was swallowed back down by Wu Yan, almost choking him to death. Cough, 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 cough. Even though he didn't choke to death, his chest was still blocked, causing Wu Yan to cough non-stop until he almost coughed to death. Master? Looking at Wu Yan's desperate coughing, Ikaros's ears twitched and her head tilted. She can feel that her master is having a hard time, but she doesn't know what to do to make him happy, so she can only stand there and watch Wu Yan's coughing. Even though Ikaros's expression is still blank, Wu Yan can guess what she's thinking and quickly waved his hand. It's fine, it's just a cough, it's not a big deal. Yes, master. Since Wu Yan said so, Ikaros can only obey. Patting his chest, Wu Yan took a deep breath and looked up at Ikaros, asking weakly. Karos, what's the matter? Tilting her head again, Ikaros opened her bright indigo eyes and stared at Wu Yan without blinking, as if thinking about how to answer. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a word. Nothing, nothing. Obviously, Wu Yan's brain couldn't wrap itself around the situation, repeating Ikaros's words, speechless. If there's nothing, then why are you in my room, Ikaros? Last night, Chuju and Mikoto gave him a good beating. Wu Yan's face was all bruised and swollen. It took a lot of persuasion to convince them to let him go. After that, Chuju and Mikoto gave Wu Yan a beating, which made Ikaros think that they wanted to hurt Wu Yan. She almost pulled out Apollo and shot at them. In a hurry, he explained everything again to convince Ikaros that Chuju and Mikoto were playing around with good intentions. Wu Yan almost died from exhaustion. After some deep conversation, Hinajiku and Mikoto also realized Ikaros's naivety. After that, Ikaros was dragged into a room by the two girls. Who knows what they were up to? That's why Wu Yan said that. Too bad. Ikaros was stunned for a while before replying to Wu Yan. Ikaros came to watch Master sleep. Watch me sleep. Stunned, Wu Yan scratched his face and pulled off his blanket. Sitting in front of Ikaros, he asked curiously, "What do you want to watch me sleep for?" "What do I want to?" Ikaros seemed to be thinking about something, but there's no change in her expression. "Just watch Master sleep." Twitching his mouth, Wu Yan sighed. He understood Ikaros, but sometimes, she's really hard to understand. "What's so nice about watching me sleep? If you watch me sleep, don't you need to sleep as well?" "Sleep." Lowering her head, Ikaros said softly. "Pos, doesn't need to sleep? Doesn't need to sleep? Doesn't need to sleep." That's right, as a man-made omnipotent angel, Ikaros can't sleep. Glancing at Ikaros who's staring at him blankly, Wu Yan reached out to stroke her head. Gotta think of a way to solve Ikaros's problem of not being able to sleep. Otherwise, Ikaros would be too pitiful if she had to spend the night alone. Chapter 76. In the other room, Chuju and Mikoto woke up as well. They woke up little Liren and she started to wash up and get dressed while yawning. Most girls have to dress up after waking up. After all, they like to look pretty. However, this standard can't be applied to Kaisha-sama and Railgun. Although they are also girls, their personalities are more masculine. The two girls just tidied up their hair and clothes and ended what would be a long personal time for other girls. When they walked out of the room and came to the living room, the scene in front of them made them stunned. "Yo, you're awake." Wu Yan was sitting there. When he saw the three girls come out, he called them over. At the same time, his hands didn't stop moving and he quickly stuffed the food on the table into his mouth. Chuju and Mikoto exclaimed exaggeratedly. They pointed at Wu Yan with trembling fingers. Their faces looked like they've seen a ghost. This made Wu Yan's heart twitch a few times. "I say, what's with that look like you've seen a ghost?" The corner of his mouth twitched. Wu Yan was about to flip the table. "You're really Yan? Not someone else in disguise?" Chuju's words made Wu Yan lose his composure. "I say, what are you guys suspecting? Are you that surprised to see me?" Wu Yan felt like he wanted to bite someone. He's really pissed off. Anyone who went through a scene like that would feel a little weird. While they were talking, Chuju and Mikoto pulled little Liren, who was curiously looking at Ikaros, to sit beside Wu Yan. Chuju glanced at the breakfast on the table and said, "Of course we're surprised." Mikoto also snorted and said, "You know, you're a lazy person. If it's not past 10 o'clock, you'll never wake up." Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and retorted, "How could that be? When I was the housekeeper of Chuju's house, I woke up early every day." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju immediately curled her lips in disdain and said snappily, "You still dare to say that? During that period of time, I was the one who lifted your quilt and woke you up. If I didn't wake you up, I think you even forgot to go to class." Suddenly, Wu Yan was speechless. Snickering, Chuju picked up a piece of bread from the table and took a bite. She frowned, and Mikoto did the same. Where did this bread come from? After the second bite, Chuju and Mikoto put down the bread in their hands at the same time and said with dissatisfaction, "It seems like the taste of this bread is not to their liking." What happened?" Wu Yan picked up the third piece of bread and took big bites. He said strangely, "It's from the hotel. Isn't it delicious? I think it's not bad. Didn't you make it, Yen? Oh please. Wu Yen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "This is a hotel. There's service here. Why do you have to make it yourself?" Hearing this, the two girls became depressed again. Hinajika even whispered, "But you've always been the one doing it. I'm not a professional chef." Wu Yen raised his hand and said loudly, "It seems like these two ladies are treating him as their personal chef. Sai, what should we do now?" Chuju pointed at the bread on the table and said in distress, "After eating Wu Yan's dishes, ordinary dishes don't taste good anymore." Indeed, Kaisha-sama was raised by Wu Yen for a month. Don't forget, Wu Yen has the cooking master ability. During that month, Chuju ate Wu Yan's dishes every day. Her appetite has long been spoiled. Now, the food made by the hotel is a bit hard to eat. Even Mikoto is the same. Only little Liren, who hasn't eaten Wu Yan's food, is eating with relish. Knowing this, Wu Yen can't help but ridicule in his heart. The breakfast made by the famous noble hotel in this supply town is called ordinary by you. This makes the hotel owner who paid a high price to hire a famous chef feel bad. However, Wu Yen is a bit pleased with himself. Now you know you can't leave this, brother. It's all your fault, Yen. You made the food so good that now we can't eat other people's food. Mikoto gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yen. Swallowing the last bite of the bread, Wu Yen could only helplessly say, "Just make do with it, aren't you hungry?" To be honest, Kaisha-sama and Sis Cannon are a bit hungry. At that moment, they could only unwillingly pick up the bread on the table and eat it with wrinkled faces. At this moment, beside Chuju, little Liren, who has been curiously looking at Ikaros since she came out of the room, finally spoke. As she chewed on the bread, she looked at the motionless Ikaros behind Wu Yen and asked in her baby voice, "Who is this beautiful big sister?" Wu Yen, Chuju and Mikoto flinched. Only then did they remember little Liren hasn't seen Ikaros before. "Oh right, Ikaros." Chuju and Mikoto turned to look at Ikaros, feeling a bit embarrassed. Because they had completely ignored Ikaros just now, Ikaros can only blame herself for standing obediently behind Wu Yen and not saying anything. Of course, it's not to say that Ikaros' presence is low. On the contrary, even if Ikaros doesn't speak, it's hard not to notice her. After all, Ikaros is too pretty. If Ikaros is a ripe peach, then Chuju and Mikoto are green apples. After all, Chuju and Mikoto are 14 and 15 respectively. Their bodies haven't fully matured yet. Even if they have good looks, compared to Ikaros, there's still a small gap. Of course, that's only for now. Once these two tsundere lowly grow up, it'll be hard to say. And this is after Wu Yen told Ikaros to wear a normal girl's clothes to cover up her wings. Otherwise, she'd be even more conspicuous. But since she just joined last night, it's understandable that she didn't notice. Beautiful big sister, why are you ignoring Liren? Do you hate Liren? Seeing Ikaros just staring blankly at her without answering her question, little Liren weakly asked. "Ah, little Liren, don't mind her. It's not that Ikaros is ignoring you, it's just that Ikaros isn't good at communicating with others." Wu Yen looked at little Liren's pitiful face and could only say so. He's not going to say that he's just attracted by her cuteness. Mikoto looked at Ikaros and suddenly asked, "Ikaros, did you wake up early? I didn't see you when I woke up, so I thought you'd gone somewhere." Finally realizing that everyone was talking about her, Ikaros slowly turned to look at Wu Yen and whispered, "Oh, went to Master's room." As soon as he heard Ikaros answer, Wu Yan's heart screamed, "Not good." If Chuju and Mikoto knew that Ikaros stayed in his room the whole night, he'd die a horrible death. Absolutely. Just thinking about the dream of being chopped up by a chopper, Wu Yan's heart jumped. Wu Yen quickly interrupted, "Oh right, Chuju and Mikoto, we're going to go treasure hunting the day after tomorrow. What's the plan for little Liren?" Have to say, this topic was changed very well. Chuju looked at Liren and hesitantly said, "This? I also, too bad." Before Chuju could finish, little Liren stood up and shouted, "I want to go too." Little Liren, the place we're going to this time is very dangerous. Mikoto immediately objected when she heard Liren's words. No matter what, little Liren is just a weak little girl. I don't care. I want to go. Liren hugged Hinajiku tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Chunidison Oni-san, don't leave Liren behind, I don't want to leave you guys. Yen. Chuju didn't know what to do while hugging little Liren. Wu Yen sighed and pondered, let's bring her along, we don't have any other plans. I think we can still protect her. Mikoto could only nod at Wu Yan's words. Liren's tears turned into laughter and she cheered happily. Looking at all the girls, Wu Yen murmured, now, all that's left is to wait. Chapter 77. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, Supply Town's Southern Plaza. This is the largest plaza in the southern part of the town. If you continue walking forward, you'll reach the southern exit of the town. Even though this plaza is big, it's not the way to the behemoth forest. Also, it's not the main entrance. That's why there aren't many people here. But today, this place is packed with people. It's literally a sea of people. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and little Liren are standing at an inconspicuous corner of the plaza. Looking at the huge crowd in front of them, they're speechless. There's at least 10,000 people here. Looks like the news from the auction house spread like wildfire these days. It's not like there's nothing to gain. Wu Yen looked at the endless stream of people. Looking at the small groups, large groups, and even mercenary groups, he couldn't help but frown. Because if they found the so-called treasure, everyone here might. No, it was certain that they would all become their enemies. Wu Yen doesn't believe that anyone here would be kind enough to share the treasure they found. Looks like a lot of families and mercenary groups sent people here to get involved in this mess. Mikoto's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light as she looked around the plaza. Of course, Mikoto isn't counting the number of people here. She's not that bored. Right now, Mikoto is using the system to detect everyone's strength. Even though Chuju is carrying little Liren, she's doing the same thing. The light in her eyes didn't stop moving. Chuju's face is tense as she said with a dignified face. So many. Wu Yan's group hasn't been in this spalier world for long. Even Wu Yen, who came here first, only stayed for a few months. He's not familiar with this place. Those clans, mercenary groups, he doesn't know any of their names. Even if he could use the system's perception to detect the names of the people here, he wouldn't bother trying to memorize them. After all, there are tens of thousands of people here. However, probing his strength was absolutely necessary, because they might become enemies. Those below the 5th stage were almost innumerable, and the number of 5th stage experts was quite large. However, these people were not enough to pose a threat to Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's group did not care about them. What really made Wu Yan concerned were those who could pose a threat to them. Almost 100 stage 6 people. Chuju looked at Wu Yan and said, Rank 7, 15 of them. Mikoto pursed her lips and turned to Wu Yan. No one at the 8th level has appeared yet. Wu Yan frowned and glanced at the crowd. Mikoto squinted her eyes and resisted the urge to release electricity. Her lips curled up and she said, So many strong fighters, seriously, you're excited, right? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Mikoto and said in an exasperated tone, Oh we are trying to estimate how many people can pose a threat to us. Look at you, you're the one getting excited first. You should know that there are more than 100 people here who can deal damage to us. You said there are more than 100 people here, but there's not a single one who can pose a threat to me. Mikoto touched her bangs and smiled. Although there are 15 people above level 60, the highest level here is still me. I'm level 69. They're not a threat to you, but they're a threat to us. Wu Yan shrugged and waved his hand. I'm only level 50. There are more than 100 people here who can deal with me. Not to mention, Mikoto, you're the highest level here. You're not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but what about a group fight? Oh, sorry, I'm just saying. Do you think I don't know? Really, why are you being so serious? Mikoto's original hot-bloodedness was crushed by Wu Yan's words. She felt that this guy in front of her was really annoying. Alright, we still have Ikaros here, don't worry. Chuju interrupted the two's conversation and said snappily. If they're worried about this with their level of strength, then wouldn't I be trembling in fear? That's true, we still have Ikaros here. Wu Yen turned to look at the expressionless Ikaros who was staring blankly at him. Wu Yen felt relieved. If Mikoto had to worry about being ganged up on since there are more than a dozen people here who are at the same level as her, then Ikaros has no such worries. Wu Yen can say with certainty that even if everyone here came at her together, they wouldn't be a match for Ikaros. Group battles and whatnot are completely useless against Ikaros, who is a strategic all-purpose angel with a bunch of lethal weapons on her. Ikaros is an existence that can destroy an entire civilization. Not to mention, they're not to be trifled with either. Character, Wu Yen abilities, sword mastery, cooking mastery, complete memory, chaotic return to horizon dance, electromaster, LV4, equipment, Shana of the Holy Temple, C rank, dragon armor, C rank, summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gui Chuju, Ikaros equipment points, 21,000 item points, 810000 ability points, 101000 summoning points, 120000 level, 50 character, Misaka Mikoto ability, Electromaster, LVL5, strength, C endurance, C agility, B spirit, equipment, none level, 69, character, Gui Chuju ability, none strength, C endurance, D agility, C spirit, C equipment, white cherry, D rank, level, 35, character, Ikaros ability, Sky Queen mode strength, A endurance, B agility, B spirit, A equipment, Artemis permanent homing missile, C rank, Aegis absolute defense circle, C rank, Apollon, Apollo, C rank, Uranus system, B rank, level, 77, Wu Yen silently put away the status list. He glanced at the Tier 7 leaders at the front of the group and he grinned. Even though he's on the same level as Chuju, he's not considered one of the strongest here. There are more than 100 people who are higher level than him and who knows how many are higher than Chuju. But on Wu Yan's side, there's Mikoto. At the very least, Mikoto is the strongest in the group of Tier 8. Of course, Wu Yan's biggest worry is Ikaros. Level 77. Even among Tier 8, she's definitely one of the best. In addition to that, there's a list of equipment that makes Wu Yan's heart tremble. Wu Yen believes that Ikaros is definitely the strongest in the group of Tier 8. Even if a Tier 9 comes, they won't have a good time. Because aside from the 3C rank equipment, Ikaros still has AB rank equipment. Gold armament. That's something that only Tier 9 elites have the qualifications to use. That's something that even Wu Yen doesn't have. That's something that even a Tier 8 elite doesn't have. With an armament of this level, in this group of people without Tier 9 elites, who's going to be the strongest? Even if it's other equipment, it's still not to be underestimated. There's also a gap between C rank equipment. Just like a person of the same tier, a person of the same tier, a person of the same tier, a person of level 60 and a person of level 69, how big is the gap between them? It's the same for equipment. Even if they're both C rank, there's still a gap between rare armaments. For example, Wu Yan's 2 rare armaments, the Holy Temple Veil is probably in the middle tier, while the Spiritual Dragon Armor is in the upper tier. And Ikaros's Permanent Homing Missile and Absolute Defense Circle are in the upper tier. Apollo is even more exaggerated, it's AC rank. But Wu Yen asked the system, Ikaros's Apollo, although its AC rank, is infinitely close to AB rank. Super high level, super strong equipment. It's what created this heaven-defying girl. That's why there's only 5 people on his side, including a little lowly who can't help at all and can only be a mascot. But Wu Yen isn't afraid of anyone. Even if their numbers can't be compared to those mercenary groups or big clans that have hundreds and thousands of people, their quality is definitely not worse than any of those groups. In addition, Wu Yen used 70,000 item points to exchange for some items last night. Wu Yen doesn't believe that he'll return empty-handed from this treasure hunting trip. Simply put, Wu Yen is starting to burn. Chapter 78. Just as the people in the square were chatting away, the sound of a gust of wind suddenly entered everyone's ears. The whistling wind came down from the sky, blowing the whole square. Some of the lighter ones even had to grab onto their companions to avoid being blown away. A gust of wind is harmless, but for the women, they weren't so lucky. Although the wind wasn't strong enough to blow them away, but it did blow their clothes into a mess. The female warriors were fine. After all, they're still women, but they're still warriors, so they'll at least wear 1 or 2 pieces of light armor. The rare female magi, on the other hand, had it bad. Most of the female magi wore light robes, and the gust of wind blew their clothes up, causing their skirts to flutter even more. It was a feast for the eyes of the male companions, and at the same time, the whole square was filled with gasps of surprise. The male crowd was cheering loudly in their hearts, feeling incomparable happiness. They felt that this trip wasn't in vain, and Wu Yan was also a part of this happiness. The 3 girls and 1 loli beside him also had their skirts fluttering up. Chuju and Mikoto held their skirts tightly, not letting themselves be exposed. Even if they were exposed, Wu Yan wouldn't want to look. After all, they're wearing safety pants. The little loli, Liren, on the other hand, is a bit interesting. She's wearing cute little panties, but Wu Yan only caught a glimpse of her before her skirt was covered up by the daisies that are also pressed into her skirt. The one that really made Wu Yan secretly happy is Ikaros. This natural all-rounder angel doesn't have any scruples at all. The wind blew her skirt up high, revealing her white little cutie. But she didn't know how to cover it up. She just stood there looking at Wu Yan, wondering what's so good about Wu Yan. Hinajiku and Mikoto are busy with their own business, so they didn't pay attention to Ikaros. Wu Yan moved his feet and blocked Ikaros so that no one can see her figure. Then he widened his eyes and stared at Ikaros's lower body. While Wu Yan was enjoying himself, Ikaros's eyes only flashed twice before returning her gaze to Wu Yan. She didn't move at all, just like a statue. Soon, the culprit that caused this gust of wind appeared in front of everyone's eyes. To be more precise, it appeared in the air above everyone. A strangely shaped ship slowly descended from the sky above the square. Standing at the bow of the ship was the old man who presided over the auction last time. "A ship can fly!" Chuju cried out in surprise. Luckily, the wind was very strong, so other than Wu Yan's group, no one else heard what Chuju said. Otherwise, it would have attracted a lot of attention. After all, this strange flying ship is one of the Spalier world's main means of transportation. There's not many people who haven't seen it before. If Chuju's words were heard by others, they would have looked at her like she's an alien or a country bumpkin. What? It's an airship! It's an airship! Liren raised both her hands and shouted. She seems to have seen this airship before. Is that an airship from this world? Although I heard Fei mention it before, it's a bit different from a ship. Wu Yan rubbed his chin, recalling Fei's words. He suddenly realized. Actually, it's not just the appearance that's different from a ship. It's not like a normal ship just because it can fly. The airship slowly descended, and the people below the airship immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They didn't want to be crushed into a persimmon. Thus, the airship stopped in the open space in front of everyone's eyes. Due to the airship's large size, it's almost a quarter of the square, so when it stopped in the square without any hindrance, the people in the square felt a bit crowded. The old man from the auction house stood at the front of the airship with his hands behind his back. Looking like an immortal, Wu Yan secretly scolded him for being pretentious. The old man looked at the large number of people below, nodded with satisfaction, laughed a few times, and then said, "Everyone, since you're here, you must be ready to go treasure hunting with us, right? This old man here would like to say welcome to all of you. Let's have a pleasant cooperation, and I also hope that everyone will have a fruitful journey in the future." Then, next, I will explain some things that we need to explain on this trip. Originally, this old man didn't have the chance to explain it to everyone. After all, there are many people here who are of the same rank as me, or experts from various large families. However, since this trip was initiated by our auction house, then I will be thick-skinned and show off in front of everyone. Listening to the old man's words, Wu Yan only felt speechless. You clearly know that there are many people of the same rank and from large families and mercenary groups here, yet you keep on nagging. Can't you see that these people are already a bit annoyed by your high and mighty attitude? And you don't even cut to the chase. Isn't this showing off? Do you really want to be scolded? Perhaps he heard Wu Yan's ridicule. The old man coughed twice, cleared his throat, and shouted, "Everyone, this time, the treasure location we are heading to is the Small Ring Mountain Range." Small Ring Mountain Range? Wu Yan took out the map book on his body and began to flip through it. Seeing this, Chuju, Mikoto, and little Liren immediately surrounded Wu Yan and looked at the map in his hand. Soon, Wu Yan found this so-called Small Ring Mountain Range. It's just an unremarkable mountain range. The terrain isn't high and the area it occupies isn't much. It can be said that it's not famous at all and has no special features. However, looking at this Small Ring Mountain Range on the map, Wu Yan and Mikoto frowned at the same time. "What's wrong?" Seeing the two frowning, Chuju quickly asked. "Oh, it's nothing." Wu Yan stuffed the map book in his hand to Mikoto and looked up at Chuju. "I'm just wondering why a small mountain range with no special features would have such a huge treasure. Maybe they chose this place to hide the treasure because it has no special features. After all, it's not easy to be discovered this way." Chuju pondered for a moment and said to Wu Yan, "Then you're right." Wu Yan nodded. Chuju looked at Mikoto, who was still looking at the map, and asked, "So Mikoto, what do you see?" "I don't see anything, I just have some thoughts." Mikoto put the map book in front of everyone and said, "Look, there's almost no town around this mountain range. Don't even mention a town, there's not even a small village." "Indeed." Wu Yan glanced at the area and asked Mikoto, "Other than the name of Kohuin Mountain Range, there's nothing there. And then? What do you think when you see this?" She put away the map book and tossed it to him. She continued in a serious tone. "What I'm thinking is, if something were to happen over there, wouldn't the heavens and earth be at a loss for what to do?" Hearing Mikoto's words, everyone fell silent. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Wu Yan suddenly laughed and straightened his back, saying, "Well, since the bridge will cross when the boat reaches the bow, if we keep worrying about this and that, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything when the time comes. Did you forget? We want the brave to be invincible." Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other and laughed, saying in unison, "That's right. The brave to be invincible." At the same time, the old man standing at the bow of the ship said to everyone, "Because the journey is long, our auction house has already prepared an airship. If there's any inconvenience, please forgive us." Originally, he just wanted to say some polite words, but what the old man didn't expect was that many female magicians below were glaring at him, making him a little confused. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan almost laughed. Chuju and Mikoto also looked at the old man with displeasure. If looks could kill, he would have died a few hundred times already. Wu Yan was already suspecting whether this old man really didn't know or did he do it on purpose. Saying "forgive us" like this, it's a group mockery to the girls who just exposed themselves. Even if he didn't understand, the old man still continued. "Then, please get on the airship, we're about to depart to the mountain range." Wu Yan looked at Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and little Liren, turned his head and said, "Let's go." Chapter 79. When Wu Yan's group stepped onto the deck, Ikaros, who was following behind Wu Yan, suddenly froze. Her indigo pupils shrank and turned into a deep red. Almost at the same time, her eyes turned back to indigo as if nothing happened. Ikaros froze. Wu Yan's group naturally noticed. Wu Yan turned to Ikaros and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ikaros." Ikaros raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. "Master, there's a very dangerous life form." "A very dangerous life form." Wu Yan's group looked at each other. Mikoto walked to Ikaros's side. "Ikaros." Mikoto lightly tugged at Ikaros's clothes and pulled her gaze away from Wu Yan. "You mean you sensed a very strong life form on this airship, right?" Ikaros replied softly and turned her gaze back to Wu Yan. It was as if she didn't see Wu Yan for a second, Wu Yen would disappear. Ikaros, how strong is the life form you sensed? Wu Yen also walked to Ikaros's side and asked in a low voice. Ikaros's gaze also changed following Wu Yan's movements. Hearing Wu Yan's question, Ikaros paused for a moment before answering. Number 3, Strength A, Danger Level Unknown. I suggest Master eliminate them. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched and he quickly said, let's not act rashly. Ikaros, let's just wait and see. Yes, but... After Ikaros went blank again, Mikoto and Chuju came to Wu Yan's side and asked. Number 3, that's understandable. Ikaros sensed 3 life forms, but what's the standard for strength and danger level? According to Ikaros's settings, Strength A means they're on the same level as her. In other words, there are 3 people on the same level as her. In other words, they're Tier 8. Wu Yan's face turned serious as he explained to Chuju and Mikoto. Tier 8 finally appeared. Mikoto exhaled. Tier 8, that's her current goal. Even with her current strength, she has to look up to them. When I didn't see any Tier 8 people, I thought our guess was wrong. I didn't expect them to hide first. Hinajiku said dejectedly as she scanned the airship with her system perception but to no avail. Wu Yan smiled. That's understandable. They're Tier 8 after all. The auction house gathered the strongest to explore the treasure trove. How could they let a Tier 8 wait in the plaza with the others? 3 Tier 8, Ikaros. Can you tell us their specific strength? Mikoto groaned in distress and asked Ikaros. Ikaros's pupils shrunk again, but this time it didn't turn dark red. She looked around and said, their bodies are unknown. Their strength is unknown. Location is being determined. We haven't detected them yet. Ikaros, since you haven't found them, then don't bother looking. When the time comes, they'll naturally appear. Rubbing Ikaros's head, Wu Yen said with a smile. Turning to look at Wu Yen, Ikaros froze for a moment before replying. Yes, Master. Seeing Wu Yan's intimate action towards Ikaros, Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but snort coldly to express their displeasure. Smiling embarrassedly, Wu Yen bitterly retracted his hand. While Wu Yen and the rest were talking, the airship also slowly floated up into the air. It circled in the air for a while, as if to determine the direction, then turned and flew towards the south. How magical! This is the first time I've sat on a flying airship. Mikoto weighed her feet and said curiously. Actually, it's also my first time. Wu Yen laughed dryly and said to Mikoto while hugging little Liren who jumped into his arms. Of course, I've never seen a flying airship in Academy City. Except for a certain airship that only reports the weather. And you, coming from such a backward place, don't even mention it. Mikoto curled her lips and sneered. Wu Yen is speechless, but Mikoto is right. Even though he came from a world of technology, but compared to Academy City in Mikoto's world where technology is 30 years ahead of the outside world, the technology of the 21st century can only be considered backward. Seeing Wu Yan's silence, Mikoto turned her head away in dissatisfaction and said, Then what do we do next? Should we wait here until we reach our destination, or should we go and look for those 3 guys of the 8th step? Wu Yen pondered for a while and said, Let's not do that, I'm afraid we'll attract their attention. What's there to pay attention to? They should have noticed us a long time ago, right? Mikoto looked at Wu Yen in confusion. Since Ikaros can sense their presence and they're both Tier 8, even if they're not as strong as Ikaros, they should still be able to sense our presence, right? You're wrong this time. Wu Yen laughed and waved his hand to refute. Wrong? Mikoto frowned. What's wrong? Wu Yen glanced at Ikaros and continued with a smile. Ikaros can sense the other party because her system has a scanning ability. That's why she can sense the other party's presence. Is that so? This time it was Mikoto's turn to refute. Even if Ikaros's perception is better, how can you be so sure they won't notice us? No, I'm sure they won't notice us. How can you be so sure? Instantly, Sis Cannon was even more annoyed. Wu Yen smiled bitterly and explained. You don't know, the people in this world train in magic and do-chi. Both warriors and magicians have do qi and mana in their bodies. As far as I know, the practitioners in this world rely on do qi and mana to detect other practitioners. I understand now. When Wu Yan said that, Mikoto came to a sudden realization. She clenched her fist and tapped her palm. She said in a relieved manner, "Because they rely on do qi and mana to detect us, we who don't cultivate do qi and mana won't be detected by the enemy." Smart. Wu Yan praised Mikoto and said with a smile. Although we can't generalize, no one knows if there's any special sensing method in the Spalier world. But one thing is for sure. Well, even if they can detect us, they definitely won't be able to detect our strength. Wu Yan said confidently. Because we don't train in do qi or magic, how can they determine our strength? They're not like us who have the system's ability to detect levels. Well, at least you have a bit of judgment. Damn Tsundra. Looking at the scenery outside the floating airship, Wu Yan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Mikoto, don't you feel like something's missing? A strange feeling suddenly surged in Wu Yan's heart. It made Wu Yan feel like he had forgotten something. Wu Yan's question startled Mikoto. She seemed to have thought of something and said, Now that you mention it, I really do feel like something's missing compared to usual." Just when the two were thinking hard, Liren, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, pulled on Wu Yan's neck and said, "Big brother, are you guys looking for Chuju Jiejie?" "Alright, Chuju." Wu Yan and Mikoto suddenly remembered what they had forgotten. It seems like they haven't heard Chuju's voice since a while ago. Where is she? Mikoto looked around but couldn't find her. There. Liren pointed at a certain pale Chuju who was lying on the deck with her legs bent backwards. Her forehead was filled with black lines and her face was pale. What's going on? Mikoto was stunned when she saw Chuju's miserable state. Wu Yan slapped his head and sighed at the sky. I almost forgot. Kaisha-sama has acrophobia. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.